All poker players share the same dream, taking their seat at the WSOP. And GG Poker is the only place where you can qualify online. You can qualify for free, for low buy-ins, and win your seat at the WSOP circuit events, or take your game to Paradise in the Bahamas, or go for glory in the Las Vegas main event, the World Series of Poker, only on GG Poker.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Let's go play it.
All poker players share the same dream, taking their seat at the WSOP. And GG Poker is the only place where you can qualify online. You can qualify for free, for low buy-ins, and win your seat at the WSOP circuit events, or take your game to Paradise in the Bahamas, or go for glory in the Las Vegas main event, the World Series of Poker, only on GG Poker.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Let's go play it.
All poker players share the same dream, taking their seat at the WSOP. And GG Poker is the only place where you can qualify online. You can qualify for free for low buy-ins and win your seat at the WSOP circuit events, or take your game to Paradise in the Bahamas, or go for glory in the Las Vegas main event, the World Series of Poker, only on GG Poker.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Let's go play it.
The gold bracelet awaits. The stage is set. The staff has everything primed and prepped. It has all come down to this moment. This group of players, 9 players, survivors really, who have managed to find something deep within against the most challenging of adversaries and allow them to rise above the rest here in Prague, placing themselves in position to realize their long sought-after goal. They gave everything because they'd give anything to become a World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. The final table dream is now reality.
We bring you into the stunning, the beautiful, the incredible new home of WSOP Europe. We bring you into Prague for our grand finale as we put an exclamation point on the biggest European Open event of all time. 2 million euros for first place, along with that oh-so-coveted World Series of Poker bracelet. 9 contenders fill out a star-studded final table as we welcome you back to King's Casino at Hilton Prague. It is final table day, that 2 million on the line, along with that oh-so-gorgeous World Series of Poker Europe main event championship bracelet. Let us go ahead and meet your World Series of Poker Europe main event final tablist in seat 1. What a wild ride for the Frenchman from short stack to entering this final table in second place. Thomas Echen on a roller coaster ride. Out of Finland, one of our GG Poker qualifiers, Joona Nihome, enters the final table with the short stack, but anything can happen. One of our 2 bracelet winners, and the only hope for the United States of America, Big Hooney in the mix, the winner of the 2024 World Series of Poker 100K High Roller. Our chip leader out of Finland, another GG Poker qualifier, and what a ride HT Zhu has been on, entering this final table with more than 32 million in chips. Not as many chips for Nikolai Bibov out of Bulgaria next to him, but still, of course, a force to be reckoned with. I saw somebody in the elevator today and I said, hey, Antonio, good luck today at the final table. It actually wasn't Antonio Garcia. It was just somebody that looked exactly like him. But the Spaniard looks to become the first player from his country in the last 9 years to win this World Series of Poker Europe main event. We focused on Shiina Okamoto throughout most of this stream. Could we be seeing the next Japanese superstar here in Aki Konishi? The chance is there. Our only 2-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner is right here. A high roller specialist, to say the least. Maris Kuzmanis is in the mix, as is Brandon Shields. Not just your typical GG Poker qualifier. He's won with more than 120 World Series of Poker cashes, and today he looks for his first World Series of Poker bracelet. That is your final table. This is the World Series of Poker Europe main event, and to help get things started, let me hand the mic over to Tournament Director, Mr. Andy Tillman. Here you go.
Thank you, Jeff. We're gonna bring everybody back with our final 9 players. We have 200,000, 400,000, and 400,000. Our button has been drawn to seat 4. Good luck, everyone. Dealers, shuffle up and deal. 200, 400, 400. Good luck, guys.
Seat 3.
Good luck, everyone.
Many times you preside over a final table from here inside the booth. The butterflies are oh so real when it's a World Series of Poker main event. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the final day. The coronation, if you will, here in Prague. Ali Najad alongside a man who knows this feeling. 2021's World Series of Poker main event champion, Karai Aldemir, as Andy Tillman mentioned, 2, 4, and 4. The blinds, every orbit, a costly 1 million in chips. Of course, these are issues that befall the shorter stacks in the field. Garcia, very much among them. Jona Nyholm, the other. As the cards are in the air, here we go, Karai. Shields with ace-queen.
Yeah, really cool final table that we have here. A couple short stacks, a couple big stacks, some superstars, some newcomers. I'm looking forward.
And looking upward is Shields. You heard Jeff mention the colossal number of caches that he has at the World Series. 10 years removed from an article written about he and his family quitting their day jobs to, as a family, play poker for a living. And it's gone well since, but it is not going well at the moment, just given that your chip leader, Heng Tao Zhu, who has looked so strong throughout his run, now with the very strong ace-king in the small.
3.2 million.
Yeah, Juth just has it here in the very first hand of the day. This is a little bit different, I think, because it is the first day. As Brandon Shields, you might think, is he just going for it because it's the first hand?
You know, in the very first orbit, you're really looking to kind of take the temperature of the table and figure out who's trying to send those messages early, right? And for Shields, without a doubt, as you hear people rooting for coolers, but he's questioning, as you pointed out, is this a chip leader looking to assert himself, or is this the genuine article? Ace-queen, we've talked about it before, the parking lot hand.
Yeah, and Nyholm has under 10 big blinds here, and Shields knows that, is considering that. Yeah, he's using his time banks. He has over 50 big blinds, third in chips against the chip leader.
Worthy of note, the immediate pay ladder of 45,000 euros is the difference between a 9th place finish and an 8th place exit. And with Nyholm sitting there alongside Garcia, so many fewer chips than Shields, there is a measure of responsibility he is supposed to be demonstrating in terms of the ICM. And he lets it go, Karai.
That's a really good fold. Ace-queen off, of course, an awkward hand to play. He could have called in position, though. He could have decided to 4-bet small, maybe use ace-queen as a bluff. He comes to the right decision, though.
Juice rail activating, putting a smile on his face, and that pot putting him up to 38 million. And as if you hadn't already surmised that Shields is top caliber, that muck there should certainly cement your impressions of the young man.
Yeah, very experienced pro. He's been around a long time now, 30-year-old. He doesn't have a huge cash yet. He's still waiting for this 7-figure score, but today could be the day.
We break the 7-figure barrier once we get to heads up. Second worth 1.2, the win worth 2 million, and the bracelet. King 9 suited. And Shields slightly bruised over opening and then folding to the chip leader. Undaunted, clicks once more.
Yeah, very reasonable open here with the suited King 9. Garcia here with the 7-5. He's our second shortest player. Yeah, does get away from this. He wants to wait a little bit. He wants Yuna to bust before him, and the 7-5 off against early positions just a little too weak.
War of attrition without question for the Spaniard, who is north of the Finn, Yona. On the hunt for that 45K.
What did your friend say about the 10-7?
You've experienced being at the final table of a World Series of Poker main event, Karai. Talk to me about, even for somebody as established a professional as you were at the time, the nerves, the way in which it sets itself apart, and the impact that that can have on otherwise straightforward decision-making.
It can have a huge impact. You've played for multiple days in a row. It gets more and more stressful day by day. You sleep worse, especially the night before the final table. You just all the hands of the previous days run through your mind, run through your head. Maybe you're talking to your friends. You're getting all the messages from family.
Defend over 800 with his staff into the ICM spot. It can't be like that. That's why PokerStars if I lose one blind,
Well, you're getting a look at just how much frisk is available to a chip leader. The cutoff 3-5 suited opening for Zhu is he's going to be taking the temperature of some of these players in their blinds. Garcia and Konishi not really waking up with anything that was worthy of decision.
Yeah, he's going to be opening a lot of hands here in the cutoff, especially. There's so much ICM pressure on these middling stacks. Konishi here with 35 big blinds to start the hand. Just has to wait, survive a little bit. Of course, it is top heavy. People want this 2 million up top, but it's also valuable to finish 5th instead of 8th or so.
I think the seat draws are something to pay some mind to as well, as Big Hooney, 4th in chips, one of those aforementioned midfield stacks directly to the right of Zhu, perhaps has the most difficult assignment.
Yes, definitely. He has to open a little bit tighter than usual. And yeah, he knows the big stack is always acting behind him. Nieholm is our short stack here, but in a way he has the easiest play here at the start. He knows he's just waiting for a good hand, and then he can get it in. As Zhu picks up another really good hand here.
800. 4 raise. 800,000. 5 plus.
Oh, and Garcia has King Jack suited. And he assumes that Zhu is opening a lot of hands here.
You know, Zhu and some of his press did talk about the sheer volume of strong hands that he has received, as we've seen him with Ace-King and Ace-Queen already. And look at Garcia, just absolutely has a plan. King Jack of Hearts could call, but he just bins it.
Yeah, he could have rejumped as well.
Yep.
Disciplined fold here.
Does feel like God mode when you're sat there in Zhu's seat. And the gridlock unlikely to be broken until things come into focus for those 2 short stacks.
And this does give you some extra confidence right away if you've just taken and stolen the blinds a couple of times. Although he had good hands this time, he just knows, yeah, he can continue to open. Of course, the table knows as well that Nieholm is getting closer and closer to the big blind. He has 2 hands before he's going to be the big blind, and he will only have 7 big blinds. So another reason to tighten up a little bit. Ace-10, of course, for Big Hooney, though. Qualified to open raise.
Just precisely what he does. Always a relief when Zhu doesn't put you in the blender.
Yeah.
Kuzmanas with the suited edition in the small. Marius, a two-time World Series of Poker online bracelet winner. Big Hooney, the only other bracelet winner, his picked up in a high roller in 2024.
Yeah, both of these guys have a lot of tournament experience online as well. I expect Kuzmanas to just call here with the ace-10 suited. It's one of these middling hands in a way. It's of course too weak to get it in. You also don't need to turn it into a bluff yet. Shields with a suited jack here. He has both of them covered. This is important. He's thinking, does he have enough equity? The small blind flatting range is relatively strong though. So, so he knows that jack 2 will be dominated quite often against a hand like king jack or queen jack. So he folds. He would have flopped 2 pairs this time.
Yeah, no kidding. Jack 3 deuce. You heard Shields say, I feel like we should get 30 seconds instead of 20 here at this feature, but the shot clock stays the same. Kuzmanas slipping it over to Hooney. Board texture fairly dry in terms of the small blind defending range. Spade combos, of course, a thought. Unclear how many of the jacks other than maybe an ace jack or a king jack would be present.
Yeah, Kuzmanas can have some pocket pairs as well though, so I don't expect Hooney to c-bet here every time. He would against the big blind, but not against the small blind. He does c-bet third pot this time though. Kuzmanas, ace high can be good. He has a backdoor flush draw as well. Backdoor straight draw as well. Oh, interesting turn card for Kuzmanas.
Absolutely. Sopping wet king of clubs. Giving him the gutter and the flush draw.
And the king is a pretty good card for Hooney here. He can represent a c-bet with a hand like king 10 or so. He of course has more ace king in his range as well. So he does put the pressure on Kuzmanas here. He wants to fold out these pocket pairs that I talked about. Everything between jacks and 3s, so 4s through 10s, would have a really hard time continuing here. And Kuzmanas with an interesting decision. He's still ahead of most of the bluffs, or chopping against ace-10 as in this case. I think it's a pretty good play to just call here. And yeah, sometimes on a club, Big Hooney will fire as well. And then it's really nice to have some of these nut flushes in our range, even out of position.
Both players finding the ace on the end.
Seems fair. Kuzmanas, of course, checking, and now Big Hooney. Does he want a value bet? This would be a little bit thin, so yeah, I like the check back.
And this isn't going to feel particularly fair for Kuzmanas, given the quality of his hand on the turn relative to Hooney, but we will pay a visit to the carving station.
Yeah, both players don't mind this outcome.
Well, no, this would have gone if I called.
What do you have?
The best hand.
Just 3.
By the way, everyone's eyes are wide open here when those showdowns come in, as they're looking to pile data points together beyond those that they've already got by virtue of having played with one another for a good while en route to this point.
Jack 3, you have ace-10. It's free rolling you.
Yeah, most of these guys were total strangers a couple of days ago, but at this point, they got to know each other a little bit.
Yeah. Forever bonded by their presence here at a World Series of Poker main event final table. An exclusive club.
Would have been fun to watch a Queen River there. You're both thinking, no way there.
We were talking about it the other day, like when you river the nuts in a huge spot, and then both people have it. It's like it's so tilting.
3 raise 800,000.
On the topic of having it, aces for Big Hooney. Up front open. Queen Jack finding the bin. Garcia doesn't give it a second thought with the ducks. A6 for Shields, not a qualifier.
This is one though.
King Jack suited for Thomas Shen. Flick the 400 and see what's what, I would imagine.
Yeah. Yeah, very comfortable defend here.
Not what he was hoping to see, 10-4-3, and for that matter, Hooney would have preferred that the competition picked up something of interest that might leave them plunking more chips into the middle.
Still a good flop for pocket aces, though. I expect him to c-bet here most of the time. 10-4, 10-3 offsuit. These hands not really in the big blind's range. He does check it back this time, though. He knows he's covered by the big blind and doesn't want to c-bet all of his range. And he decides aces is a nice hand to trap with, in a way. Doesn't need to play a huge pot here necessarily. After the second check from HN, though, I believe now we go for some value.
Well, with the open-ender, HN could very well stay curious, and what a dynamite river an ace would be. 1.6 the price point, though, into this 2.2.
Yeah, HN would have liked to see a smaller bet here, then he could comfortably call, even out of position.
Concerns perhaps that the backdoor clubs would leave a couple of his outs dirty.
Right. No, this is relatively tough. He's thinking about raising as well. Does he want to just put immediate pressure on some of the hands in Hooney's range? Difficult spot. All options come through mind.
He's going to chew on it. He just observed Hooney barrel flop and turn pairless with an ace-10 against Kuzmanis.
He's a bit concerned that should he check call here, that he's behind some bluffs. He's behind of a hand like ace-jack or so, and that's why he folds here. Yeah.
The care being given there by A-Shen, but the chips, those were not given. Beyond the pre-flop defense as Hooney stack grows to 21 million. Little flyby of the bracelet.
Yeah, and I like the fold from A-Shen. Against the smaller bet, I think he would have continued in some way. But here, he doesn't have to win every pot. He has a pretty big stack, and there will be lots of opportunities to gain some chips.
Seven, 8 suited for your chip leader. It was an online qualifier, believe it or not, rumored to be a $10 investment, which ultimately he has parlayed into at least 140,000, and certainly rates to make a lot more than that, as he's made it 800,000 to go.
Yeah, it's actually insane. He has less than 40,000 in live earnings as well. Never cashed in a tournament. With a buy-in over $600, I believe. And yeah, what a story here. Crushing at the final table as the chip leader.
If you wouldn't tell me that, I would never believe you.
Same,
you know,
yeah.
I would just think, from what we've seen from this guy, the poise, you know, the calm, the decision-making. Hooney at one point openly said, man, you're too good to him. And too good to put in the bin are these two red sevens for A-Shen. He flats, and now Niholme has offered 2 of the precious big blinds, of which he has so few, to this exchange, bowing out.
Yeah, Asian wouldn't 3-bet a lot of hands here against the chip leader. The only guy that has him covered. Pocket sevens, of course, a very comfortable call.
Jack, Jack, deuce board. One spade out there. Above average board texture for the Frenchman.
Drew has some backdoor stuff going on again. Backdoor flush draw mainly. And with the 8 high, you're just happy to fold out a hand like Queen 9 of hearts, something like that. There will be a lot of good turn cards for him as well. Just a small continuation bet for now, but this doesn't have to be the only barrel. Asian with pocket sevens has an easy call.
Six is very cozy for Asian.
One check.
Now I'm curious if Zhu wants to barrel this. He definitely could. A lot of the club flush draws have to fold. Just a lot of hands would have to fold here against another bet. But Jude also doesn't want to go crazy. I kind of assumed he would check it back this time, and what a river.
Oh my goodness, the K7. Granted, front door flush has arrived, and it's not like Zhu is willing to pay off a huge number, but Aishen absolutely thrilled to be staring at what he knows is nutted with 3.6 in the middle.
Yeah, Aishen knows that he has the nuts here. He could even go for a check raise here. His hand is so strong.
5 seconds. One bet, 1,200,000.
1.2, 1/3 pot from Aishen.
Yeah, and this small bet is designed to induce some raises as well. He doesn't go huge just because he has a huge hand. He bets small, which he could do with some thinner value bets as well.
And just because we've hit this 7 and it seems like such a straightforward call, Zhu is trying to unpack things. This was a small blind defense, not the big, and he does find the fold, figuring that that barrel is attached to a jack, clubs, or certainly better than 7-8, and you seem surprised.
I'm actually impressed once again. I mean, Zhu's opening a lot of hands. He doesn't river a pair here every time, so against the 3rd pot bet, I think I would have paid off here.
Maybe that is precisely why the Finn brought the chip lead to this final table. Sound decision making, which maybe in the face of what conventional wisdom would dictate has always been a profitable deviation, and I think that is in large part what is going to separate those who are able to work their way to a final table and beyond in a main event, and those who are left talking to themselves in the hallways.
And he picks up a playable hand here once again. He's under the gun, but still a suited king.
800.
I would open here.
Seat 4 raise 800,000. 5 passive pass. 7 pass.
Kutzmanas picks up ace-4 of clubs. And with this hand, he could do something. He could call in position, knowing that Zhu's range is wide. He could also 3-bet this.
8 raise 2,200,000.
Yeah.
Go to the toilet.
Yeah, these ace-5 suited, ace-4 suited kind of hands oftentimes want a 3-bet bluff. Fold out some better ace-x hands. Yeah, Aishan needs to get away from the ace-10 suited here. Maybe with ace-jack suited, he would have put some more thought about maybe 4-bet bluffing.
17.
While Big Hooney has the ace-queen suited, and all of these guys are relatively deep. Interesting.
Looking to get his bearings here. Of course, just because it's an under-the-gun open, when it comes from Zhu doesn't mean that it's going to be particularly strong. However, Kuzmanos' willingness to put the 3-bet in leaves Huni content to lay down. He was dominating both parties in terms of the ace-x and the diamonds. And when Zhu folds, obviously Chris is touch disheartened.
Yeah, Huni doesn't want to get it in here with ace-queen suited, but he could have 4-bet bluffed this. Instead, it's Kuzmanos winning his first pot of the day.
So used to racing.
As much as we might have expected those middling stacks to be content to lay low, Kuzmanos saying, no, no. I think there's opportunity here, and I'm going to get after it. That ace-4 suited in service. Now an ace-4 offsuit for Akihiro Konishi.
Zhu in the big blind now, our chip leader. So everyone will be a little bit more inclined to fold. Don't want to play hands against the chip leader. And I think for that reason, Brandon is going to get away from his ace-5 offsuit here in the hijack. Let's see if he disagrees.
5 seconds. 9 plus.
No, I think that's a good fold. Nieholm, after going through the blinds, is left with 6 big blinds, by far the shortest stacks. I think King 4 just a little bit too weak though.
He is desperately in need of chips. He knows all eyes are on him.
He also knows there's a 45k pay jump though, so should there be a setup, should 2 of the bigger stacks collide, he would just get an extra 45k.
Round and round we go here at the World Series of Poker Europe main event from Hilton Prague, where we are just getting underway. Thus far, relatively cagey affair.
Yeah, could be a long day, Ali.
Yeah, I listen. I haven't really had anybody set an over/under. I know that James Dempsey mentioned that in level 39, in these 90-minute levels, there would be 100 big blinds remaining in play.
Okay.
He seemed to think that that would be the level in which he anticipated a champion were crowned. That would be roughly 8 or 9 hours into play on the day, but I feel like I want to take the over. And not just based on what I've seen here in this first orbit or anything, but just in general, these guys have really shown themselves not to have any of that punty resignation.
Yeah, true.
Hey, Shen, 28 million as he snacks. He's a man that's garnered plenty of respect from those who have played with him through the years. Have you had opportunities, by the way, to play against any of these 9 that you can recall? And do you have any kind of anecdotes from that?
Big Huni is by far the one I've played the most hands against. When I played the high roller scene between like 2016 and a couple of years ago.
Okay.
I played a lot with Big Huni. Other than him, I've played against A-Shen a little bit. A-Shen's playing all the big stuff as well, 100Ks these days. I'm not really playing them anymore though. And yeah, Brandon Shields has been around a long time as well. He's in Las Vegas every year. He's grinding. the mid-stakes tournaments, some high-stakes stuff. So yeah, a couple of really known guys. Some people I'm unfamiliar with as well.
King 10 now, and it would seem that Nyholme has found one. Makes it 2 million in case of emergency, and Big Hooney awakens to 8s.
What's your up?
Wants to see exactly what's what behind him
5 seconds.
before making his decision.
Yeah, I think he's just going to call here with the pocket 8s.
And the call looks just as strong as if he were to put a 3-bet in.
Yeah. Five and a half big blinds. Zhu gets away from the Queen 10 suited.
Oh, Garcia with ace-jack, Karai.
Oh, wow.
Key point is that he covers Nyholme.
That is a key point, and I think he can maybe put it in here. He knows he's ahead of Nyholm's range. Yeah, interesting spot. He just stays out of it. He just wants Big Hooney to do the dirty work here.
Keep it simple. Not yet at risk of elimination, by the way, as he does have 275K behind. Ace-7-7 board, and feeling obligated to put the rest in there is Yona, and he's going to be behind. Might we have an early casualty?
Thank you. Thanks. Good luck. Both of you.
You got to appreciate that smile that has been planted on the face of Nyholme has really never wavered whatsoever. And now look at this bang-on turn.
Yeah, I already used it one time.
Yeah, 4 hearts.
Got her in a flush draw, and instead, as Hooney puts it, you've got too many outs, and our first fallen hero is Yona Nyholme.
Very good game from Yona. He played so many great hands yesterday, especially. A lot of crazy bluffs that have worked out.
Yep, he showed tremendous heart, and I know that heart might be heavy right now and even broken to be out in 9th, but hold your head up high, young man. You have impressed many, including all those that you leave behind, and for your efforts, enjoy this 140,000 euros as Hoonigan enjoys an upswing. 23 million in front of him now, all parties gaining 45,000 in guaranteed payout.
Yeah, by far the biggest cash in Yona Nyholm's career. He will be a little bit disappointed now, of course. He has all the reason to be, but after a day or two he will look back at this event and realize, yeah, it is a great score. Yeah, Zhu doesn't go crazy either. I think some people would have considered just opening here with 7-4 offsuit in the cutoff, just expecting to win the blinds. But no, he knows when to pick his spots. I really like that about him.
Nikolai Bibov's first activation. Gets through the small of Garcia. It's Konishi thinking about it.
Yeah, and Bibov has some other ideas, though. He has seen that both of the blinds have been playing relatively tight. So he considers the 8-5 off as a profitable open here, just trying to steal.
Yep. He knows he got away with something cheeky there. But also, Bibov's stack wasn't one that we saw recklessly getting chips in motion. I think table image is quite strong. This is the first time he's opened a pot.
Good
Granted,
point.
it was on the button. I think the guys might be looking at that
Yeah.
as they, consider how to proceed. Garcia, of course, now inheriting the short stack duties.
Yeah, and now after getting the spade jump, he can actually open up a little bit. He's the clear short stack now.
Yeah, 20K.
I believe Bebov and Konishi are the next shortest.
Free raise 800,000.
And these two colliding again.
Go, go.
Ace, queen open, the 9's flat, and Bebov finds aces behind.
5 seconds.
Are you surprised that Zhu brought a flat with 9's?
I'm not surprised. He could have 3-bet, but pocket 9s play really nice in position as a flat. And Bebov here with a dream spot. Especially after this flat call. This could be perceived as a lighter 3-bet.
2,900,000.
That all works in service of a man who is top of range. Third scoop to 2-9. It's going to come back around to Hooney, and of course, he's got to question what Zhu's up to as a flat caller behind him and whether or not that's a hand that could be a problem.
Yeah, and he probably thinks that Zhu's range is very capped here, that he would 3-bet his best hands like aces, kings, queens.
Right.
And Bebov only with 30 bigs to start. I think Big Hooney is the kind of guy who would just jam it in here with ace-queen.
We've already seen him send an ace-queen suited into the bid, and now an ace-queen offsuit, Karai. Maybe other circumstances Hooney is willing to do that, but he made no meal of his fold here.
That's a good fold. Again, wow. I'm impressed by him. It's not a crazy fold, but it's a tough fold to make.
Well, he's no amateur. By the way, Zhu finds the fold as well, and
Gets one through.
Bebov.
Bebov, when he sees this, he's going to be a little bit annoyed.
Oh, he's going to feel cheated on the square.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, both players did not have a monster, but both players could have put it in here.
At least one of them we would have expected.
3.2. 13.2. 13.2.
How can they see?
I have been so incredibly impressed, in particular at one aspect of everyone's game. And it is just that willingness to find the folds. And the thing is, when they have found them, they have been largely correct.
Yeah. I mean, to get here to the final table, you need to have made a lot of good and correct decisions. You need to get lucky, but you also need to play well. And all of these players have shown that so far. Aces again.
You know, it's funny. I tilted my head a little bit as I looked up, and I realized it was not Bebov on a replay, but rather Konishi, as they've been dealt out back-to-back, folded around to the button, and of course Akihiro's open could come under suspicion. Queen 6 is not going to be the one. Shields with a suited combo in the big.
Konishi raised a little bit bigger than Min here, 900K.
You know, I kind of like it insofar as it could make someone feel like, why the extra nudge?
Yeah. Yeah, Brandon has to call this against the button. He knows he's behind here, but he's just getting a good price, even against 900K.
Jack 8 deuce, middle pair for Shields with backdoor clubs. He's got enough to keep him engaged, and that is unfortunate, given he trails by a wide margin. Konishi, ace of spades, the overpair. It's all working.
Decent flop for him.
7 bet. 1,100,000.
1.1 into the 2.4, shy of half pot.
Yeah, he bets a little bit bigger than some other people would have.
And again, it's consistent with that 900 that he brought on the
Yes.
button, Karai, and very much designed to maybe seem like a man looking to force his way through this.
It's also consistent with just having a little bit tighter of a range, and he knows that about himself. He's not out there to play marginal hands, so he plays some better hands, and he wants to put money into the pot with these good hands.
And his hand has gotten better, courtesy of the 5 of spades, which provides a nut flush draw just in case the aces were no good. As we know, they are very good, as the situation for Shields is bad.
Yeah, and Konishi with the decision. Does he want to play for stacks here? Can definitely go for value again. It's scary though.
7-bet, 2,500,000.
Half pot again, and yeah, now it's a fold for Shields. Good recognition there, without a spade in hand. Just an 8. Just too far behind it. Not enough options to improve his hand, so he does get away. Yeah, good hand here. Nice pickup for Konishi.
Thank you.
That's it.
Bluff.
Certainly would have appreciated another street of value, but Shields a little too good for that, as Akihito's stack moves up to 15 million.
Hello.
Yeah, it seems like everyone brought their A game so far. I can't recall any
You want
mistakes
to-
from anyone so
I
far.
want
Yeah.
you to see on YouTube.
Long time.
I mean, it's more fun to me.
Little post-mortem there between Brandon and Akihito. Says check it out on YouTube. As many of you are right now, Karai and I have the stream open, and we are doing our best to keep an eye on some of the quips. So many of those screen names have been there from the onset all the way through. Good to have you guys all aboard. Well, it was almost aces again. It's the ace-4 instead under the gun fold for Big Hooney. Ace-queen for B-ball.
He's going to play.
Nikolai makes it 800. Six for Garcia, who has secured one ladder, but is looking to secure a hand that he can try to double with. This is not going to be the one.
Konishi has a playable hand. He doesn't have to. I think the standard would be to just fold here. He could consider 3-bet bluffing this one though.
Not going to be the path forward for him. Suited king on the button now for Kuzmanos, who has shown an appetite for altercation. Did find a 3-bet with an ace-4 suited against a Zhu open up front.
Yeah, I think King 6 suited a little bit too weak to flat here, but sometimes these kind of hands want a 3-bet. You cannot do this every time. Kuzmanos decides this is the time though. 3x 3-bet in position. And we've seen this before. Ace queen offsuit out of position. This is just ugly.
You know, the ace-queen really has been shaken and stirred on the day.
Bibov knows he's not beating the value range of Kuzmanos, but he also knows this can be a bluff.
Well, unlike those before it, this ace-queen is going to hang tough. So Kuzmanos has now booked a date to a flop in a inflated 5.8 million chip. Pot, Jack 8-7, one club out there, neither player linking up with this coordinated texture. And whose range does this board favor?
Yeah, both players don't like that flop at all. Bebov just because he has missed with ace queen, and Kuzmanos thinks this could hit Bebov's range. This could certainly be pocket 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks. And not a lot going on for Kuzmanos. He does have backdoor clubs, not much else. Does he just want to c-bet with range here? I think he can check this back as well.
And the check back, important to mention, wouldn't remove some of the stronger parts of his range given this particular board texture, so the bluff would still be available on later streets.
Yeah, he can check it back here with a good hand sometimes as well. Could do it with aces, could do it with top set sometimes. A hand like 10, so Jack 10 suited would make some sense to check back as well. He's not sure about this one. Okay. He decides to bet right away, put a hand like exactly ace queen in a horrible spot.
Sure. 1.8 into 5-8. What are we hoping to accomplish here other than pray that we see no further barrels out of Kuzmanos if we do peel?
Yeah, Bebov, I think he has to get away from this one. He knows sometimes he's gonna get bluffed here.
Yeah. So Marius does a little more snacking, and it comes at the expense of the Bulgarian. Noticed Fahdin Mustafov was on the rail, have to assume lending support to Nikolai, who needed the support of a one-outer on day 3 just to give him the opportunity to be here. Pretty remarkable when you consider everything that needs to go right for every one of these players to be where they are right now.
Yeah, Fahdin Mustafov, who has won a bracelet this series. He won the 2K Turbo Bounty event earlier this week.
Kuzmanos of Lithuania was being kept company by Rokas Asikauskas.
Well, you know, what a run, what a ride. How would you describe what this run was like for you?
It was just an amazing experience. Yeah. It was very nice to get to play here, stress-free, and just enjoy every moment. Yeah, and I think streamer, so I was here just to have fun. Like, never cared about the money or anything, just enjoying the experience. Yeah.
With that said, to have a score for 140,000 euros, I know you said it's not about the money, but is that pretty crazy for you to take in?
It's very nice, but like I don't even know what does it change so much. Maybe I get to buy some more Pokemon cards. That's nice.
Yeah, there we go, there we go. And that's hot right now. Thank you for the time. Great run.
Yeah, thank you.
There's our 9th place finisher from the GG Poker qualification streets to the main event and finishing in 9th place.
Thanks for that, Jeff. That one caught me off guard.
Yeah, but just as relaxed as he has played before.
Yeah.
How he gives this interview.
Really, his temperament is something that I could have benefited from throughout all of my life. Aishan collecting one. Was talking a little bit about Marius Kuzmanos. Another one of these players from a lesser represented, less populous nation, but one that seems to disproportionately be offering excellent talent. We talked about his 2 World Series of Poker bracelet wins, both coming online, which is where he does most of his work, but playing live also, he has looked very strong.
Yeah, a lot of talented people, poker players from Lithuania. Matas Chimulas comes to mind. And yeah, a lot of high rollers these days. Aishan here with Queen 3 suited on the button. I expect him to open. It is scary opening against the big blind of the chip leader, but still, suited queen in position the whole hand on the button.
He certainly has a chip stack deep enough to be wrong in these spots or kind of face aggression from Zhu. We are aware, by the way, that the table audio is currently lacking. We are efforting. There it is, right on cue. Zhu, by the way, defending with that ace-4, so to the flop we go. 9-9-4, actually. Decent looking board for Heng Tao, who checks over to Thomas.
Yeah, big stack versus big stack here. Ace-Shan, backdoor clubs. It's probably gonna c-bet. Just very small. Yeah, 500 into 2.4. Just a little over 1 big blind. Zhu is gonna continue here. Does he want to just call? Or does he want to just check raise for some value and protection? He could do either. Decides to call.
Obviously, this is not what we wanted to see with queen high as Ace-Shan c-bet fails to earn the pot. 10 of diamonds on the turn.
Yeah, and button versus big blind, having the stronger range. Sometimes you want to go bananas in these spots. Of course, you cannot bet with a bluff every time. Queen 3 suited, not a lot of equity. He just kind of wants to hit this queen. He decides to check it back.
6 on the end doesn't change anything.
And Zhu, he could have check raised on the flop, but after check calling, he can definitely think about value betting here for a small size on the river. The 6, of course, sometimes helps Ace-Shan, but most of the time this is a blank.
Zhu just content to hunt showdown.
Yeah, maybe he would have bet a weaker 4 than the ace-4 here more often. The ace blocking some of the ace highs from Ace-Shan that would be most inclined to call.
Important observation.
So Zhu decides to check and maybe catch a bluff here, and Ace-Shan definitely has a candidate for that. He does grab chips.
2.2.
Yeah, this is not going to work, I don't think. .2 into 3.4, very reasonable bluff. But Zhu has somewhat underrepresented his hand here. Yeah, again, another very great played hand. Greatly played.
2.2 just incinerated there by Ace-Shan. Not a critique, but the hopelessness of it against Zhu.
This would have worked against some hands, but not against ace-4.
Yeah. And it's all been working out for Heng Tao. The Finn now up and over 40 million in total. Good for 100 plus big blinds. And why wouldn't he be smiling?
Yeah, everything seems to be working out for him.
I don't have friends. I got the thought. Nobody.
Back home?
Huh?
People watch the stream?
I don't think so. I don't have any friends.
No, I don't believe it.
Japan is way too far.
Yeah, I'm lucky to have those guys.
Akihito perhaps showing a little envy for all of the direct support on hand here for Zhu. But, you know, if Finland is indeed where that support came from, Helsinki, not a long flight
Yeah.
to Prague.
True.
Tokyo, on the other hand, yeah, that's a long ways. Konishi with 6s.
Oh, disciplined fold there by him. Early position. These smaller pocket pairs in early position aren't worth as much as some people think, so I do understand the fold with the pocket 6s.
Just trying to keep things as clear as possible. Hands like sixes, more difficult than average, absent to set, let's call it, to navigate post-flop. Really just looking to set yourself up with what you deem to be the best situations. And Aishan, undaunted and undeterred by the outcome from the Queen 3 suited, now puts King 4 suited to work, an even better ace for Zhu. On this occasion, once more, he flats, this time from the small. Round 2 between the boys.
Yeah, Zhu could have 3-bet this one. He doesn't want to 3-bet and fold to a possible 4-bet though, so he just tries to strengthen his small blind flatting range here and calls. Very good flop for him.
Ace 8-4, top pair against bottom pair. Happy to check along with the flow of play.
Curious if H-hand checks this one back. Trying to play a smaller pot, that would be maybe the standard play, but sometimes there's some good things when you bet this kind of hand. You remove a hand like pocket fours, you're blocking that, one of the strongest hands that you can have here now. So he does c-bet and doesn't cap his range. Of course he has all the good ace-x kind of hands. Zhu can have ace-queen, but ace-king Zhu would have 3-bet, and ace-shen could have ace-king here.
Call.
650 getting called. Another 1.3 in the middle, and what rates to be another pot going to Zhu at the expense of Aishan. 9 on the turn, inconsequential.
Zhu is going to check range here. I assume on that turn card, Aishan is going to check back his hand. He has some showdown value, not a ton, but some. And he has some natural other bluffs. A hand like Queen 10, Queen Jack, Jack 10. 7-6 suited. All have draws. So you don't want to overbluff. You just check back with a 4.
Five on the end, once more. Doesn't change anything with these cards. 6-7 has arrived in the event that for some reason that were present in either holding, which would be unexpected.
Yeah, not a big part of either player's range here. Zhu can definitely see value bet this.
4 million.
He could have some better hands here, but oh, he goes big. Pot size bet here from Zhu. I'm a bit surprised at the size of this the value bet here.
Yeah, 4 million. A touch north of pot. And in particular, maybe the idea is, did a man flat call me here with some Broadway combos that lack an ace, but blocking that king also not helpful in terms of the bluff catching, and Aishan does find the bin.
Yeah, good fold from Aishan, but relatively easy against that sizing.
Well, relatively easy is one way to describe that frame for Hengtao Zhu as the remainder of the level comes to a conclusion, bringing us to our first break of the day. And it might be a welcome one for Aishan, who had a couple of L's hung on him. Despite that, still sits in second, but with greater distance between himself and the man who now holds an almost 2-1 chip lead up at the top, Hengtao Zhu, with Antonio Garcia still at the back. Karai and I are going to step aside, but don't go anywhere. We'll return to Prague in about 15 minutes' time with more from the World Series of Poker Europe main event.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000. Lay it to the gentleman.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Just go play it.
All poker players share the same dream, taking their seat at the WSOP. And GG Poker is the only place where you can qualify online. You can qualify for free, for low buy-ins, and win your seat at the WSOP circuit events, or take your game to Paradise in the Bahamas, or go for glory in the Las Vegas main event, the World Series of Poker, only on GG Poker.
It's beautiful.
Can you put your cards in the
Of course, but it will be all in on the turn anyway, so it doesn't really matter, right? Doesn't really matter. Hey man, this is such a sad table. What is it? Rainbow call? Okay, let's see who is the most lucky in that. I think I am. Daniel, at least smile for the spectators. It's horrible that you don't even smile. What do you say?
You sit here and fucking smile? You want me to sit here and smile as you're fucking
15?
talking? You can smile, you're in the pot.
Now I make mistake because of you. Now I did make mistake because of you, because you're talking way too much. And now Italiano
You're talking more than the entire
punish me.
table combined.
Yeah, because this is such a boring table. But nothing I can do. Uh-oh, Houston, we have a problem. Houston. Okay, on the turn, I don't play. If you guys don't go and don't subscribe. Go YouTube Martin Caberhel, go subscribe, like everything, otherwise I don't play. It's my time already. I will wait for the guys. Go for, if nobody subscribes, I just finished playing. I'm waiting. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And leave the comment there as well. How much is it? No, how much he bets? 0? 0 I like actually. 0 is the good play. I don't know even how I should play now. I play like slow probably. Mama, where is the camera when we need him? I don't see. What? And it is all in or what? And it is probably all in. We don't have any space here. It's unbelievable. You are all in? Oh, here we have camera. So guys, if you didn't subscribe, I will punish Mustafa. That will be your fault that he will be busting, okay? And then you will feel bad for him. Like bad for him. Oh, what is this? How much?
Did you have any spade in your hand? Like this one?
32,000 price.
32? Is it allowed?
Like in your hand, did you have any spade?
I think it's too much.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You help me on the river?
I just
Dale,
guess we
yes
have
or
some
no?
problem with the deck.
Be a woman. We will see. We will see. 32, yeah?
Yes.
I don't know if I can do that actually. 32. Okay, let's see the river. Maybe I will be lucky, and if not, I will be going out of this miserable table. So I drew. It's a free roll actually. Complete free roll. Oh, what is this card? It's a money card. Now we can go for Casino Royale.
All in.
Okay, guys, it was a pleasure to play here, but we need to make prize pool bigger. Is it a straight? How much he has?
It needs to show. It needs to show.
He has a
All in
lot?
and call is a show.
He has more, yeah?
And it was very nice to play with you.
Good luck, guys.
Avino, bye bye.
Can we put it on this? Excuse me. It's obviously
Was short but intense.
Why not? I should be lying.
You can, but I think he's changed his story from ace queen to something else a couple different times already.
He said that ace queen.
And what does she have?
Ace king.
She had ace king? I guess we'll see.
5 checks.
All right.
1 check.
I'd be willing to wager that she didn't have ace king.
Because you had ace king.
She's just not going to fold ace king there.
No? Okay. Why not?
Why? It's day 1A of a three. It's day 1A. It's level 7 of a day 1A with three starting days with 3 bullets each day.
I don't think it depends on these things.
What?
I don't think there's a difference in day 3 and day 1 in this spot.
No, there's 3 day 1s though, right? So if you bust this one, you can play the next one, right? So there's definitely a difference between today and playing the last day of 1C. I don't know how you could discrepancy. How could you say there's not? Right? If somebody's willing to put in multiple bullets, right? If I'm willing to put in 3 bullets a day and then rebuy into day 2, I'm going to play this day a lot different than I'm going to play when I can't rebuy anymore.
Do you play 3 bullets
I'm just telling you, that's how you get my point, though, right?
Yeah, I get it.
All right.
Molly.
Cool.
Very lucky turn. Very lucky.
I think she has more.
Very, very lucky.
Yeah, she has more. Like that. Again, my friend.
Anybody know?
2,000.
Oh.
22.
22,000.
What's your playing? Thank you. All in. A turn to go with it. A turn also.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Let's go play it.
All poker players share the same dream, taking their seat at the WSOP. And GG Poker is the only place where you can qualify online. You can qualify for free, for low buy-ins, and win your seat at the WSOP circuit events, or take your game to paradise in the Bahamas, or go for glory in the Las Vegas main event, the World Series of Poker, only on GG Poker.
Well, the drama continues here in Prague as we work our way toward a champion here at the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Ali Najad alongside Koray Aldemir, and just 8 of our original 9 runners still here on the quest for 2 million euros. Blinds are going to be going up. Finland's Jona Nyholm was your 9th place finisher, came in as the shortest stack. Inheritance for Antonio Garcia of that designation with his sub-10 big blind stack, which is certainly going to be the focus as much as Heng Tao Zhu's chip lead.
Yes, so our short stack has been tight so far, but now below 10 big blinds, he needs to find a hand and go with it.
He knows it. Everybody else knows it. The pay jump, by the way, between 8th and 7th, a cool 60,000 euros. Well worth pursuing when you consider it's 12 buy-ins. You think anybody here at this final table is on one bullet, Koray?
Maybe, but I assume there's a couple of guys that have reboard.
I want to say that
Small blind.
there's a likelihood of everybody having rebound. Maybe one person's on a bullet, single bullet.
It's definitely possible. So Shen is raising into the short stacks big blind, and that's why he goes a little bit bigger. As a short stack, you often get a very good price to peel and see a flop, to do a little stop and go, but making it 1.2 million makes it a little less attractive.
It's just another Friday for you?
No.
Normal Friday. At work again.
No, no. I'll be honest.
Yeah, you mentioned the pay jump from 8th to 7th Ali. There's so much on top though, so actually from an ICM perspective, I think it makes a lot of sense to to go for these top 3 payouts as well. 800k for third, 1.2 million for second, and 2 million for first.
1.1.
Yeah, I went to my friend and was like, I had a tough spot first hand, and he went, you had ace queen. So, well, how do you know? And then he showed me the picture. It's statistic. Yeah.
1.1 with the ace deuce suited.
First hand. No, the graphics, they had a problem with it. Ace 5. They had a real time like cards upstream for one hand. The first time we had.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So and then my friend yelled at them, and then they changed it.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty sick.
That is wild. I nearly did something silly.
Yeah. So he had ace queen, I had ace king. So.
Ace 5 or ace king?
Which hand? Ace 5, yeah.
The hand he threw bet the first hand.
Oh, the first one.
Yeah.
There's a peek at Big Hooney. If you don't know him, get to know him. Your 100K high roller champ at the World Series in Vegas. Back in 2024, a victory that left him very emotional as he dedicated it to his late father. And he's a man that's certainly declared he is here to stay. Not going to win this bracelet potentially and just sail off into the sunset and show up and keep doing what he does.
Yeah, I was asking him how he felt about it. Not you. I know how you felt about it.
Yeah, and he's a man looking to win this tournament. He doesn't want to get third or second. He wants that bracelet.
Yeah, and you know, it's important that you mention that, Karai, because there are those who will emerge as cobblers, kind of people that are very focused on the ICM and just extracting the maximum amount of EV that they can out of their stack, and those who are much more capable of throwing some of that caution to the wind, not because they aren't, you know, aware of it, but rather because they're cut from a different cloth. And Hooney's very much stands in contrast to those who might be chiseling. Meanwhile, Garcia with a couple of jacks here. He is ready to go. All in declared. A deuce isn't going to be the one. And 10-9 suited for Kuzmanas. He's got 21 million back. Already $500,000 plus that big blind Annie invested.
Yeah, this is just 5 big blinds, and Kuzmanas knows that this is a good hand, most likely for Garcia, but 10-9 suited. He just has to put in 2 million more, 3.7 in the middle already. He's almost getting 2-1. I think he has to call here.
Good luck. Good luck.
He does call.
Classic
Sees the bad news.
2 unders to the pair. Garcia way up in range.
That's a big hand.
I think you flop.
He's in great shape.
Backdoor flush draw. 8-7-3 something here. I think 7-7-6 with 1 half.
5.6 million chip pot, the Spaniard.
Jack is good.
Looking to hold, finds a jack in the window.
Why not?
That goes a long way.
Need some cards.
Kuzmanas would have to do it in dirty manner. But instead, it's draw dead on the turn, so able to break the pose and able to fill up for good measure. Garcia finds the double. Disappointingly, of course, to all the anti-sweaters at the table with him.
Yeah, his discipline gets rewarded. He folded, waited for a good hand, got it in. Up to 5.7. And yeah, not that the other guys don't like Antonio, but everyone wanted to get that pay jump.
Yeah, not a lot of congratulations being issued to Garcia for the double. Understandably.
King 6 for our chip leader. He's gonna fold this one. I tried to make a prediction here. Now he does. Yeah.
Careful with those. 7s for Bebop. Always comforted by the absence of Zhu and very much by the seat draw to the left of him. Bebop able to open. Min raise. Now baby suited ace for Garcia. He doesn't think twice.
The old 1.6x open, eh?
Shields with the offsuit gapper. Unfortunate to have a 7 in his hand.
This is relatively close. He does have Bebop covered, so he could call, see a flop. He knows that Bebop's range is relatively strong here, though. Opening from just over 20 big blinds. So yeah, I believe he would have called with 9-8 off, decides to let go of 9-7.
See the Bulgarian flag draped across a seat being held there. Gallery looking on with great interest. I'm sure some flights were booked yesterday, late in the evening perhaps. Boarded this morning and here to root on their runners. Around to the puck. 9-6 suited for Kuzmanos, who has shown above average willingness to tussle. Not here.
Yeah, you'd rather open with some higher cards here. Just blocking the best continues from the blinds. Brandon here out of position against A. Shen, who's in the big blind. I don't think Shields is going to do a lot of raising here. So I'd limp this one. He's thinking about it though, I think.
Yeah, 22. 5 seconds. It's no fucking 40 something.
Well, that doesn't look like a limp from here. 1.7 million.
45.
Even north of 3x and catches Ashen with big little offsuit.
Yeah, looks like Brandon does want to raise it up here with his very strong hands, and to balance that one out, he uses the 8-6 suited this time.
Long way to
He's
go.
gonna be happy with that result.
Long way to
Nothing
go.
there for Thomas in the big. We've talked about Big Hooney wanting that bracelet. Brandon Shields is another one of those. In an interview with Poker News earlier, he said, "I want to win a bracelet." And I quote, "It's more important to me than the money."
It is nice to hear such things because oftentimes in the super high roller circles, we've been privy to some unpleasant kind of apathy with respect to the accolade. Some claims that as the brand has grown, as it's become more international, obviously this year, all stops will count toward Player of the Year as opposed to just Vegas.
Yeah.
That players are thinking it's not as coveted as it once was, but I think you'd be wrong to feel that way. Shields exhibiting that. It's still very rarefied air to hold even a single World Series of Poker bracelet.
Yeah, it's one of the first things you get asked about as a poker player. Do you have a bracelet? Do you have a bracelet? Who's the best player without a bracelet? How many bracelets do you have?
That's right. It is the metric by which the industry tends to assign your standing.
Zhu with the pocket threes under the gun. He can open a little wider as the chip leader, I think. For every other player, I would have liked to fold here in early position with this low pocket pair. Shields picks up Queen 10 suited on the button. Good call here, play this one in position.
Looking the time bank out there. I really like Shields' poise at the table. Just deliberate and thoughtful. Never seems hasty or reflexive.
Yeah, he coaches poker as well. He has a YouTube channel under his name where he talks about his play. He does fold. I think he was considering all three options there. Decides that the under the gun range is a little bit too strong. Doesn't want to tangle with the chip leader.
So the hard six pulls in 2.5 bigs. This orbit will be free of charge for Zhu. Well, early on now, with a level and change under our belts, Karai, is this final table playing out as you might have expected? Obviously, the bust from the shortest of stacks, I think, kind of falls in line with the odds. But then in terms of the players who have shown more willingness, like Aishan and Kuzmanas, to get after the chip leader and the activity level on the chip leader, how are things looking compared to what you would have thought we'd be seeing here today?
Yeah, I think it's all been very reasonable. Of course, our chip leader is playing the most amount of hands. Zhu knows he can put pressure on these middle stacks. Garcia has been playing snug. He picks up the ace-queen suited, though, this time.
Jacks were what he shoved with last time. Another good one here. Early position, Aishan. Ace-9 suited, deliberating on the button.
11.5 bigs against early position. Aishan knows that Garcia isn't just going crazy here at all.
5.6.
I think ace-9 suited have to fold here.
Let's not forget that Hooney and Zhu are still behind us. Does eventually find the fold. No hesitation out of Hooney with his king-jack, and now an ace-6 suited for Zhu.
Yeah, all three of those have some marginal hands. Zhu doesn't have to worry about anyone behind him. He's closing the action, but still ace-6 suited.
Hey, when it don't change.
I think that's a good fold here, yeah.
When it doesn't change.
Yeah, I was wishing for it to change. The other card at least.
You feel like maybe it'll change.
Yeah.
Garcia all too happy in a desperate bid to spin his stack to take one without a call.
What's your, you had like 15?
I'll do that, yes.
Yes. I should have like.
Yeah, I like that about Shu. I've mentioned this before. He is the loosest player here, the most aggressive pre-flop. He has the right to do so, but he isn't going crazy. He's not opening with like Queen 5 offsuit in middle position. He just picks the right spot. He uses blockers. He just steals in all the right spots, it seems.
Footnote on Garcia is we see Shields picking up 8s. His career high score came from the EPT last year in Prague and a high roller, already quadrupling his previous career earnings with this result.
So this is his city, huh? Prague?
Home court. Ooh. And this is not Shields' situation as Hooney looks down at Needles on the button.
$2.75. 2,750,000.
And in comes a jab.
How much you started with?
2.8.
Started with 23, I think.
Very big decision here for Brandon Shields. I'm a bit worried for him. He knows Big Hooney can have bluffs here on the button. He's thinking about jamming. He has fold equity, of course. He is relatively deep. He has over 30 bigs. Maybe he deems that a little too big a stack to get it in. He's thinking about calling as well. He'd be out of position though against the bigger stack. Yeah, he does call. We just talked about it. He's here to win. He isn't afraid to play pots. Deems that 8s just play good enough against a range that includes some ace-5 suited as well, some king-jack off.
And again, it is Hooney who's bringing that 3-bet. Not that the man is reckless, but maybe he's got more of an appetite, as demonstrated by the likes of Kuzmanas as well, to try to pick off some of these opens. King 10 deuce board, a couple of overs, and problematic ones at that in terms of them being Broadway in nature for the 8s, but merciful insofar as they were always cooked against these aces.
Yeah. Yeah, this King 10
$3 million
flop interacts with both of their ranges. Hooney will have more ace-kings and kings and aces. Said that before. But Brandon can also have a lot of these Broadway combinations.
3 million into the 6-7-5. Things getting more serious.
And I think Shields can just fold right here against the 3 million.
You know, the issue is we call 3, the pot ends up at 12-7-5. We now play 1 SPR moving forward. And what do we do unimproved on the turn?
I like that he takes his time, though. He's thinking about the spot. He knows this is a big spot. He doesn't want to make a mistake. He wants to consider all options. He wants to think about raising as well, maybe. Does it maybe make sense with the 8 of hearts? We're going to put a lot of pressure on jacks and queens, although maybe they wouldn't have bet that big on the flop. This seems like a polarized hand here.
6 million.
3 into 6.7. Oh, he does raise, though.
You know, interestingly, what this does is solicit clarity.
Yeah.
Just a click up to 6 million.
He's thinking Big Hooney can have ace-5 of diamonds here, be one and done. He wants to steal the pot with that hand. He thinks when being called, maybe I can hit a 2-outer with the 8 sometimes. But yeah, pocket ace is of course not going anywhere.
And you see Hooney
putting it in,
jamming, and Shields making no meal of things. If he was going to proceed, do you prefer the check min raise to the call?
I think so. I think we don't have enough equity to check call, and Shields did want to have some bluffs here. You cannot overdo it. You cannot do this every time at all. But he decided this is the... I'm just going to try this. Just try and steal this pot. Play for the win.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting is, sure, it ends up costing him 6 million as opposed to 0 if he would have just check folded passively. But it illustrates the depth of the thought that Brandon Shields is bringing to the affair.
Yeah. And he can credibly wrap some hands there, of course. He can have pocket tens. He can have maybe trapped with aces sometimes, king 10 suited, possible. Yeah, you have to be a little bit careful. You cannot do that too often. This time it did not work out, but I understand the thought process. And yeah, very nice pickup here for Big Hooney. Who's closing in on 30 million, I think.
And that's made even more impressive by the fact that he's to the direct right of that chip leader. Hengtao Zhu has found the right opportunities and seized upon them. Obviously some good hands involved as well, and some good laydowns. As he does open, cut off, 8-6 suited, pocket fours now for Zhu.
They're over 60 big blinds deep. I just call here with pocket fours. Play in position.
Garcia. What a delight to find ace-king in the big blind off of a north of 10 big blind stack. But with that tasty-looking flat on the button from Zhu, he is all too happy to jam. The decision will be an easy one for Hooney, and I would imagine not the most difficult for Zhu.
Yeah, and Garcia hasn't shown anything but really strong hands today. Often he didn't have to show them down at all, so Big Hooney, of course, does get away. Zhu is getting a good price here for 13 bigs, but he knows that Garcia's range is super strong. This is probably ace-queen plus, eights plus. Is it wider? It could be wider, but Garcia has been playing so tight. Don't think it's pocket threes and pocket deuces. He's getting a pretty good price, though. It's going to be flipping most of the time.
Yeah, you could see he was a little bit apprehensive about it, but he is in the lead by 10%. Fours against the ace-king in an almost 15 million chip pot. Can the Spaniard find another double?
Perfect.
8-8-9. We've not found the ace or king, but we have found an opportunity to counterfeit as Garcia. Another 9 would do the trick. Ace or a king would work as well. The 7 is of use. Add it to the 9 before it as the path to counterfeit. Can Garcia make this ace-king earn? Yes, he can. Running 7s.
Wow, a fist pump.
I would posit that that is perhaps on the order of a subdued response to taking it down and doing it the hard way.
What?
Everyone gets less sweat.
Yeah.
So Antonio Garcia with some respiration. 30 big stack now, and he's thinking at long last, as he has languished on a shorty, I've got chips to play some poker with.
Yeah, he's not the short stack anymore. And even 15 million for him now. I think he's past Bebop and maybe Konishi as well. All have relatively similar stacks now.
Maybe not. don't know what's going to happen.
And the first little dent to juice stack now. So, yeah, things have changed a little bit. We don't have a clear chip leader now anymore after Big Hooney is above 30 million as well. And we don't have a clear short stack either.
Runikin has now kind of shifted gears, dare I say. It was the 8-6 suited last time. Here, further removed from the button with a Queen 8 suited. Again, an Ace-King greets him, and in club form to make matters worse, Nikolai Bibov on the button, slathering 2.7.
Yeah, he's 3-betting to induce here in position. He loves his hand, Ace-King suited, not afraid to get it in. Quick fold from Queen 8.
You know, I do appreciate the willingness for Hooney not to posture, not to Hollywood, so to speak, and just get on with it in those situations. You'll see some others maybe look to save face. Bibov does a little snacking. Shields. Jack 10. Lets it go.
Opens the Queen 10 offsuit in early position. Probably the weakest hand he would open.
2.0.
And yeah, Bibov with another 3-betting candidate here. Last time he had it, he wanted to get it in with the Ace-King suited, and Ace-Jack offsuit is one of those that you want to 3-bet and steal the pot with. He would fold to a 4-bet jam.
I know it's just an immediate and single data point, but the immediacy, I wonder how it plays into the minds of those observing it, right? Bibov 3-bet, take it moments ago, now all of a sudden 3-betting and open again. Is this man simply shifting gears, or does he have it? Nishan makes no meal. And Nikolai once more hauls one in.
Yeah, since this was the weakest hand that Aishan opened with,
What you have now?
he has no issues in just laying this one down.
8.2, including this. You? 18?
17.6, I think.
Brandon, how much you have now?
8.2.
Queen for Zhu.
$1 million.
It's gonna pause and then make it 1 million.
Oh my goodness.
Again for Bibov.
Now, I just set the stage unwittingly for what is now going to be a third straight 3-bet from Bibov.
Yeah, there was a fold out of turn here from our Spaniard.
And by the way, that's not going to help in terms of somebody's ability to actually give credit to Bibov, because it only further incentivizes him, perhaps.
Yeah, this kind of makes this a cutoff range compared to a hijack range now for Bibov. And shields with ace-queen.
You know, it's really playing into this script. Imagine, if you will, being parked with an ace-queen offsuit here as shields. You got Zhu, who you expect to be active opening. You got Bebov, who you know knows that, who is now 3-betting a third straight occasion with a single fold out of position behind him. You could very well think this is yours for the taking.
Yeah, and Shields is our short stack now. I almost forgot about him. He has 16 big blinds. Oof. This is close.
What are you doing?
Yeah, good question. I think he could get away from this. I think I might lay this one down, but it's easy for me to say. I'm I'm sitting here seeing the cards. But the value range of Bebov does
The King-Queen
beat
Open,
the
by the way, is still
Ace-Queen.
out there. Pardon
Yeah.
the interruption. I know we flew it out from the graphics, but don't think to yourself we have another out of position fold here by Zhu suddenly.
Yeah, and this is, as we've said, the third consecutive 3-bet. Does that make it stronger? Does that make it weaker? This all goes through Brandon's mind here.
I mean, if this ace-queen is my submarine, I've got myself an inward-facing torpedo right now.
Very close one. Ace-queen suited. We're in there for sure, I think. Maybe this is the difference maker, this being offsuit. Ace-jack, fold for sure. Ace-king, of course, we're in.
Such a critical decision. He's shown restraint so properly before, but here he does say all in. The king-queen snap folds, and the bad news is shown to Brandon Shields, who has fought so hard, but you cannot blame him for questioning whether or not this one wasn't a prime opportunity to take it down pre. Instead, the opportunity that is prime belongs to the Bulgarian in an 18 million plus pot.
I couldn't believe he was able to do it 3 times in a row.
Definitely the right play for chips, for Chip EV. He said he wanted to go for the win.
Back up against the wall, and he can't find help here. 10-9-4 board, bringing Bebov closer to claiming a pelt and leaving us 7-handed. Looking for something sweaty as Shields. No such luck on the turn. And only Lady Luck can spare Britain's Brandon Shields. Is she lurking? No. Team Bulgaria erupts as the lava flow comes to a halt.
Brandon, who has played great all tournament. He's been fearless. He's been going for it. He's played some great hands. I respect that he went for it here with the ace-queen.
I do too. I think everybody can really relate and understand, and just consider the promptness with which everyone is getting up. Sure, the 60K pay ladder, we're happy.
What did you have? 3 million. Aces.
But everybody...
Yeah, the big size. I was like, why does he size up with ace, king, aces, or a good hand? But nice hand. You too. Good luck. Thank you very much. Good luck, guys. GG.
Prompt to deliver genuine professional respect to that man who earned it throughout.
Call me whatever you want.
And we know one thing about him. He will be back.
Oh,
for sure.
We've not seen the last of Brandon Shields. Yet another World Series of Poker cash, but a bracelet denied. And I don't think we're going to hold him accountable for the outcome here. That was just a hand of poker that understandably he played the way he did. So a date with Jeff Platt is in his near future, along with, of course, the 8th place payout of 185,000 euros. Nothing to scoff at. The remaining 7 guaranteed 245,000, and the next ladder 75K. Bebov, by the way, big pickup for him. Throttling up to 26 million. What a feeling.
Yeah.
A little bit of a setup hand, right? Third straight raise. Chip leader opened in front of you. You're 3-betting him direct left. Then you got the out of turn muck behind you. Like I said, I think I'm going with it as well, correct?
Yeah, Huni's saying the same thing here, mentioning that it was the third 3-bet in a row. It was just 16 big blinds.
Yeah.
I think he shoves.
I think it changes a lot, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
For close decisions like this, I mean.
It definitely was not good. I mean, it was an accident, though, obviously.
Yeah, because I was so focused on his bet size. I was calculating his bet size.
Bieber for the pocket threes.
Yeah, now he's opening instead of 3-betting. And he's doing it with a lot more chips than he had prior.
Right.
But remember, he did show down an ace-king, so there's that to consider. 8s for Kuzmanas.
5 seconds.
His appetite for altercation has been shown on more than one occasion, but here he plays it as a flat.
Yeah, it makes a ton of sense in position. There was no small blind this hand, by the way, after the departure of Brandon Shields.
King, queen, 9 board. Neither of these pairs love it.
Very quick check here from Bibov. Kuzmanas. Sometimes you want to bluff with some of these under pairs. I believe pocket 8s. Just a little bit too good to bluff with here right away. We're still ahead of all the lower pairs. So just check it back.
Board pairing 9 now. Less complicated than the flop before it, but still, understandably, no appetite. Out of Bibov. Flat calling range on the button for Kuzmanas is supposed to be smacking this pretty hard.
Yeah, after another check, still no reason to bet here for the Lithuanian. I expect another check.
Third 9 now. One of these boats more seaworthy than the other.
Yeah, Bibov hopes to win this against a hand like ace-10 here now. Does check it a third time. And yeah, Kuzmanas, it's a bit too weak to value bet. He has enough showdown, doesn't need to bluff. Small pickup.
Not this time. He won't, he win.
Bibov has to advise his rail that we didn't actually win that one. Guys, relax.
Cheer when you win, cheer when you lose. What? Oh.
King Jack suited now for Zhu.
$1 million.
You raise 1 million for pass.
Clear open. In these positions, we just fold our ace-9.
Well, ace-9 suited for Kuzmanas in the cutoff.
Yeah, suited. Things change. In the cutoff.
7 call.
Just call.
1 pass.
Has the spades covered. That's the good news. Always prepared to tread lightly against the chip leader are all parties. Although, again, Kuzmanos has shown a willingness to 3-bet Zhu. But the dynamic landscape, things are a bit fluid on this occasion. He comes with a different idea that opens the door for Big Huni to get involved. Healthy stacks in a 3-way pot. Ace, King, 8. Gutter versus second pair versus top pair. Something on the stovetop for every one of these chefs in a 3.75 million chip pot.
Yeah, Zhu has the by far strongest range here now. Ace, King, X really helps the pre-flop raiser. He has one of those hands that kind of wants to check though. Let's see how he approaches this spot. Does he want to just c-bet with his whole range? Decides to check.
Now Kuzmanos, no spade on board. But he knows Huni can take a price with a wide variety of hands. Maybe he thinks Zhu is playing relatively honest poker. Nevertheless, content to check back and see what's what. 6 of diamonds.
Yeah, the
Not
ace
bothersome.
The ace 9, one of the weaker ace X hands that Kuzmanos would flat pre. And he's a little bit afraid that the chip leader could check raise because he has all of these good hands that we spoke about. So he decides to check back. Makes sense. He can easily call a turn bet here. Zhu, after checking the flop, can definitely check this one more time. He's happy that no bet went in, but still he knows there could still be an ace in both Huni's and Kuzmanos' range. And now Kuzmanos can bet this. He could check one more time again. Yeah, I understand this. Delay it twice. I think should they both check again, then he could maybe value bet.
To the river we go.
I think Huni should just check here with Queen High. This board really helps both of these other players more than it does him. And the Queen of 10, not really the best cards to hold when you want to bluff. Zhu could put a little bet out there. He can check as well. Zhu thinks he has most of the time the best hand here now. Could try and bet against King 10. It would be a bit thin though, so he decides to check, maybe pick up a bluff here. And now Kuzmanos, after this check through another time, with a decision, does he want to bet now? It does look like Zhu has a king here, or a hand like pocket kings, or pocket queens or jacks, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it feels like better than ace 9 would have been heard from.
Yeah, most of the time. Kuzmanos knows once in a while this is a trap, and Zhu just goes for the triple check to check raise. But yeah, after checking back on the flop, checking back on the turn, now it's time to get some value with our ace. Easy fold for Huni. Difficult situation for Zhu now. The bet is relatively hefty. 2.8 against into 3.7. Around 70% pot, if my math is right. This could be something like pocket 5s, pocket 7s. Jack 10 suited. He does decide to call. Thinks he's too high up in his range after this check through. I get that call. And yeah, this worked out very well for Kuzmanos. He checked it back twice, got his value on the river.
Those have been tough chips to come by, as Zhu does end up paying them off. 2 streets of checking in front of the Lithuanian he felt was just too tempting. For there not to be some bluffs, some hands worse than King Jack. And that is a nice little pickup from Arias. I mean, they're all nice pickups, let's be honest.
At this point, yeah.
Raise and take the blinds and just be thrilled.
Thank you.
Yeah, all of these pots are worth a lot now. These pots look like small ones, but they're all worth 6 digits here at this point. 2 million for first.
Suited king up front for Beboff. No interest, offsuit for Garcia, same story. Now something to get our beaks wet with. Konishi.
Yeah, he's been very quiet. Picks up a real hand now, finally.
7 plus.
Jacks for Huni in the small. As you pointed out, Karai, Konishi hasn't been making a lot of noise. We expect that the open is in line. But we do have a good bit of hand. We've also got Zhu in the big behind us.
Yeah, Huni wants to get this in, even against the tighter range of Konishi. This is just 25 big blinds. Konishi, remember this yesterday, 4-bet jammed with Queen Jack off. So it's not like he's not capable.
This is 20.
And Huni knows this.
24 almost here. 20, 28-ish.
Five seconds.
Big decision for Konishi here. This could be a big flip if he decides to jam it in here.
Well, with 12 million back, is the flat even available?
It's an option, but the way Konishi played so far, I assume he's gonna jam, to be honest. He can definitely call and play this in position. I don't think we can fold here.
So he does fold.
Oh.
The one option that I think neither of us really anticipated, and yet it's the one that, on this lone occasion that I can recall was exercised, led to Brandon Shields' departure. So a little furrowing of the brow for you, Karai. That is exceedingly tight.
Yeah, I did not expect that, but Konishi knows that he's opening tight. He probably is very aware of the image that he has, so he assumes Big Huni's 3-bet is just strong. And taking that into consideration, Konishi decides ace-queen just not good enough to get it in.
Well, he does.
Yeah, they should be switched with the king should be in the back.
We should be able to see them, I think.
Pocket kings now for Konishi. This one won't find the bin.
6 raise 1 million. 7 bucks.
Directly removed from being 3-bet and folding it. He opens again to $1 million, and Huni's going to have the 1 to 3-bet him again. Ace-king suited, but this time Chris doesn't have the best hand.
I think around...
Quite the contrary.
I guess.
He's way behind.
Nah, 10... 11.5 or something.
2.6.
Raise 2,600,000.
Chris says 2.6. This is music to Konishi's ears because the fold is not in his future.
No, there won't be any folding this time. I would always just jam it in here. No reason to trap the pocket kings.
5 seconds.
I just want to get it in against ace, king, queens, jacks.
$4.7.
Yeah, he essentially gets it in. He clicks it back one more time just in case Huni's going crazy with something. And Hooney would have preferred seeing just a gem, I feel like, but of course ace
I
queen
mean,
suited.
the hand is the hand.
It still goes in.
This is a train wreck. No matter how the chips find their way into the middle, it does end up being by virtue of the clicky 4-bet. Then Chris Unikin asks for the rest, and Konishi happily obliges. 24 million chip pot, Karai.
How much is the all-in for?
So, ace.
Big flop.
The Broadway gutter on the Queen Jack 4 board. So add 10s to the mix of aces that Hooney's on the hunt for. Board pairing Jack. Things are still safe for Konishi, but he's holding his breath. And it's a clean 5 on the end. And you can see Hooney just shaking his head. Neither party did anything wrong, of course. You put them in one another's seats, and it plays out exactly the same. This was not a product of any indiscretions, but rather a deck that chose Akihito.
And now Konishi up to 24 million as well. The whole field is evening out in a way. This is getting very, very interesting.
11-5.
Yeah, good fold in hindsight with the ace queen there for Konishi. He got rewarded with the kings in the very next hand.
It's a good flop.
You know, it's incredible. You can spend orbit after orbit having to open and then fold, getting, you know, shoved on when you 3-bet light.
Yeah.
And all it takes is just one of those visits to the icebox for your opponent, and it's all okay. It's all better now.
Yeah.
And for Hooney, by the way, you know, listen, he's an emotional character. Underneath it all, every one of these guys, no matter how steely their affect at the table, are ultimately human. The disappointment of that is inescapable, but the importance of not allowing it to take root, somehow augment your perceptions of what your fate is here at this final table, and continue to do that which has earned you a top 7 finish in this main. That is what is incumbent.
7 raise 1 million.
Yeah, I agree. Emotions are allowed, but you cannot let them affect your play.
To be fair, I do romanticize the idea of just one day someone standing up, flipping the entire table over. You have to take 45 minutes to reconstruct the stacks, but absolutely going down in history as a stone legend. You know, Hooney just gorillaed the table right there. I think you have to wait for a bust out. You can't just, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know.
One outer, you know, like runner quads when you got the overpair, something like that, and then I think we allow it.
I've seen chips being thrown. I haven't seen the table being flipped yet.
You know, I'll tell you what, I was in Los Angeles at the Commerce Casino once upon a time, and old school pro Greg Mueller was playing against a gentleman named The Rock who had spun his box up to $1 million and back to zero on a couple of occasions, and he was playing heads up with Greg. And, you know, Greg's got some speech play on him and got under The Rock's skin, and at one point The Rock explained that, you know, if you keep it up, buddy, it's not going to go well. And Greg, I guess, couldn't help himself, and The Rock just reached into those $100 chip racks and began to throw stacks of Greg's hundreds that formerly belonged to The Rock across the entire high limit area. And I'm not talking like in one little, just full bore, like it was incredible. I don't think he got them all back.
No, probably not. Yeah.
It was it was a legendary moment. Meanwhile, Shen, King 8 suited, you know, he's been kind of smacked up a little bit. Not sure how intact the table image is. Hooney's King Queen, of course, a reasonable 3-bet candidate. But remember, he just lost with the Ace King. So all of this meta could be playing a part in Shen's mind.
Yeah, he gets a little bit unlucky in a way that all of these opens are reasonable, but they are all just the weakest parts of his range. So I think King 8 suited He's probably having to fold once again. We saw the queen 10 offsuit earlier. All of these opens are standard, but you, of course, at some point want to have top of range as well. And Big Huni, yeah, not afraid to go after it right away. King, queen offsuit, good 3-bet bluffing candidate. Takes the spot, wins the pot.
Five, six, not going to get the chip leader's interest. Folded around to Bebov, suited queen in the cutoff.
Yeah, he could play this one.
Looks like he agrees.
Call raise 1 million.
2 scoops.
King 9 off in the big blind for Kutzmanis. I don't see him do anything but call. Around 50 bigs deep. They have very similar stacks.
Ten-4 deuce. Both kits divorced from this board.
7 check.
Bebop with a range advantage here. Can c-bet this one. Let's see if he wants to go for a small standard size or if he wants to size up a little bit maybe. Yeah, he does. Around half pot. It makes sense on a flop like this one. You want to do this with a strong hand as well, like pocket jacks, pocket queens would size up as well. The big blind doesn't have all of these 2-pair combinations. No 10-4, no 10 deuce. So the range advantage helps. And yeah, we pick it up right here with the queen 6.
Well, let's not overlook the willingness to put the c-bet out there, which, again, the pressure of the lights in the moment sometimes can leave us a little more apprehensive. Not Nikolai Bebov, though. Get a look at the chips in play right now, just the quarters, hundreds, and 500Ks.
Yeah, the chat pointing out that you can hear Martin Cabrera in the background sometimes.
Sure.
Some other events going on as well.
Yeah. Martin never far away, is he?
Most eyes are on this one though, as Garcia picks up another monster. Another marginal hand for A-Shen. Queen 8 offsuit. Queen 9 he would call for sure, I think. A weaker queen he would lay down.
5 seconds.
Maybe he thinks as the more experienced player and having the bigger stack, he can call a little bit wider, but he has other ideas.
Yeah, the queen 8 takes us upstairs to 3.8 million.
Yeah, so this is the third option. He thought queen 8 offsuit, maybe a marginal call as well, so why not 3-bet this one?
I wonder whether or not he thinks that he looks a little weak right now just based on what's happened thus far whenever he's gotten involved at the table, and that might have lent to targeting Garcia, who has chosen to flat the ace-king Karai.
Interesting. I think most people would have just been all in here. Cutoff versus big blind. He decides to trap in a way.
9-5 tray rainbow. when the flat comes in, Aishen knows that that's a real holding that Garcia's sitting on, but is it the type that interacts with 9-5-3 better than my 3-bet?
Yeah, he thinks that the 9-5-3 is a relatively good flop for him. At least I would expect Garcia to mostly have maybe some suited broadways here, maybe a little bit weaker than ace-king suited most of the time, maybe something like king-jack, king-queen suited, maybe some ace-jack suited. And for that reason, Aishen just bets small here, tries to fold these out. King, queen of hearts, king, jack of diamonds, all would have to fold here right away.
Well,
and he even gets ace-king suited out of the way.
That is an incredible result, and this is the argument in favor of Garcia maybe taking a little bit more initiative with a hand that performs so well against the almost full range of Aishen in the event that the chips get in pre. So perhaps the greatest example of a deviation that you can't get behind that we've witnessed thus far here at this FT?
Yeah, I would say so. I think he underestimated Aishen here a little bit and Aishen's capability of having bluffs here. He really thought this 3-bet would be strong from the big blind. Maybe himself, if he 3-bet from the big blind, that would mean that it's a good hand. So he thought his opponent just has a good hand as well. I think a little bit of a mistake here, maybe.
1 million.
1 million declared from Zhu under the gun.
6 plus, 7 plus, 1 plus.
Easy call here for Huni with the ace-3 of hearts.
6, 7, 8. After the big blind defense, 2 overs and the gutter for Zhu.
Eight, 7, 6, good for the range of the big blind. Zhu has the 10 of clubs though. It has very nice interaction. I can still see him checking this one back here though. Yeah. He notices that the big blind will have 8-7, 8-6, 7-6, straights out there, 5-4 that Zhu would not open pre, but the big blind would defend.
And we're so thrilled to have checked back and found a 9 on the turn, 2-tone board texture, but here is Zhu with the 10 high straight, and Huni not necessarily thinking about, oh, I have ace-3 of hearts, but oh, I have that range advantage. Does resist temptations to tell a story.
Yeah, he definitely could have considered a bet here, trying to represent these hands that we just talked about. He will have more 10x, more 5x, and more of these 2 pairs especially. He doesn't want to bluff every time though. Maybe with the ace he does not want to, so he checks it.
2 million.
And that allows Zhu to declare 2 million, which presumably will bring this one to a close.
Yeah, Huni should just fold here.
Well, Brandon, I know not the way you scripted the day out, but do you allow yourself to be proud of a run like this?
At this point, yes. I think I felt a lot more nervous yesterday, weirdly, but the threshold of making the final was such like a and then when you're not first out, that's another like sign of relief. Obviously, then it can only get worse once you're at 8 left, like if you bust at this point. But yeah, no, I feel surprisingly good. Like I went with my read in the hand against Huni. I just didn't think he'd see bet that big with a good hand. I was wrong, and I'd rather have gone with it and got it wrong than not gone with it and wish I'd gone with it. So I'm happy with the hand, despite the last hand was kind of brutal the way it played out. Like. Did you see?
Yeah, I saw the end result.
Yeah, it was fold out a turn from the button, and then fold out a turn from two fold out turns in the same hand, which is like obviously really weird dynamic, and a card off the table, which I was hoping was exposed to give me some info, but it wasn't. Yeah, mate. I did when he first raised. I had the inclination he had something good, but then you know, it was just it felt like too good of a spot to get away with then the stack set up, and maybe I could have folded, but I made a good fold with ace queen before that. Maybe two good folds with ace queens too many.
Does this overall run impact your confidence moving forward at all in a positive way?
I think so, yeah, because I felt really comfortable throughout the tournament, even, you know, being in the huge spots. Felt like I'm supposed to be here, playing these stakes, playing these positions. So, yeah, always feeling more confident when you get more runs.
Thank you for the time. Heck of a run at it.
That's all right.
Brandon Shields, 8th place finisher at the World Series of Poker Europe main event, guys.
The thing that stood out, Karai, I'd rather have gone with it and gotten it wrong than have not gone with it and kind of been left wondering what could have been.
Very nice interview from him, and yeah, I totally agree with what he said.
Ace Queen of Spades, Kuzmanas, not suffering any ill fate after popping his head up with it.
Yeah, also very interesting to hear Brandon's thought process about the hand. With these folds out of turn, very annoyingly, they influence his decision. That makes a ton of sense. Even without them, it's not like crazy to get it in there with ace queen at all for just 16 bigs. But yeah, with those folds.
There is a look at the glorious World Series of Poker Europe main event bracelet, which comes with 2 million euros in tow. It is going to be a dogfight before we crown a champ here. That's certainly something I think everybody can agree upon based on what we've seen. Konishi, King Jack, taking us up.
Yeah, and you can see everyone respects his opening range. He's been relatively tight. Quick folds from ace-8 and king 10, and Bebop just a call from the big with 10s. Makes a ton of sense. He doesn't want to get it in against under the gun +1. He just calls.
And by the way, he loves this flop. 6, 7, 8, an overpair with a gut shot straight draw. Doesn't have a diamond in hand. Couple of overs for Konishi. Action checked over. He does have that king of diamonds.
Yeah, but same flop that we've just seen. Again, 8, 7, 6. That helps the big blind. Konishi wants to bluff at it right away, though, using that king of diamonds that you mentioned.
Are you surprised at his willingness to fire at this particular board texture against big blind defense?
A little bit, yeah. I would have liked the check back as well. Sometimes you wanna bet, though. Some cheers for I think Martin.
Cabral causing a ruckus elsewhere in the room. To the turn we go.
1.9.
Queen now, the one piece of paint that doesn't help Konishi, but undaunted, he fires again here. 1.9. Targeting maybe some of that one pair stuff, and the 10s.
Wow.
Find the bin.
Wow. Now I understand Konishi's flop bet a little bit better. He had a plan. He fires again on the turn, and yeah, Bebop was a believer here with the pocket 10s. He had a pair, he had the gutter as well, but he didn't beat the value range, and he decided this is not a bluff. Let's get out of here. He was wrong.
Seen some pretty remarkable levels of discipline and restraint being shown. Looks like Martin helped himself up to the stage to get a first-person peek at what's going on.
Sorry, how much are you playing? How much? You?
10 approximately. 9.
About 9, thank you.
Ashen, another relatively marginal one here. I think he's going to open the 9-8 suited in the hijack as well.
One raise, 1,100,000.
He doesn't want to get 3-bet again, but it's going to happen again, I think.
It's really remarkable the number of occasions on which he has just run into a bad situation, you have to applaud his willingness to stay the course.
Yeah, he's very studied. He just knows his ranges. Big Hoodie, he knows them as well. He knows queens, of course.
Doesn't require a
Easy
lot of
3-bet.
studying.
Yeah.
To know to 3-bet with the ladies.
And yeah, Ashen starting to get a little bit annoyed, or at least I would would get it. He doesn't seem to be bothered too much, at least on the outside.
Yeah, you're right. And I think that's important. Obviously, if he's going to stay the course like this, he can't all of a sudden get exceedingly frustrated or let on whatsoever, that he's cognizant of what's been taking place or perceiving it in some way as personal.
Yeah, he's too experienced for that.
Yeah.
The guy is playing 100K buy-ins. He's won EPT Paris.
Ace queen for him here. Boy, this hand has really become the hand du jour.
True.
One raise, 1,100,000. Two plus, three plus, four plus.
1.1, and well, it's going to be Garcia's turn to 3-bet. Karai shaking his head. You can hardly believe just how frequent this spot is going to be for Ashen already. Just a level and a half into the day. But you know, it's been spread across enough different players, and I think those players have kind of had intact table image.
Yeah.
That maybe. But look, this is a man who at some point is going to have his fill of it.
Yeah, he doesn't love this at all once again, though. This is not late position against late position. This is an early position open and a relatively tight player.
8-4.
Jamming in here for his tournament life.
8-4-ish.
Maybe he's at some point also asking himself, is he getting picked on?
Good luck.
Look. And sit one code.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
The luck is going to have to be Ashen's if he hopes to avoid doubling the Spaniard, who's already found duplication on 2 occasions here at this final table, looking to do it again here as the Cowboys mount up, and they've got ace-queen in the lasso.
Yeah, he deems that Garcia would do this with king-queen and ace-jack as well. Thinks ace-queen is a little bit too strong.
And no magnetism of aces on this occasion by those kings. Should feel like just always draw an ace on the flop. Not doing so on the turn either. And Ashen, it's just 3 paths to breaking the heart of Garcia. That's the one-legged ace on the end. Not going to cut it. And the Frenchman will whittle down to 13 million as Garcia works his way up to 18. Yeah, you see a little smirk of disappointment there for Thomas. But it's all been fairly legitimate when people have smothered him. And with that, it gives us an opportunity to send it down to Nada Taha, who's standing by with a report on the 20K high roller taking place elsewhere in the room.
One of the biggest arguments in sports is if a GOAT can be a GOAT without a championship. And Nicholas Osted is that in poker. He's arguably one of the best online poker players ever, with over $50 million in earnings, but he's never won a bracelet. He is trying to do that today. He is chip leading in the 20K high roller event here in Prague, and he's trying to show the world what the internet has already known. But will he win that bracelet? We'll have to wait and see.
Thanks, Naha. Nada. Sorry.
Yeah, Nicholas.
I conflated.
Niklas Asted here with the shades. Maybe the biggest legend of online MTTs out there.
Lena 900?
Yeah, that's his nickname.
World Series of Poker main event final tableist. I believe it was a third place finish.
He finished third like two or 3 years ago, yeah. Last I saw him was randomly on a flight from Bangkok to somewhere else in Thailand. He was there with his family. I was there with some friends as well this winter.
That is quite random,
Yeah.
by the way, considering neither of you are really supposed to be in Thailand for any particular reason, and then an intra-Thai flight.
I think it was Koh Samui to Bangkok, yeah, in February.
Like Koh Samui. Some good fried fish down in that night market.
Oh, you've been there as well.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah. 7-8 suited. We've been here with a chip leader open and a Kuzmanas defense. Queen 10, obviously defendable, and quite pleased to look up a 10-7 deuce. Second pair for Zhu. Reasons for him to be happy about it. Let's see how he approaches 2.8 out there.
Yeah, 8-7 in a hand that, yeah, there's some reason in checking back here. Middle pair. An overcard to it as well, to the 7 with the 8. Good turn card here for Kuzmanas. It is the third spade, but we have top 2, of course. Yeah, he checks because in general the queen helps Zhu's range a little bit more. Although in this case it helped Kuzmanas' actual hand.
See Zhu deliberating.
I think we will see another check here. We have showdown value here, no reason to bluff.
Now the fourth spade is a pretty disappointing card for both players, as Zhu has made 2 pair of his own.
Yeah, if this wasn't 4 spades, this would be quite the setup. I think with 4 spades out there, none of them having one, this could just go check though. I think Kuzmanas just wanna check and decide here, and Zhu can just show this down as well. Yeah, I think this would be a little bit thin to value bet. Check it goes. Winner for Kuzmanas.
Sort of a rare occasion on which players that both flop a pair and improve on various streets don't ever get another chip in post-flop.
Yeah, quite the stacked final table that we've just seen in the 20K with Niklas Asted. Ren Lin there as well, Paulius Vaitikunas, another Lithuanian.
Pauly V.
Chris Wynn, my buddy from Germany.
He's queen now for Big Huni as that hand just continues to plague this final table. It has not earned much on the day. Sort of a toxic relationship, the ace-queen.
Ace-7 off, easy fold. In the small blind, Ace-9 in the big blind. Let's see what he has. 8-6 off. I think this is just a fold against under the gun. This is a little bigger than a min raise as well. $25 bigs to start the hand. I think we want 8-7 off here. Yeah.
So raise and take there for Huni. get the sense he's still thinking about that last ace-king versus 2 kings. It's only natural. Feels like whenever you're talking to a friend during a break or something, they're like, oh man, this was a chip lead pot. I had this one hand, you know, that's the focal point. Not everything that went right, you know.
True, yeah. Yeah, you always think about the ones that went badly.
Sure.
The weakest of aces for Kuzmanos on the button.
7 raise 1 million.
Deems this still good enough to open. Yeah, early in the tournament, I think Aishan would call here with the queen 5 suited from the small.
You have 19?
On the final table, though,
No more.
yeah, you need to get away from this.
He's only got 12 million left, by the way.
Yeah.
So like 26?
You can feel that he really wants something to happen.
Queen Jack offsuit now for Huni, defendable.
And 2 call.
Yeah, Huni is balanced there with asking for the stack size. He knows that he just wants to call with the Queen Jack.
Oh, and top 2 for him here. Kuzmanos with nothing to get excited about.
2 check.
Very bad flop for Kuzmanos' actual hand here.
Yeah.
Let's see if he wants to represent, though.
Just important to remind folks that when you see something that makes you scratch your temple, it's not so much that the player is acting based on their actual hand, but rather what their range wants to do. And in particular against opposition that knows what those ranges are. A little deuce here for Marius.
Yeah, he still doesn't want to just c-bet blindly on this flop, although it's relatively good for him. But straight is possible. 10-8 offsuit, more in the big blinds than the button's range. So he checks it back with an ace, makes sense. And Huni, after the check back, knows he almost always has the best hand here.
2 million.
He can bet relatively big here. Yeah, he does. 2 into 2.7. Yeah, this is a spot where you don't really want to bet small, because when you bet, you're saying you have a good hand, and sometimes that's how it works. Then you want to bet big. He could do this with a 10x as a bluff. Maybe with king x sometimes. And of course with a hand like queen jack.
5 seconds. 7 plus.
Yeah.
To win.
Kuzmanos has to fold here. He did turn a pair, but that's not good against the value range, and he'd rather call with something like a pair and at least a gutter to go along with it.
Just lowly deuces is pretty ambitious. Keeping things uneventful post is the Lithuanian as Huni trends back in the right direction. Wow, I don't know if you're seeing this on the left of your screen though. As the card's being dealt out, Aishan almost in a meditative, self-centering state. He had his eyes closed. You know, I'd be willing to bet that's Esther Taylor's voice bellowing through the tournament area in support of Chris Unikin. Ite made the final table of the Poker Players Championship, a 50K mixed game event last summer.
7 raise 1 million.
You have more blacks, yeah?
Oh. Kuzmanos at it from the cutoff this time.
Yeah, Ite, great poker player. I got a message from her earlier today as well. James Dempsey talked about it yesterday. She called Aishan one of the best players she's ever played against.
Wow.
So yeah, cool to see her
High
out
praise.
here supporting Huni.
3.9.
6 We raised 3,900,000.
Uh-oh. Cuny's sniff against Kuzmanis' range from the small blind with king-queen off was accurate, but the scent of aces behind him, that he didn't pick up on, and of course there was really no information off of which to do so. Zhu, your chip leader, what an unbelievable opportunity for him.
Very nice spot for him. He's quickly covering that neck that is probably pumping right now. He's of course hoping that one of those guys has a real hand, but even this is great for him. He can click it back. Yeah.
Yep. 8 million, and what's so delightful about this is that added wrinkle of, is this guy throwing weight around or is this a real one? Queen Jack, nothing to think about. Now back over to Chris.
24, 23, 24. Oh, you have chips back there?
And yeah, Chris, Big Hooney, he knows he's supposed to fold this one probably, but he's one of those guys, if he doesn't believe his opponent, he will go for it.
5 seconds.
And Zhu could have something like ace-5 suited here sometimes, maybe he's thinking. He does take his time.
You talked about him being a guy that swings for the fences. He wants to win this one, but he is keenly aware of the ICM right now. 2 million up top. This is a very top-heavy payout structure.
Yeah, it's the correct fold though with king-queen off. It's just a 3-bet bluff. You're trying to steal the pot right there, and after 4-bet behind you, it's the right play. He was thinking about it, but came to the right decision.
That he did. It is just all gone Zhu's way. I think only one occasion on which he's lost a pot of any consequence that I can recall. King 10 suited for Garcia. This position pretty early. Doesn't have a taste for it. Konishi with the ace 10.
Yeah, Garcia really looking to let her up. I think everyone else would have played that hand. He doesn't want to from first position.
Nothing brewing behind.
1 pass.
I think the reason Hooney is waiting a little bit is here because he knows the level is coming to an end and he want the blinds to go up before that next hand.
You'll see some sporting moves like that from time to time. In fact, some people will be very transparent about their desire to park an inflated big blind on a player. They'll go through time banks.
Yeah.
And, you know, I mean, you are allowed to use those time banks as you see fit. And if the edge that you're looking to get is in that street,
5 seconds.
it's allowed. I think it's considered an uncomfortable, kind of uncouth process, but...
Yeah, Zhu with a nice looking hand here, Queen 9 suited, decides to come along from the small. Bebop, Ace Jack, qualified as well. He didn't even consider a 3-bet, it seems, just want a flat. He knows he's doing well with the Ace Jack against the Rangers, but doesn't want to bloat the pot.
Three-way affair, and it is Zhu's Queen 9 that winds up well in front of the boys on this Queen high flop. Both blinds checking around to Konishi, who doesn't love this, but having a lot of credible Queen X in range. He does bet 1 million.
Yeah, we've seen him c-bet a little more than some of the other players in these situations. I think a lot would have checked back here.
And remember, he did come with another barrel on the turn last time out when he got called.
True.
Which only Zhu does, and on the turn, a third diamond now. This would be a really ambitious second barrel out of Konishi. I'm not sure he brings one this time, especially against Zhu, the Reaper.
It would be ambitious, especially once people start finding out about these hands.
Yeah, great point.
When you have a good image, you can sometimes just go for it, but at some point, players might question their folds. And yeah, not any interaction with the ace-10 here for Konishi at all. This would be a stone cold bluff. Yeah, he decides against it, and I like that. You cannot just bluff every time.
Now a fourth diamond out there. Who has more of the single diamond combos right now between Zhu and Konishi? Who's more likely to have the flush?
At this point, probably Konishi has more ace of diamonds sort of hands. Zhu can have a lot of the flushes on the turn already after check calling. But if just talking about the ace of diamonds, the nuts, I think Konishi could represent that. He would have barreled sometimes on the turn, but not every time. He knows.
Go on.
Yeah, he knows he's not going to win this one by checking down.
It feels that way. And when that is the case, we often see this image, a player reaching for chips. And as tasty as that Queen 9 felt on the flop, it feels pretty acrid right about now.
$3.6 into 5.8.
In line with what a bigger diamond would be delivering, size-wise?
Yeah, yeah, sometimes, yeah. You could go bigger as well, maybe, if you have the nuts. But Konishi probably knows best what sizing he would choose, and he gets the queen to fold.
Done. Tough tokens to pick up, but pick them up he does. Akihiro Konishi. Nice note on which to head to the break, as all other parties had done so. And planting himself just behind Heng Tao Zhu with this 28 million is Konishi. Just 4 million and change back. Kuzmanos in third, followed by Bebop, Unikin, Garcia, and Aishen, as the blinds will be going up yet again here in the main. They've given us all we could ask for. Kurai, as you see, the dearly departed Niholme and Shields. 245 on lockup. 320 if you can work your way into sixth. We'll work our way to the break. Back in about 15 with more from the World Series of Poker Europe main event final table here in Prague. Stay close.
It's all under control.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Just go play it.
All poker players share the same dream, taking their seat at the WSOP. And GG Poker is the only place where you can qualify online. You can qualify for free for low buy-ins and win your seat at the WSOP circuit events, or take your game to Paradise in the Bahamas, or go for glory in the Las Vegas main event, the World Series of Poker, only on GG Poker.
Bad. And then we went to the game and watched Argentina beat the Netherlands. And then we went to Argentina because we wanted to watch with Argentinians. And then Argentina lost very badly to Germany. Are you German?
No.
Okay.
The game ever. How do people know about the game? Brazil.
Where are you from?
Poland. Bad river for me to block. We'll have another time. Some places better than São Paulo, you know?
Oh, I know.
Have a good beats, you know?
Yeah, no. And
the south.
I want to go to the place where like 4 countries meet and they have the waterfalls.
It's the Foz do Iguaçu.
What is it?
Foz do Iguaçu.
Yeah, I want to go there.
Over there?
No, I want to go.
Oh, go, nice.
Oh, river easy call. I don't have that much. I got 25 feet. Easy call.
What part of America do you live?
The middle.
The middle?
Like the redneck countries, this part, that's where I'm at. Oklahoma.
Oklahoma?
Yeah. No T-Rex
Help
arms.
the dealer.
What?
Help the dealer.
Yeah, no T-Rex arms, guys. You gotta push your cards up.
Help the dealer.
It's so far.
Yeah. Terrible to work with.
Lucky didn't see me.
Sunset. 7 bet, 25,000.
It has to be more. Well,
And the nuts.
It has to be 50,000
Nuts.
minimum raise, right?
Yeah, it can be 50,000 minimum.
I feel like a very lazy American. I made no effort to learn any Czech before coming here because I heard I didn't need to, but I still feel bad. Like I should have tried. I don't know one word of it. Made no effort.
1.5.
Most Americans only speak one language. So.
1,500.
Well,
Unless they're-
it feels like rude, but I'm embracing it this time.
Do you speak any other languages?
No, like I mean, not really. Like enough Italian to not die. Like I don't know.
Yeah. All right.
I mean, not actually, but like enough that I prepared for my trip and I could ask for directions in it and get around.
It's always nice to know a couple of words wherever you go.
Yeah, it's a big difference between that and zero, at least.
Yeah.
and then my wife is like good in French and fluent in Spanish. So between the two of us, it's 2 1/4 languages, 3 1/4 language.
12,200. One pass, two pass, four pass.
How much is it? I'm sorry.
12,200. This meal doesn't.
Wow, in French.
Oui.
It's a 3 second.
We raise 5 bets. You seem to be strong in this set. Very, 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 very strong, and I am not strong enough. Take it.
Every time you open, they 3-bet.
Yeah, every time.
What's going on? Is it like picking on the German guy?
Maybe.
Is that what's going on here?
He's the hot.
No.
If it was 2009, he would be quick for bet.
Right, like 2009. These days, no. These days,
Wasn't the
it's
popular
real
on
to,
those days?
figure
Or it
out
was later. You know, like
later.
5 bet, 6 bet, 7 bet.
I'm in a fastball. Some people, yeah, but
Yeah.
I would say
I remember I was too young back then, so I was watching it and 7 bet shove it, ace 6 off and stuff.
and that was
For the days.
that was Chris Oliver.
Yeah, well, I run into him sometimes
Yeah, yeah,
online,
so
and
he
it
still plays
seems like
super
he
tight.
plays much tighter these days. Yeah.
Super tight.
Maybe he'll learn his lesson
I don't know. It's good
from the wild times. I mean, tight and solid. I mean, like,
Okay. These cards, I'm used to 4-color decks.
I need 4 color cards. I never know if there's a flush or not.
I did not expect a bet.
Yeah, but it took me a while.
I don't know, man. I'm not gonna fold him. No way. No. Huh?
30,800.
Jesus. This is not a good situation. I don't know. I don't think I can fold. It's 30,000, right? 30,000. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, man. So there's like 25 or something in the middle before, and there's 37-ish, and then.
Ciao.
Ciao. They could try at that.
Bueno.
Ciao.
Another one bites the dust.
I knew you had these kings.
Call.
6, go.
Call.
And 8, go. Wait, check. One, that. 1.2. 2, go.
No, I keep one back.
24.
40, no, plus other 2.
But I only have 24.
Around the
Just give him one chance.
40,000.
Here's the one for him.
52 have the less chips. 52 goes in all in. And one the pot.
Just give him 1,000.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna give it.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, I went to the Lino was 24.
Yeah.
62.
That was good.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Let's go play it.
All poker players share the same dream, taking their seat at the WSOP. And GG Poker is the only place where you can qualify online. You can qualify for free, for low buy-ins, and win your seat at the WSOP circuit events, or take your game to Paradise in the Bahamas, or go for glory in the Las Vegas main event, the World Series of Poker, only on GG Poker.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the World Series of Poker Europe main event final table, where 7 of our original 9 runners are still intact. Nobody in immediate danger, as Thomas Ashan has 20 bigs and plenty of experience that he will know how to bring to his 12 million, but well off of the mark that he brought into the day. On the mark for the bulk of the day has been Heng Tao Zhu, 54 bigs deep. Ali Najad alongside Karai Aldemir as we get the cards back in the air at the new blind level, 3 and 600,000 with a 600K big blind ante, and one cannot overstate just how critical every single decision is, and the need to play pots is going to begin to creep up on some of those stacks at the bottom portion of the leaderboard, Karai, as we see Kuzmanas with a couple of 9s opening. Uh-oh.
Yeah, Ashen, the short stack now, pocket kings, first hand after the break.
This is the right prescription.
2,700,000.
I don't want to jinx him, but maybe it's all going to turn around this level.
2.7 million, the 3-bet. And at this point, one would imagine that in the respective camps, information has been shared with regards to unseen holdings. Some of those belonging to Kuzmanas earlier as a 3-better, showing a little bit more appetite for bigger pot action. He's going to take his time before deciding how hungry he is to square off with Aishan.
Yeah, close one here with the pocket nines. All options make some sense. It's a pretty small 3-bet though. I don't think he wants to fold. Does he just want to jam? Have some fold equity, get it in against ace-king?
There's your answer, as Aishan will no doubt beat him into the pot and show the kings against the nines. Nobody likes to see the all-in player with the best of it, but 23% equity for Kuzmanas means the Frenchman is not out of the woods yet. Sight set on a double in a 26 million chip pot. Every one of these all-ins so consequential. 9-6 straight, top set for Kuzmanas. Aishan with no spades.
I'll take his spades.
Yeah, you sure will, preferably the king. Instead, it's the deuce. And the king of clubs is already in the muck, Karai. One pure out to keep the talented Aishan in place, and the 10 of diamonds isn't it.
Wow, he's been lucky yesterday with some all-ins, but today he's been really unlucky.
Yeah. I mean, he got up and after it in a few spots that maybe some others would not have. And he really got ironed out on almost every occasion, but that one there is unjust, as he very easily could have been sat there with 26 million. Instead, he sits on 245,000 euros and a 7th place finish, along with the dream of what could have been.
Yeah, he just had bottom of his range most of the time, and now he finally picked up the pocket kings, got it in good.
Yeah.
2 outer.
Yeah, that was absurd.
One of those days.
Bro?
Indeed.
Yeah, let him count his shit. Let him.
New chip leader. No, I think he already knows. He's the new chip leader. Smart guy. 3.
Kuzmanas, 63 bigs and 38 million, being anointed the new chip leader on the back end of that one.
Yeah, and no one seems to mind Aishan being out of here.
No, of course. Forgive the obvious in terms of the pay ladder that they're all going to be enjoying, as they are now all guaranteed the additional 75,000 euros and 320K with a 105,000 euro ladder between 6th and 5th, but also the vacancy of all the talent that Aishan was bringing to this FT, clearing the path for glory.
1.2.
1.2 declared by Zhu, cut off a6. Konishi.
Yeah, you want to fold a lot of offsuit hands in the big blind, but 8-4 suited. Defendable.
Ace, king, queen. Top pair for Zhu and no real interest for Akihiro-san.
Zhu could c-bet here, of course. Ace, king, queen does help him. There's a straight out there. Sometimes you want to check your weakest aces. Let's see what he decides to do. He does bet. The less your opponent check raises you in general with your range, the more often you want to c-bet. It's going to take this one down.
38. How much you have?
Yeah, it's very close there now for the chip lead.
35, 36 maybe. Not 100% sure.
Sorry, it didn't flash. It really didn't flash.
So the easy c-bet and take there for Zhu, but perhaps the unease of no longer holding the chip lead, that belonging to Kuzmanas, but not far behind, is the Finn. Hijack Jack 10 offsuit being considered.
Yeah, from the hijack you can open this.
1.2.
As the big stack.
1.2 into Garcia's button. Antonio with the 8s. He's found multiple double ups already on the day. What he hasn't found is a stack that he can really breathe easily with. Brings the flat. Ace king now for Konishi.
Yeah, good spot for the Japanese. He's gonna 3-bet. Oh, did he announce 7.4? That's hefty.
I was just thinking the same thing. Is this just an error in sizing here? Perhaps misreading the situation, or is there intention?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe with a hand like ace king off, he just wants to win this pot.
Yeah, I mean, you really narrow the range of the opposition to
Yeah.
things that have ace king not performing all too well when you make it 7.4.
You do get 8s to 4 though, you don't mind that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think I would have preferred a little smaller 3-bet here.
A 33.8. 33.8.
So on the heels of the Garcia pickup, Bebov with an ace-4 suited.
Yeah, the ace so valuable at final tables. And in suited form, an easy open for the Bulgarian. Smanas has an ace as well, offsuit out of position though. He's probably gonna get away from this one. Is considering it though. He's the big stack now. He could put a lot of pressure on Bebov should he elect to 3-bet here. Oh, and he goes for it.
You know, this is the sort of stuff that becomes more and more available to us as our stack grows. And Bebov being dressed down here.
And I really like 3-betting these 35 big blind stacks, these 40 big blind stacks. It's a little bit too much for them to 4-bet jam. It would be a lot easier should they have like 26, 27 big blinds, and now for Bebov, exactly that runs through his mind. Ace-4 suited is one of those that sometimes wants to be aggressive pre-flop.
I was just thinking.
But does he want to jam 35 bigs? Probably not.
Does he have to jam?
Maybe a small 4-bet, Ali.
You can feel the tension as he mulls over the options.
Of course, nothing wrong with just letting this one go here. Ace-4 suited is not the best hand here.
Opportunity to make a statement too, though, to Kuzmanas. And maybe question the veracity of a 3-bet off of this newly minted chip lead.
Yeah, and Bebov has been playing very quickly so far, usually, and this time he takes his time. He's really thinking about it.
Oh, you got to respect this response, Karai. 9 million, the declaration, and all of a sudden, this flower wilts.
And he's risking 9 out of his 21 million stack. This is a huge risk he's taking, and he gets rewarded. Very nice play here by Bebov.
Well, he's giving you a sense of what kind of player he is. And it's unsurprising when you consider the Bulgarian talent. No doubt he's able to bounce ideas off of some of the best. Many high rollers hailing from there. They're starting to roll their shirt sleeves up. It really is the kind of world-class behavior and play befitting of this moment.
Yeah, and six-handed now, you cannot just wait for good hands here now.
Well, the poker gods have immediately rewarded Bebop for the aggression. No waiting, a good hand delivered right away under the gun. 2 queens, and the benefit of maybe looking like a man who's pushed in the clutch and shifted a gear.
Small
Garcia.
pocket pair from Garcia, yeah, he can just fold. Konishi with an ace himself. Yeah, you cannot just blindly 3-bet every time you have an ace, don't get me wrong. Zhu has ace-7 of hearts in the big.
Could be a straightforward defense and see what's what. That is the cozy option chosen.
Yeah, the most obvious 3-bet bluffs would be ace-2 offsuit, ace-3 offsuit, but the suited ones you can just call with.
And by the way, he's going to get himself a little action here from an overpair with a heart. Nuts, no waiting, and this is disaster on the horizon for Bebop.
Yeah, this is quite the setup here.
Remember when I said the poker gods have rewarded him? Maybe they didn't. Is what looks so good pre, looks so bad post. 1.1 lights the fuse.
Yeah, third pot here, and if Zhu would see Bebop's hand, he might just raise. I expect him to call more often than not, though. His hand is just so good. Doesn't need any protection, really.
Another 2.2 into the middle, and a board pairing jack actually allows Bebop to potentially make a winner should a third hook or a queen say hello.
Yeah, he also knows that Zhu can easily have a jack here that would have him beat.
And wouldn't be keen on the monotone flop texture to announce itself.
Exactly.
Nice check back from Bebop. Not so nice 9 of clubs, though, as he fails to improve. And now let's see how greedy Zhu will get with 5-5 in the kitty.
Yeah, he's thinking about this. Does he want to check raise, maybe? Does he want to bet? I would bet this myself here. He can incredibly wrap some busted hearts as well. The hand is probably not good enough to check raise with, so just bet ourselves. He disagrees. It has worked out before when he set the trap in these kind of spots.
I confess I'm a little bit surprised. Obviously, we can potentially induce a hand much weaker than queens on occasion, but as played, there's going to be a good bit of Bebop's range that would hunt cheap showdown here.
Yeah. The pocket queens, though? After getting checked to, yeah, Bebop was thinking the same things we did.
And let's see, his sizing of 2.2, I would imagine is relatively similar to what Zhu may have dialed up if he had bet himself, maybe a little on the leaner side.
Yeah, it's not a big bet at all here, just 40% pot, 2.2 into 5.5 in position. This is relatively small, and I think Zhu could read this correctly. Maybe he would have just called against a bigger bet, but he's definitely considering a raise for value here now. This looks exactly like what it is. Pocket nines would play that way, but maybe they just bet bigger here on the end. Yeah.
There's the check raise. 10 million. Boy, we hate a couple of queens in the face of this response.
Yeah, pure bluff catcher now for Bebop. Oh, and a quick fold. Good fold
Yeah.
here by Bebop. I think it's the correct fold, and yeah, it definitely is in this situation.
Well, the correct procedure after a bust out is, of course, a visit with Jeff Platt, which is where Aishan finds himself.
Well, Tim, what a wild roller coaster for you. Short stack some days, big stack going into this final table. What was it like being on that roller coaster ride?
Yeah, as I've told to other interviews, like variance can come from different part of the game. On day one, I had lots of opportunities of bluffs. On day two, I was having nuts all the time. Then on day 3 and 4, I was like really card dead. And yesterday, I won all the all-ins. And today, unfortunately, it didn't go my way. So that's okay. I felt like I had many chances to bust yesterday, so I was feeling like I was kind of free rolling here. Obviously, I had expectations starting the day with second stack. So busting 7 is like a bit sad, but again, I could have busted many times yesterday, so I'm very grateful and fine with the results.
And are you fine with the way you played throughout?
Today, I think yes. I didn't have too many big decisions, although the other days I was, not very happy with myself about a few plays, but I don't think it was like huge punts, but you know, kind of hands where you think about them in your bed and you're like, oh, why did I do this? But it's okay, like we all go through those thinking and it's fine, yeah.
Well, like you said, from super short stack to 7th place, not too shabby. Congratulations on a good run. Thank you for the time. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
You got it, guys.
Always classy. Aishan clearly disappointed, but gave it his all.
Yeah, true professional, very understandable thought process as well. He was talking about his different days. He made some mistakes maybe yesterday, but yeah, he's right. Everyone does mistakes. And yeah, today the cards just didn't go his way.
Gotta appreciate the humility despite the fact that he is as talented as he is, to recognize that perhaps there were some things that he would have liked to have done differently in retrospect, and not just looking at it from a result standpoint, but just maybe if he had it all over again. But his turn will have to wait. Meanwhile, Garcia being waited on for his decision, responding to the under-the-gun click from Konishi. Worthy of note, this ace-6 offsuit. The Spaniard with the straightforward defense, ace of diamonds. The only interesting thing about his interaction with the queen-jack-9 board.
Yeah, this is a pretty loose open here under the gun, even 6-handed. He's probably thinking that Garcia is just very tight in the big blind. It looks strong, this under the gun open. Just wants to get it through.
Check back from Akihiro. Showing balance, you know, we saw him barreling a couple of times in a row on more than one occasion in spots where he really had nothing, and this is one of those spots, but giving us a different look.
Garcia does have the ace of diamonds, but really nothing else. Let's see if Konishi wants to steal this one on the turn after the check, after the second check. He does delay one more time. Maybe trying to show this one down. Maybe going for another delayed bluff here as well. Let's see how he wants to play this.
I was saying 7 hours, but it might be longer, honestly.
I think Garcia should just check here and give up.
Do you think how many runners?
Oh, you know, we've had some thoughts in the booth that have not been shared by the operators out there on the felt on more than one occasion, and count this among them. Garcia brings a barrel of 900,000 into Konishi, who's looking over a little bit suspect.
Yeah.
Is this 900K Note that they're chopping if he bluff catches.
Yeah, this is a pretty small bet as well. And Konishi doesn't expect to split the pot here, I think. I think he'd rather expect something like, yeah, maybe 6-4 or something to bluff this. But yeah, that works out very well here for Garcia.
Yeah. Not impossible for that to have been a modest value bet, of course, as we get a look at the GG Millions high roller, an 8,400 euro buy-in. Second day of that one where Punat Punsri and Alexander Shilko among those who are in. Thailand's all-time winningest player is Punsri. And online poker's perhaps most famous operator once upon a time, Victor Blom. He's in there, Swedish phenom. Sean Deeb, two-time World Series of Poker Player of the Year, including the reigning champ alongside Ding Biao, China's #2 all-time. And well, who needs to introduce this man? Certainly not us. Casino Royale. Martin Cabral. Andy Stacks, part of our blogger program. $250,000 lifetime live earnings winner. Cash game legend more so. Hossein Insan, by the way, over on the right.
Yeah.
World Series of Poker main event winner of Germany. Not unlike yourself. Is Pius Heinz from Germany?
Yes, yes, he's
So
the third
that's
one. Or like he was the first
German,
one.
yeah, 3 German main event winners in recent memory.
Yeah,
Are
that's
those the
it
only
was-
ones, or are there
Yeah,
others? Yeah,
just us 3.
Bebov. Activation on the button here with the Queen-9 offsuit. Konishi. Ace-3 off in the big, and he's going to throw his weight around.
I like this. I've said this before, these ace and then a small other card. It wasn't a big 3-bet, but it gets the Queen-9 offsuit to fold.
Yeah, Bebov didn't really have any further interest in that one, understandably. It does feel a lot like the wheels have been greased courtesy of the 3 bust outs and the fact that we no longer have the ICM governors of like a 5-7 big blind stack out there to kind of alter our decision making. They're just playing poker.
Yeah, it's also that there's just a very big first prize there, 2 million for the winner. The pay jumps are just getting bigger and bigger at the top, so of course it's nice to get another pay jump from 6th to 5th, but they wanna win that bracelet and these 2 million.
But I'll tell you, there are different schools of thoughts on how best to kind of bring that to fruition. For some, not unlike the man pictured here, Chris Unikin, it's get after it, seize kind of the initiative. For others, it's sit back and let some other people make a mistake, maybe allow them to torch it off, and then find the moment, you know, without taking the liberal thin margins.
Yeah, and that's what just makes tournament poker so interesting, I think. There's no right way, even with the solvers out there now. Some players just go for it a lot. ICM is a thing, but future game is a thing as well. Sometimes you want to fold and ladder, but sometimes you just want to get that chip lead as well to be able to pressure in future hands. Yeah, different strategies out there, and a lot of successful people have employed these different ones.
2 kings for Konishi, and he is chosen to flat from the small blind, perhaps sensing that Kuzmanos is an above-average candidate to try to squeeze as Zhu gets his bearings in terms of stack depth. The Jack-8 turns into second pair and has no idea the peril that waits.
Yeah, that's a very non-standard flat here in the small blind from Konishi.
Action checked over, 3.6 in the middle.
And yeah, Zhu mostly has checked in these spots before, especially against the small blind. Makes a lot of sense here with middle pair. Konishi should just value bet this, in my opinion. Pocket kings here, of course, very under-wrapped. The board is also good for him, so he can do that with his range for sure. Yeah, 1.6 into 3.6. I don't mind the sizing. And Zhu with second pair here can't really go anywhere.
.2 more into the middle and a set for good measure now for Konishi, who didn't need it.
Yeah, and kings are actually the literal nuts here in this spot. No straight possible. How much value can he extract here? Does he want to bet small to induce? Does he just want to bet big with a good hand? Does he want to check raise? With the nuts, often different approaches can be right.
We were flatted from the small of Konishi. We checked back the flop. He activated for 1.6 on that 3 of clubs turn, which really doesn't rate to have been associated with the decision. And now suddenly he's barreling at us again. 1.3 downsized and almost begging to be raised.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a tiny, tiny bet. He knows he's blocking the top pair, so maybe that's why he wants to bet small. Zhu here, though, with the 8 against such a small bet. I think he has to pay this one off. This could be 9-7. Maybe sometimes this is
Wow.
even... Oh, just an 8.
I mean, we continue to marvel at some of the means by which people have avoided payoffs here. And we're always marveling at Martin Cabral, who has worked his way into a date with Jeff Platt.
Oh, you're here.
So here we are, live coverage from the WSOP main event, and we are with our WSOP Europe main event, and we are finally with our Jeff. So we have nobody interesting pretty much, but we are rooting for Bulgaria mafiosos, right? Bulgaria, we have some rail here. Vamos Bulgaria! Oh, vamos Bulgaria!
That's how it's done, actually.
Hey man,
Thank you.
This is so better job than you doing, right?
Yeah.
So much better
I'll
job.
just. Okay. Well, Martin now has my job, so I'm just gonna take the day. See you on the bridge or something.
Well, there's never a lack of opinion on Martin Cabral. Love him or hate him, he certainly brings a lot more personality and entertainment to poker than the average crusher, of which we can count him, by the way. He has solid results over the course of his career. Ace-4 suited here. Solid enough for a hijack open from Bebov. I think, Jeff, by the way, just in case you're wondering, I think you're safe. I don't think, you know, Martin wants to play. You know, imagine telling Martin you got to be here at this time, and
that's not going to work.
Wait around until there's a winner, and no, I don't think. Martin's got to be his own boss.
Yeah. Yeah, Zhu with another right decision here in this last hand that we saw, the 8. I'm again surprised at that decision, but was the correct one again. I would have paid off that small of a bet.
Raise 1.2. Thank you.
Ace-Jack for Zhu. In the big blind, facing this Bebov Queen-10 suited open.
Yeah, I expect him to defend here against under the gun.
We found the fold with that Jack-8 in a line that, I confess, one could have gotten pretty curious against from Akihito, in that last exchange, spared himself losses, and here he is poised for games.
Jack 5-3, not a good board for the big blind's defending range, so I expect a c-bet here most of the time from under the gun. Jou's actual hand though, ace-jack, of course, has crushed this flop.
1.4 on the spadeless board, just a desperate bid. Straddling that jack, could pick up some backdoor straight draws.
Yeah, and Jou could raise here for value and protection. I think he'd certainly do so against the later position open.
Yeah, that's an excellent point.
He decides against under the gun, he just wants to call.
King of diamonds on the turn, and sure enough, Bebov has picked up an open-ender. Neither player holds a diamond. Maybe some perceived range advantages belonging to Bebov here as the under-the-gun raiser.
Yeah, although Jou has more diamonds now after check calling. Bebov could have flushes as well, of course. Let's see how he wants to proceed with the queen 10. Would be a pretty natural bluff here.
$2.7 million as suddenly Jou begins to feel less proud of his ace-jack.
Yeah, this is not a huge bet. This is somewhere in between. I think he could still bet a good king here for this size. Jou, of course, beats all the bluffs. This is not a jack for value anymore now. But ace-jack have to call again after we underrepresented our hand a little bit on the flop. Eight of hearts on the river. Jou's gonna check. Does Bebov want to bluff here? He has no showdown value. He doesn't have a diamond in his hand though.
You know, this is going to be really interesting here. Whether or not Bebov, with 16 million in his stack, is going to try to blast out of this one. Can't imagine Jou's going to come with anything blocky. He's faced two barrels already. Eight of hearts just not a card that's supposed to allow him to tell a story. This is the third scoop being dialed up, Karai. This is so much heart from Bebov, but so little hand.
Yeah, he goes for it here. Very difficult spot now for Jou. I like the bluff by Bebov. He doesn't only want to do this with diamonds in his hand. He doesn't have that many offsuit diamonds now anyways.
And if we credit our opponent for being ICM aware, we're looking around at the rest of the table, we're considering the 105K euro pay ladder, and we're asking ourselves, would this dude really bring the three barrels at me? And it all comes together for an answer of no, and Bebov gets away with one.
Wow, nice hand here by our Bulgarian. Jou, yeah, I understand the fold. He's not beating any value, of course. He doesn't have a diamond in his hand. He believed his opponent here.
Well, Nikolai earning these 45 bigs. I gotta tell you, everybody has been impressive in one way or another at this FT. And really showing off what it took for them to arrive at this point in this event. I love to see it, man. I really do.
Yeah, these are some really cool hands that we're seeing. Everybody has bluffed already, I think. Yeah, we've seen some double ups, some check raises. Yeah.
This has been far from like an ABC, wait for somebody to get coolered. It has really given us all the ingredients of a main event final table, and we're still far from done. Zhu leaning over for a look with the 6-7 suited. Blind versus blind, an opportunity for vengeance maybe, should he seek it.
Yeah, and this is the lowest point Zhu has ever been to today, under 30 million.
Limp from Zhu. Bebov wagging his finger with the queen-jack suited. And suddenly all of that deference and respect that Zhu was being shown as the chip leader for so much of his run to this final table has given way to people asking questions of him.
Yeah, in another uncomfortable spot here, 7-6 suited. He does want to play that hand. It's a bit uncomfortable though, out of position against the 3.5x.
Bebov might have a chance to take another bite out of the fin. It comes queen 6 deuce, top pair versus middle pair with one heart on board.
Big flop for Bebov.
Two quick checks, bringing the 5.
I'm surprised at the check back. I would have just bet here, to be honest, with queen jack.
Credit Zhu, by the way, for not automatically assuming that the 6 is good, given that swift check back on the flop, which is followed up by a check back on the turn. Now you look even more confused, Karai, by the choice from Bebov.
Yeah, I'd go for value at some point.
If you're Zhu or Bebov?
If I was Bebov, then for sure queen jack is a very good hand here, blind versus blind. But now, even as Zhu with the 6 after the 2 quick checks, I think I mostly have the best hand here now.
He's going to be very shocked when this queen jack is shown.
Yeah, this is going to be a quick call here.
Yeah. He's rolling his hand over like he thinks that it could be good. And boy, this is one that's going to raise some eyebrows as we send it down to Jeff Platt, who's hanging out with Bebov's rail, which includes his girlfriend and his mom.
Yeah, here we are on the Bulgarian rail, the Nikolai rail, hanging out with his wife and his mom. What's this experience like for you guys? Are you nervous? Are you excited? What?
We are amazingly excited. It's kind of new for me. His mother supported him his whole poker career, but it's first time for me here, and I'm very excited, kind of nervous. And he, I don't know, he's surprisingly calm. I think that's good. Yeah, I guess.
That's good too.
Yeah, he's our winner.
So you're kind of nervous. You're very nervous.
Yeah, it's very difficult. For me, it's very difficult.
You just got here. Like your suitcase is just right over there, right?
Yeah. We just jumped from the seaplane and immediately came here. So with all the luggage over there.
You mentioned that you're kind of new to this because he took a big break from poker, right?
Yeah, but he's fully prepared. Don't you worry. Yeah.
Okay, we won't worry. He's representing Bulgaria with his wife here, with his mom here, and with what seems like all of Bulgaria behind him, the Nikolai Bebov rail, guys.
I don't know about all of Bulgaria, but they're certainly showing up en masse in support of their man. And mom and wife, if you think it's hard on you guys, just imagine how tough it is to navigate out there for Bebov, who, I confess, has made it look easy across the last couple of samples, snacking on Zhu in back-to-back pots.
Yeah, what a tournament for him. He has been all in at risk on day 3 when he had to hit a 1-outer. He successfully did so, and now he's here at the final table.
Pretty remarkable.
His first cash since 2020.
Have you ever taken a prolonged break from playing poker? I think you were mentioning that kind of right now you've been super focused on playing padel and, you know, taking it easy a little bit.
Yeah, I'm right now not playing as much as I used to. Haven't played a tournament this year yet. I was on the Bahamas last year, couldn't miss that one.
Do you feel the itch?
Now, after commentating for a few days, I kind of do, yeah.
And also watching all of this action and realizing, man, it can be pretty fun.
Yeah.
In the right kind of field. Kuzmanos Thinks Queen Jack offsuit is the right kind of hand, as under the gun he takes it to 1.2. King Jack, defendable for Konishi in the big.
He does agree. Calls the extra 600. Very standard stuff so far.
Queen 7-4. Kudzmanos was dominated pre, but finds that Queen of Spades for a fortunate lead. Konishi checking with the flow.
And I don't expect Kudzmanos to check this one. These two have very similar stacks. But from under the gun, he has the better range. He can just c-bet widely, and no reason not to with top pair jack kicker.
Sure.
And Konishi here with just king jack high against under the gun, I think he can get away from this one. Oh, he's grabbing chips though.
That he is.
2,800,000.
Oh. Far from getting away from it.
He uses his interaction with the queen. He has some backdoor straight draws and comes with a check raise.
Fairly dry board though, Karai.
Yeah, he's wrapping something like, yeah, queen jack plus here maybe. It's a relatively small check raise. Kudzmanos with top pair cannot go anywhere. As I've just mentioned, this could be the same hand for value sometimes at least.
Could be some of those suited gut shot combos also interacting with the 7-4 as big blind defense.
Definitely, those would be the bluffs, the king jack, maybe the 8-6.
Well, we found a gutter on the turn now. As Konishi. Kudzmanos quite content to flat and see what the turn holds. 8.9 in the middle.
And Konishi does have a spade. That's a helpful card. Ah, he checks. I thought if he check raises this flop and gets this 9 of spade turn, then that he might go for it. Interesting for Kudzmanos though. Check raise, then check. What does this mean?
These are the questions. But unconcerned about some sort of back-to-back check raise. He is going to fire. 2.9. Not greedy.
And now, Jeff, no, Jeff, I'm saying now, Ali, that you've mentioned the double check raise. I don't know. If there was a hand to do this with, then maybe it's this one as a bluff.
You know, he showed the heart to pull it off on the flop. Doing it twice would really send a message, but no such shenanigans as Konishi does lay it down.
I would have loved to see a double check raise here. I'm not saying that that's necessarily the best play, I just would have loved to see it. Yeah, Kudzmanos just has been playing very well here. Just very solid play. Has 3-bet in the right spots. Really no missteps here so far.
Worthy of mention, by the way, Karai, that when you're down to six-handed, that is officially the threshold that you consider short-handed poker as opposed to a ring game, 7, 8, 9 players.
Right.
And so ranges change. The urgency of playing pots, jockeying to win those pots, with blinds going up every 90 minutes and coming around that much faster, begins to take hold and influence some of what we're observing.
Yeah, you just cannot step away from it, really, six-handed. Back in the day, there used to be a lot of 10-handed tournaments, 10-handed cash games. I
remember those
really
days.
wasn't a fan of those, so I really like it that it's now often 8-handed or sometimes, as you mentioned, 6-handed or 7-handed.
Limp blind versus blind. Round 2 between Konishi and Kuzmanis, both of whom have found the 10, but Konishi's got a 9 to go with his for bottom 2 pair.
Konishi has been playing very unpredictably so far today, at least for me, so I'm not going to make another prediction here. The standard play would be to just bet. He could check raise as well, I assume, check call, everything possible here for bottom 2. But yeah, the most reasonable approach, in my opinion, is just to bet ourselves here. Half pot is what he's going for. Kutzmanas will just call here middle pair. 1.5 big blinds for him to call.
900K a man, bringing us to the turn. Doesn't straighten anything out about that texture.
And should Konishi bet again here? I'm wondering if Kutzmanas has found out about these light barrels that we've seen from Konishi earlier in the day. Because if he's seen them, that could make him more inclined to call here one more time.
$4.3 million now.
4 million.
Wow, that's a huge bet here.
This is really, I think, wanting these straight draws to go away or be willing to pay a costly price to get there.
Yeah, he's also unblocking top pair. Maybe that helped him also making this huge bet.
You will see later.
You sure will. By the way, Kutzmanas is not enjoying a beer there. That's just the still water. Comes in the green glass here.
Yeah, we got tricked there a couple of days ago.
Yep. Sure did. Ace Queen suited now for Zhu.
Perfect. 1.2. How much? 1.2.
1.2 million, just the min raise, very universally adopted approach by the field. Nothing interesting developing behind. Uh-oh. No sooner do I say that than Queen Queen says hello to Chris Unikin. 16 million back.
And having less than 30 big blinds, I think, even against under the gun, he's more often than not going to 3-bet this to get it in.
3.9.
3.9 raise from CC.
Sure enough, there is the 3-bet. And boy, Ace queen suited is a good bit of hand.
Yeah, it is. We've seen a lot of ace queen offsuit today.
Right.
I think with ace queen offsuit this would be a little bit dicey, but ace queen suited in position. Huni can have bluffs here.
Call.
I think Zhu
Yes.
does want to see a flop. And this is a big flop here, lurking. 8.7 in the middle already. Only 12 million left in Huni's stack.
10-8-4 board. Not pleasant for the ace-queen of clubs.
Yeah, good first step here for Huni's queens. You're always happy not seeing an overcard. He's probably gonna bet. Does he want to go for 2 streets? Does he want to go for 3 streets? The 3 million indicates that he's setting up a turn jam here already. 3 into 8.7. Should Zhu call, this would be 15 million in the middle with 9 behind. Zhu only with ace queen high. No backdoor flush though. It's in a difficult spot.
5 seconds.
I think he'd continue here with ace queen of diamonds, the backdoor flush draw. I think this is the difference. With ace queen of clubs, you're just out of there. And yeah, nothing really done wrong by Zhu, but he's down to 22 million.
Yeah. To be fair, he's probably got more in front of him than most would in consideration of the spots that he's been put into. But I'm sure that he's not feeling particularly positive despite that at the moment, as the trend has been down. And I'll tell you what, when you come in as a chip leader and have enjoyed that chip lead for a long time, and then you get dethroned, it's a different experience, right? Somebody who's sat with you know, a small stack and then works their way up to the level that Zhu's at right now, a very different attitude about their plight in this moment than he's got.
That's very true. Yeah, as the chip leader, you're almost expected to win the tournament, although you know you still need to do a lot of work. But yeah, you see the 2 million up top there. You're already dreaming about it maybe the night before.
Yeah.
And so yeah, this is really tough now. He has to like refocus though. He's still in there. He hasn't done any big mistakes. And yeah, just one double and he's the chip leader again. So yeah.
Unikin now. King Jack deliberating in the face of a Konishi open. That stack has gotten more active.
4.1. 4.1 re-raise.
Sits with 30 million, and maybe that has something to do with why Unikin is asking questions. 4.1. Bring in the 3-bet. Ace-5 offsuit doesn't have to fold, but if it proceeds, it's going to do so in a naughty fashion.
Yeah, and Hunishin hasn't been afraid of taking these spots. He's been taking them almost every time he had those kind of hands. The ace-jack offs, the king-queen offs, the king-jack off this time.
5 seconds.
8.1.
8.1.
Oh, and Konishi goes for it again.
I just got the sense this guy has really changed gears, and I think giving him this stack has a lot to do with it, because he can get it wrong and still fight. But when he had that shorter stack, we didn't see much of this, understandably.
Yeah, he's changed gears now. He's playing the big stack bully now, and I really like it.
Akihiro Konishi, take a bow. Granted, ace-5 was the best hand, but ask yourself whether or not you're going to bring a 4th scoop there versus Big Huni. Ace-8 off now.
Yeah, and Konishi is kind of surprising everyone here. His opponents don't really know what to think of him. At first it seemed like he was playing tight. Now he's going for it in a lot of spots. Yeah, very unpredictable.
Queen Jack open for Kuzmanos. Works its way around to the big.
Oh, I'm very surprised to see the fold here. King 6 suited from the big. Interesting. Doesn't want to tangle with a good Lithuanian player.
Well, it looks like Jeff Platt's got a special announcement on standby. Let's get over to him to see what he's got.
Cannot wait for this reveal. So we have our 3 premier bracelet series. We have World Series of Poker Europe at a new home in Prague, and it has gone spectacularly. We have our World Series of Poker Summer Series in Las Vegas, and we will be back in the Bahamas for World Series of Poker Paradise. Now, we heard all of your feedback, so we decided we're going to make WSOP Paradise even better.
The next chapter of WSOP Paradise is coming. Something bigger and better. This December, the world's fastest growing poker event is moving all in. The World Series of Poker Paradise, now at Baha Mar.
Well, what exciting news that's going to be for fans of that particular event, as the Baha Mar property is 3 hotels in 1 location, 45 restaurants, the largest casino in the Caribbean, and for those that like to pack a bag of clubs, a Jack Nicklaus golf course on the property. So hat tip to the World Series of Poker staff who worked to get that deal in the books. Didn't happen that long ago, but finally able to announce the venue change.
Yeah, very cool. The Bahamas from the WSOP last year was the only poker tournament I went to all year. I really love going to the Bahamas to play poker, especially when it's bracelet events. And now the change to the Baha Mar. I've been there twice, I think, a couple of years ago. Really nice hotel, a little more modern than the Atlantis. So yeah, very nice.
Is that updating every hand?
Yeah, you know, the Atlantis is showing its wrinkles, dare I say. You know, I know it's not particularly in good taste to kick a hotel when it's down, as it's just lost our contract, but the old Coral Tower, man, I got to tell you, those mud showers weren't exactly my favorite. I'll miss the aquariums and stuff, though. That's good.
Yeah, I don't mind the Atlantis at all, but I mean, I've talked to a lot of people about this even before this announcement in the past years. Most people prefer the Baha Mar, so I think that's a positive change for sure.
How much you got?
Most people prefer not to get jammed on when they open light with an ace-9 offsuit, but that's exactly what happens to Zhu. And note that this is an
15,
unseen
17.
hand that Konishi jams from the big.
18.
And his VPIP continues to go up alongside his chip stack.
Big shove. Big shove.
Yeah, pretty big shove indeed here by Konishi. Pocket tens. Yeah, note the quick fold here by Bekuni, 6-5 suited under the gun. Looks pretty, but no blocker effects really. You don't want to play this from early position.
Full raise, 1.2.
Jack on the button. Very legitimate open from Garcia here.
Yeah, and against Garcia, Konishi doesn't want to 3-bet with his offsuit ace. He recognizes that this is a strong range here.
I've seen so much frisk out of Konishi. I looked up at this big little offsuit combo of Kuzmanas, who we know is capable, and thought maybe he's going to have an appetite for something frisky. Instead, he flats and looks up at a flush draw on the 8-7-3 monotone board. No club in hand for Garcia. Action checked over. Quick check back.
Yeah, Kuzmanas assumes that Garcia is playing relatively honestly here post-flop, so he doesn't mind playing pots even out of position, getting a good price. He doesn't like seeing this king here on the turn. The king really hits Garcia's range. This could be ace-king, this could be king-queen. It's a bit awkward though, because you have this queen of clubs and you don't really want to check call with queen high, so yeah. I think he wouldn't have done this against a lot of players, but against Garcia, he just bets third pot here. Wants to put ace high in an awkward position.
That's precisely how it feels to have that ace-jack.
He also sets the price himself. This is just cheaper than should he face a check call, like a bet and having to check call. And yeah, he gets Garcia to fold the best hand.
13? No, it was like 13.
All right, let's check in with our Nadataha, who's got an update from our PLO event.
13 point something.
Yeah. They said the board was updating every hand, but
it's not happy.
Yeah, I don't think you understand what I was saying correctly. Yeah. So that's not updating every hand.
That's not.
I think you misheard me. I asked if that was updating every hand. The smallest and largest.
No, that's just like a guesstimate.
Okay.
The average is updated.
Well, yeah, because that stays there until someone busts.
We only update the 2 counts on the break.
Yeah. That's what I thought.
All right, apparently we've got an issue getting down to nada, so we'll keep it here for another hand. Hopefully we'll have that update shortly. Pocket fives under the gun, folding for Zhu.
Yeah, disciplined fold. We've mentioned this before, these small pocket pairs, early position.
Garcia goes from ace-jack to ace-king suited.
And yeah, Zhu able to change gears here. We've seen him open with a small pocket pair earlier when he was the chip leader, but now that he's lost the big stack, he's just folding the pocket fives. I like it. Garcia's not going to fold the ace-king of hearts.
1.2 if you do. Kuzmanas with ace-4 off.
7 bucks.
Raise and take it.
You know, we always like when we win a pot, but with something as strong as ace-king suited, I confess, I want the big blind to maybe peel.
Yeah, early in the tournament for sure, but I think here at the final table, you're just happy to win the blinds.
Well, it does earn you a free orbit.
15-8. Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Of these remaining 6 players,
Yeah.
would you agree that Garcia is still the most mysterious to the field, the one that's kind of been least involved?
Yeah, he's been the least involved for sure. He has been mysterious, but I still think Konishi has something mysterious about him as well.
Fair.
How he changed gears.
Yeah, and mostly it's the inverse. It's by virtue of the degree to which he's gotten involved and hands have gone unseen. And I confess he's kind of unsuspecting in that way. We can all be guilty of, you know, an image in our mind of someone, you know, not necessarily based on hands played, but just the overall vibes that we get. And, you know, I didn't really make him for some of the stuff that we've seen on display. And credit to him because he's leveraged that to great effect.
Yeah, I agree.
Pocket sixes here for Zhu. So fortunate to have Kuzmanas sitting with a 6 in hand. His button open, faring poorly.
Yeah, he's expanding his open race a little bit here on the button.
What was that I said, Kurai? The button open, faring poorly. Not when the queen high board says hello. Top pair, so fortunate to be the byproduct of Kuzmanos' participation here. The Lithuanian has it checked over.
Yeah, and now the 6 helps him, of course, making it very unlikely that Ju's gonna improve here.
He is the chip leader. And he is barreling. 1.6. 3 over cards staring at us.
Yeah, and this is not one of those tiny continuation bets. This was half pot. So Ju with the under pair. He'd much rather call with like 7x, but pocket 6s. Quick and correct fold. Yeah, he's been running well at the start of the day, Ju, that is. But now really, nothing really working out for him. He hasn't made the mistake still. But also hasn't won a hand in quite some time now.
Really want to stave off that 10 big blind or below stack depth. Patience can get expensive, but so too can gratuitous involvement.
Very playable 7-6 of hearts here for our chip leader. Bebop called the king 6 of clubs last time. The jack 10 offsuit he defends though.
So the suited connector and the offsuit version look up at jack 7-4, a piece for both parties. Advantage Bebop who slips it.
Yeah, does he want a continuation bet with range here? I think he could. If not, then 7-6, definitely candidate to check back. He does check back.
500k flips.
No heart out there, having a little something to do with it. Now a gut shot acquired for both parties on the arrival of this 8.
5 times?
Yeah, and I think Bebop can safely bet here with his hand for value. The board is hitting his range pretty well, so he shouldn't get raised too often. That makes betting always a little bit easier. He goes for a small bet, just 25% pot.
Jesus. What's that? 100k?
Yeah.
WSOP?
Sorry?
800.
Yeah, I won the 100 and I got third in the 250 right after. The 2.4.
The 250k?
Yeah, good week.
Smartass cannot fold here. He has a pair, he has a gutter as well.
So 800 ahead.
With the one before.
Taking us to the turn is Bebop seizing the initiative after the check back on the flop from Kuzmanos.
This is like just like normal Friday for you.
Well, it's still pretty big. I mean, obviously in the 100, 250, I have smaller pieces.
Yeah.
Yeah, and after that, after betting that small on the turn, Bebop can definitely go for value again here on the river. The 3 is a very safe card for him.
Like personally?
Yeah.
If I win this? Yeah.
Yeah, like without, you know,
yeah.
pieces.
Yeah, for sure.
Let's see if he wants to go small again or whether he wants to bet a little bit bigger.
Very safe river.
Yeah, 23k.
What's he dialed up here into the 4-9? 1.8, so smaller is the choice. And this really isn't a card that I think lends to Kuzmanos turning his hand into a bluff. So maybe the raise is off the table.
Yeah, I think so. It just wouldn't be super credible to raise
Right.
here. What's he really representing? I think the 10-9s would have mostly been heard from before, either as a continuation bet on the flop or a turn raise. 6-5 is also more in the big blinds range. So this is probably call or fold, and this is close.
You've been playing like
That's crazy.
as long as I've been alive.
Yeah, over half my life for sure. Pretty nuts.
Of course, he'd rather call with this than a hand like ace high.
Still going
It's
hard.
probably not beating value
Yeah, I mean,
though,
I
even
settled
for
down
this
for a while, then
size.
started picking it back up again.
Yeah, it was pretty close. He does pay it off here. Bebop found a very nice sizing here.
Yep. Keeping him honest. Was Kuzmanas. There it is, now officially getting wind of the W. The
Yeah.
rail activates.
Hey, what floor?
Yeah, he has the best rail out here for sure.
Sixth?
Yeah, but I left today.
Huh?
I moved here.
Oh, they didn't extend it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you were my neighbor, bro.
Same floor?
Same floor. I saw them, like, in there cleaning your place today.
That's why it's so noisy during the night.
I'm here all the time.
During the night.
Watching the stream. It is noisy outside, though, I've noticed. Because I have to open my window to get the air, and it's loud as fuck out there on the street.
Yeah.
I like that one-liner there from Bebop. Neighbors, apparently. Hooney and him.
Hooney, by the way, was engaged in conversation with Zhu throughout that last pot between Kuzmanas and Bebop and got wind of the fact that Zhu's largest career score to this point is just 23,000. He didn't even believe him. And he is the man, of course, that said the guy's just too good at one point en route to this final table in reference to Zhu's procedures. And then in turn, Zhu asking, well, what's your biggest score? And Hooney, well, yeah, 1.8.
Yeah.
Here is Bebop, ace-8 suited. Trying to keep the momentum going as it was mucked around to his small. And Garcia can indulge in jack-6 off.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it yesterday either when I first heard about Zhu and his resume before this. I mean, we've said this before. He qualified online for just $10, I believe. 10 euros on GG.
So incredible, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, and Hooney's live winnings, he has almost double the live earnings of the entire rest of the final table today combined.
Shocking.
17.6 million.
3 pots, 4 pots.
Here's Garcia, mucked around to his small. Aggression not on his mind. Very much has been on Konishi's.
Yeah, you can raise very liberally as the big blind. All sorts of hands here.
Check back.
Yeah, queen 3 suited, plays well in position, so he decides to just check and see a flop.
Queen Jack 8, top pair against bottom pair.
Yeah, and what a flop for Konishi it is.
Clubs as well, not to be overlooked. 1.8 in the middle, Garcia checking, and here comes that expected bet. 600.
Just one big blind. Garcia cannot go anywhere here with his pair.
Can't get any cheaper for Garcia to call, which he does, and ultra clean deuce on the turn for Konishi. And for that matter, Garcia, who is reaching for his chips. This is interesting, perhaps thinking about a block. Would seem unnecessary, but
yeah, I've seen that pause as well. He does come with check. Of course, the standard play. Since this is blind versus blind and a checked jackpot, ranges are so wide here. Kunishi can have anything. So, of course, considering that the queen 3 of clubs here is pretty much a monster. Although, yeah, he cannot get too big because he does have clubs, but right now it's just top pair, no kicker. He bets small and Garcia with another fold. Yeah, he's been playing very disciplined.
I think also you take into consideration with what frequency you expect the river to get barreled as well by your opponent. A board like that, how easy are the calls?
Ace jack for Huni.
Up front, offsuit addition.
Raise 1.2. 4 pass.
1.2.
How much you started there?
I think it was 16. 15, 5, 25.
Very defendable queen jack offsuit here for Kutsmanas.
Dominated. Straightforward procedures to this point. King, queen, 9. He's found the queen for the lead, sharing a straight draw, but of course, if the 10 were to roll off, Uni would have Broadway as opposed to the king high version.
$800.
Yeah, the 10 would be huge here for Uni. He comes with a small continuation bet. Quarter pot, we've seen this before. And I expect a call here from Kutsmanas. His hand can be good. He can improve.
So another 1.6 in there after it goes 800 ahead with Uni C-bet failing to yield fruit on the turn.
Big decision here for Huni. 5 million in the middle. Does he want to barrel with his gutter? He'd get a lot of hands to fold here. It is scary though, of course. Get 9x to fold. He'd get Queen X without a jack or 10 in hand into a very tough spot.
3.3. This is fairly insistent sizing.
Yeah, I do like it. He has the blocker to the jack 10, of course, always helpful.
But queen jack feels like a bit too much for Kutsmanas to vacate.
Yeah, especially with the jack. I think queen 7 would fold here, but queen jack. It's just so important that you can improve your hand. Just in case it's not good yet.
Note, by the way, sub 1 SPR effective for Big Huni. And should he fail to find a 10 or an ace, one wonders whether or not the white flag or a blast is in Kutsmanas' future. Now the jack on the end. Kutsmanas with 2 pair. I don't know how much showdown Huni thinks ace jack has here. And with this third and final check in front of us, under the gun, what would value bet? How much 10x is in range?
Big decision here for him. I don't think he thinks he has a lot of showdown value.
I mean, busted hearts. without a pair, maybe with a 9
Check.
that took a super passive approach would be the one.
Yeah, he cannot go for it every time. He would be representing a very narrow value range, so yeah, he decides to give it up here. I think it's the right play. And yeah, Kutzmana is relieved to see the check back.
I don't know how much heat he was ready to take, by the way, on the end. If all of a sudden Hooney risked his tournament life, that would be a really big call. You're not beating value in that spot. 71 bigs now in front of Marius, 43 million. He's not called a whole lot of attention to himself in this process of taking this chip lead. Kanishi in second.
Yeah, and Hooney's the short stack now. Ace-5 suited. Our fans' favorite. $1.7.
From the hijack, you see the extra $500,000 being utilized.
Interesting.
Sizing not going to be lost on those behind him. And I think it's always beneficial when we do deviate in terms of sizing not to end up at a showdown where everybody gets to know what exactly prompted this. Pattern recognition is going to be a big part of the opposition's effort to decrypt what we're up to out there.
Yeah, I'm curious about this one. We haven't seen this big an open race before. Wonder what the reasoning was.
Only he knows. So march onwards with Garcia declining the king-jack off. And man, well served with ace-jack suited waiting right behind.
Yeah, Garcia continuing to play carefully here. It has worked out very well so far. So why change your strategy? I think everyone else would have opened the king-jack. He folds. Easy open for Konishi, easy defend for Zhu, 7-6 of clubs. Let's see if he connects.
That he does. With a pair and an open-ender plus backdoor clubs. Really loves to see this board. Konishi's not supposed to like this whatsoever.
No, this is a good flop for the big blind's range here. Yeah, I like the check back.
And we like, of course, another club if we're Zhu, but prefer something other than the queen.
Yeah, we have a straight draw, we have a flush draw, but still only bottom pair. I think he's mostly gonna check it over here one more time. Not a lot of immediate value to be gained here. Can pretty comfortably check call a small bet.
Another check from Konishi, who's kept things tidy, and now a red 5 will leave Zhu feeling as comfortable as he has at any point in this hand with the 9 high straight.
Yeah, finally favorable run out for him, he's thinking now. He has checked to trap with good hands a lot today. Yeah, I like his decision to value bet this time, although Konishi just has the ace-jack here. Zhu bets 2 into 3.3. Complete bluff catcher here for Konishi. This would be pretty heroic.
Wow, he's thinking about it. I mean, this is in a weird way respectful because he's assigning capacity for a bluff on this board to Zhu. 2 streets of checking, and then all of a sudden you show interest at the 2/3 pot level.
Yeah, and Konishi has surprised me before. I mean, I wouldn't even have ruled out a raise here, maybe.
Oh, just looking at that Jack of Hearts. He does end up paying it off. Wow. Somewhat unnecessary in terms of the risk reward.
I think so. I would have folded here. He can have better hands. It's better to call with a hand like ace-6 compared to ace-jack. So, but yeah, he didn't believe Zhu.
Well, infrequent have been smiles like that on Zhu's face of late, but frequent are our visits with Jeff Platt, who walks us through just some of what else is going on here in Prague.
Wanted to give you a lay of the land of World Series of Poker Europe here at our new home in Prague. Behind me, it's day 2 of the European Circuit Championship. This buy-in, 1,500 euros. The guarantee, 1.5 million euros, and that guarantee absolutely shattered. Risha, let's walk this way as I fill you all in on the details. 2,628 entries, creating a prize pool of more than 3.5 million euros. Great turnout there. Great turnout in the Colossus, which also had over 2,000 entries. Great turnout in the Main, which also had more than 2,600 entries. And great turnouts in our high roller events, including this one right here, the GG Millions. Almost 3 million euros in this prize pool. Just incredible turnouts. How often can I say the word turnout and rave about it throughout? But really, every tournament has been performing really well. Of course, this one, the stars are out, the Martin Cabrals of the world. I see that burnt orange hat, so you know that Texas Mike is going to be in the mix. A bit of a disappointment at the very end of that PLO tournament, but it's okay. He's back. He's firing. He's got a lot of chips. Yo Viral is here, like just superstar vlogger. You see all these vloggers everywhere, and Yo Viral even like he goes to work. I thought he would have a whole crew. I thought you'd have a whole crew with you, like a whole production crew and everything.
I'm retired.
You're retired.
Yes, I'm here undercover. No one knows I'm here.
No one knows.
Don't say those
Okay,
things.
don't
and
say.
It's the first time I vlog with a phone. I never did that in my whole life.
That does
it's
not.
Actually, very, very. Oh, I would have flop a set. I'm such a nit. I would have.
You got to play more hands, man.
I would have flop a set, buddy.
We're gonna keep going if that's okay with you. But the reigning defending undisputed player of the year is right behind us in Shandip.
This is Shandip.
It is Shandip.
This is the real Shandip.
Thank you for your help.
This is the real Shandip.
That's Yo Viral. Let's keep it moving. Let's give you more of a sense of what we have going on here at the World Series of Poker. We also have an 1,100 euro double board PLO bomb pot. I would walk by that one, but to be honest with you guys, I don't really care to. We dice through the rail where everybody can see their World Series of Poker Europe main event in action. And as we go up to the stage, a little more left on this walk, we have the 20K Super High Roller, which is at its final table with Ren Lin, with Alex Anton, with Chris Wynn, and with Nicholas Ostet. We also have one of the Lithuanian guys. To be honest with you guys, all the Lithuanians are kind of alike to me. I'm not sure which that one is. And then we have our World Series of Poker Europe main event. I'm kidding, by the way. It was Paulius Vita Kunis or something. Let's send it back to you guys.
I think Jeff's been around Prague a little too long. I think he's probably ready to get out of here. Too many syllables for his taste. That's Paulie B, as we christen them. Vite Equines is the pronunciation, and that's a lot of talent in that 20K high roller final table. Nina 900 of World Series of Poker main event fame. Your buddy from Germany, Chris Wynn, in the mix as well. King Queen here for the other Lithuanian, Kudzmanas, who's up here on the stage right now.
Yeah, and I saw some of the other Lithuanian players on the rail there. What a fun railing day for them. One buddy here at the main final table, one at the 20K final table.
Let's have a break 15.
Raise and take it for Kuzmanas.
Well, the players are vacating the stage. Kuzmanos taking his time to admire the spoils of that particular frame, which have been very healthy for him. Making a play at that bracelet with 46 million in front of him. Good for a healthy run at the bracelet. Konishi in second, Bebov third, and Taoju slipping down to fourth as the chip leader coming in. Garcia trying to keep his head above water, as is Chris Unikin, who's got just 14 bigs. We'll step aside for about 15 minutes. When we return, more coverage of this main event final table.
The next chapter of WSOP Paradise is coming. Something bigger and better. This December, the world's fastest growing poker event is moving all in. The World Series of Poker Paradise, now at Baha Mar.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Let's go play it.
All poker players share the same dream, taking their seat at the WSOP. And GG Poker is the only place where you can qualify online. You can qualify for free, for low buy-ins, and win your seat at WSOP circuit events, or take your game to Paradise in the Bahamas, or go for glory in the Las Vegas main event, the World Series of Poker, only on GG Poker.
One check. Two, 2.1. It's easy for those two tables, just not for us. Like those two see perfectly.
Yeah.
Everything. Just this table.
You almost
it's
misclicked. The worst one. Almost grabbed the yellows.
Check it one.
$9.5.
9.5. Two. One call.
5 seconds. All in. All in.
Ace king or ace queen?
What?
Wow,
good call.
What's going on? Nice call.
I think you should check every river.
check on the flop.
I bet flop, I bet.
No, he bet what?
You bet?
You have aces or nothing.
Two pair.
Yeah, I don't know if you bet ace king too, yeah. I don't know if you
I
bet
was
ace
so
king.
sure he had ace king or ace.
You're no good.
I think it's a bit more. It's a bit more. You need to call.
It's more, right? How much more?
2.8 million.
10,300. 10,000.
300 overall.
Total.
Okay, 10,300.
Whoever shows first loses.
Good luck.
Oh, look at that. It worked.
Like that spirit.
All right. Good luck.
Good luck. That's cool. Yeah, it's
Good luck.
Thank you.
cards right like this.
Queen. I want a queen.
Small flush. I mean, I don't want to be too greedy. I don't want quads or anything. Just a small flush.
One straight. Clubs.
Overs.
Picture. Only picture. Ooh.
Okay, I feel like a 10 coming. 4 outs.
Hopefully.
Queen, 10, ace. Oh.
Nah. Good game. Good luck, guys.
Yes.
They want to come get their mic?
They'll do it at that table down here.
Excuse me. Can I put my phone back just for send one message?
Phones are over there.
Yes. See you. Thank you. $2.8.
2.8. 2,800. Oh.
Thank you.
No, and
That's very good.
Oh, there. Then again.
Where is the lucky ball? Is it finished? Lucky ball used to be here. This way over there, right?
which one?
Lucky ball. When people lose the game, yeah, it was here before.
Yeah, this tournament I think is finishes. This was over.
Mm-hmm.
They announced only like 2 more and then
It's for the hero call.
I think free re-entry. Like you can take.
Okay, so which means that we don't have second chance.
Yeah, I think it's over. No, you still have.
Yeah.
And by until tomorrow, two more level.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow, two more level, you can still rebuy.
Ah.
So all the hours today and then tomorrow.
20,000.
I got cooler a little bit on the turn, but I got to call. Okay. Nice hand. Cooler on the river, another turn. Wow. Victor flush. Oh, gray. I mean, there's.
Race.
13,500.
You do any good in the Bahamas this year? You do any good in the Bahamas this year?
Yeah, if I win little, so trip was okay.
Yeah.
I think I had a min cash in the main event, 50 something, 60 something, 60,000. So
yeah.
And
25,000.
so it was okay. But still, not same thing. It's like top is really good money, and then you have like from place 500 to 100. It's only.
That's all.
But they took my they took my wallet in my bag. So, I don't even have a
GG pays. Tell the supervisor. We don't. We gave our things in the back, so we don't. We have nothing. What? No problem.
water I had, and I can take espresso.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Just go play it.
All poker players share the same dream, taking their seat at the WSOP. And GG Poker is the only place where you can qualify online. You can qualify for free, for low buy-ins, and win your seat at the WSOP circuit events, or take your game to paradise in the Bahamas, or go for glory in the Las Vegas main event, the World Series of Poker, only on GG Poker.
The next chapter chapter of WSOP Paradise is coming. Something bigger and better. This December, the world's fastest growing poker event is moving all in. The World Series of Poker Paradise, now at Baha Mar.
Welcome back to continuing coverage of the World Series of Poker Europe main event final table from here in Prague. Alinejad and Karai Aldemir alongside 6 hopefuls who will adorn their wrist with glory. It certainly looks at present like it could be Marius Kuzmanas, the chip leader, but Heng Taozhu once upon a time was the man that we were saying that about. Blinds have gone up to 400, 800,000, and that puts further pressure on Spain's Antonio Garcia and the United States' Chris Unikin, who are down at the bottom of these chip counts.
Yeah, he needs to pick up a real hand here now, Huni. But should he double? Let's not rule him out.
And he's going to go for it, one would think. There was a spot where maybe he could have tried to bluff and 3-barrel not long ago. He had an ace-jack against Marius, but thought better of it with a 4-liner on board.
No. He was. Button is correct. No. They tell me that it's correct. Must be. You guys sure?
I don't know. I think that is right, actually.
Okay.
Did you win the last time you opened?
Yes, I am.
Yes.
Ah, sorry.
Yeah, they're making sure the button is in the right spot.
It's always good practice.
Yeah, and you mentioned that ace-jack hand from Huni. He gave up on the river. I think it's respectable in the right play. You just cannot just bluff every time.
7 pass.
King Jack now. Is it a qualifier?
I think it is.
Yeah, and that sizing certainly emblematic of a commitment. Leaves himself 3.2 back in case of emergency.
Yeah, this 5.5 million does the job. It gets treated like a jam, but just in the case of everyone else going all in, it could theoretically fold.
Yep. And every one of these little pots is so critical when you're trying to wriggle your way back to being able to play multiple decision point poker. And the more decision points you give to a man like that, the better he's going to perform.
Always nice to see everyone folding so quickly, not even a sweat.
Yeah.
Although I don't know with Huni, maybe he does want the sweat.
Well, I think he also kind of wants to get in as many hands as he can with the blinds where they are.
Good point.
90-minute levels.
3 pass.
Far from a turbo, but the pressure is still on.
For raise 1,600,000.
Yeah, interesting stack distribution here. We have Marius Kuzmanas as the clear chip leader now. Behind him, Konishi and Bebop with a similar stack. Then Zhu with around 20 million, and then our 2 short stacks, Garcia and Huni. Bebop here, King 3 suited in the cutoff. Does open into the chip leader's big blind.
7 pass.
Gets it through. Jack 6, just a little bit too weak.
Say the battery is low.
I think a lot of attention at present, in particular from those midfield stacks, is going to be being paid to both Garcia and Huni. It would be so disastrous to somehow see yourself out the door absent an inescapable cooler with 2 million euros up top. Current pay ladder is 105,000 euros, the difference between 6th and 5th. And then, if you take it another step further, Karai, the difference between 6th and 4th, 255,000 euros.
Yeah, and the pay jumps are getting larger and larger. Then it's over 200k, and then third to second is 800k for third, 1.2 for second, 2 million for first.
Oh, wow, look at this. Kuzmanas has ripped it. Huni squeezed a good one and squeezed another good one behind it. Big slick puts him very much in a good position to double up to 21 million.
10-9 suited is a very nice hand to be up. Yeah, it's a nice hand to have when up against Ace King. We have 40%.
7-7 deuce is so clean here, but that 7 of clubs we've got an eye on.
No, it wasn't. Just kidding. Just kidding on the ace-4.
No backdoor sweats. On the turn. He needs to fade the 10 or the 9, and he's done so. Garcia somewhat devastated as he was looking to secure a ladder and see Huni find the exit, but
I think it's 9.9.
instead,
25 maybe.
the big man fights on with 21.
You just
Yeah, and Zhu with a sigh here. You can see it on the right. Yeah.
Correct.
Zhu, of course, wanted that pay jump here, and Big Huni is such a dangerous man here.
Everybody wanted it.
And interestingly, now suddenly we don't have a clear chip leader anymore. After losing this one, Kuzmanas, Kunishi, and Bebov have very similar stacks here.
Yep.
At 10.25, I give 100 bucks.
9925. 9925.
9925.
Yes.
So you have 10,025 and I give 100 bucks.
Okay.
Yeah, just making sure the stacks are counted correctly.
9925, so 20 plus, yeah, a little bit. A little over. Can you push that down for me? Sorry.
Sure.
Yeah, I can't reach it. Thank you.
Yeah, very standard jam there from the small blind with 10-9 suited.
Huni understands all that it takes to go into winning an intense final table. His one World Series of Poker bracelet coming in the 100K high roller in 2024. Looking for number 2. Lifetime earnings in excess of $17 million. By the way, earlier I said 1.8 million was his career high. 2.8 million was the high watermark for him in terms of biggest cash. And conversely for Zhu, 23,000. Konishi with Jack 10.
Yeah, I think Huni is the only player here for whom these 2 million up top wouldn't be the career high or the highest winnings
right
in their career. As Konishi gets one through.
Yeah, raise and take. Stylistically speaking, too, we've got a really complex assembly of players. You know, that not everybody is cut from the same cloth out here, and that's shown. And those contrasting styles colliding here for 2 million up top, it's made for a very entertaining final table to this point, and I suspect more entertainment is on the horizon. King, Queen, I suspect another open. is on the horizon. 1.6 declared.
2 pots. 3 pots. 4 pots. 6 win. Thank you.
In another haul of 2.5 bigs. Akihiro.
Yeah, just 4 million added to his stack in 2 consecutive hands, just by stealing the blinds.
You know, I wouldn't go getting an appraisal necessarily, but I suspect you can add quite a bit to the 2 million euros in terms of the value of the bracelet.
Yeah, that one looked decent.
Diamond encrusted. I still long for the day where somebody will actually bother turning up to every World Series afterward wearing it. You know what I mean?
1,600,000.
I don't remember you doing that, Karai. I don't remember anybody doing that.
Yeah, these main event ones are pretty big, Ali. Is this a hidden break? But yeah.
You know, like in wrestling where you gotta, you know, the belt, boxing also. That one's a big one. Wear it with pride. Maybe over your shoulder, like in
That
lieu
would
of a
work.
parrot. A7. Snacking after opening.
I've seen some people wearing their bracelets though, occasionally. Side
Not-
event ones,
not
not the big
those
ones.
ones.
Not those ones.
The bracelets that look like, okay, that could be just everyday jewelry. Yeah, I've seen that.
17,
I want the big
18.
boy. It almost looks like it should be an upper arm cuff as big as it is.
Seven pots.
1.6.
2 raise. 1,600,000.
King Jack for Hooney in the hijack again this time. He has enough to just open raise though. No need to open jam anymore.
3 pots. 4 pots.
King Queen suited for Garcia off of 9.1 back. Does he have the option to flat here with this many chips?
I would just be all in here mostly. King
tend to
Queen
agree.
suited.
5 seconds.
The 12 big blinds. He still does have some fold equity. Especially with his image. He would get a hand like ace-5, ace-7, ace-8 maybe out there.
Yeah, and this is a second consecutive open from Hooney. Maybe we feel like the range has broadened.
And Garcia is the clear short stack now after Hooney's double.
5 pots. 6 pots.
Ow.
2 win.
I confess this is not the first time that we've seen something we didn't expect. What are we really waiting for? King Queen suited is an excellent holding off of that stack depth, certainly enough to proceed in one way or another, but not as a fold.
Yeah, this is a little bit too tight for my taste, but yeah. We've said this before, it has worked out for him playing tight. He's waiting for an even better hand, it seems. He's waiting for other players to collide.
But consider the opportunity missed. He probably ends up winning it without having to take the flop. And if for some reason Hooney were to give him action, he's got that hand dominated.
Yeah, he should have went with it.
I tend
Should
to
have gone
agree.
with it.
That one catching me by surprise, and I think Hooney would be surprised as well to learn he got through a King-Queen suited. And it's going to be a third straight open for him. This time, Ace-Jack suited, and with each successive open, I think the durability of the hand that we put to work needs to increase just because we know the suspicions do as well. Ace-Deuce suited for Kuzmanas. Oh, I thought maybe, just maybe, given it was the third straight open from Hooney, he might be thinking naughty thoughts, but instead the very straightforward flat club in the window and two more behind it. Smashing the ace-high flush. Hooney with a double gutter.
Yeah, interesting flop for Hooney as well. He doesn't know he is basically drawing dead here. He'd need a running straight flush here to split this one. He does have the double gutter. He has the range advantage. Let's see how he wants to proceed.
There's your answer, 1.6 declared. This into 4.4. North of 1/3 pot. Loving this site.
Yeah, decision back on Kutzmanas. Does he want to slow play this? Zhu did it earlier with a nut flush in a similar spot.
4 million. 4. 7 raise 4 million.
No slow play.
Yeah,
And the check raise does a couple of things, Karai, because a lot of times people will question, why would you ever risk losing me if you were nutted by check raising here? And they kind of remove absolute top of range a bit.
Yeah, that's true. Just in general, you don't check raise so often on a monotone flop like this. And yeah, good fold from Hooney. He wasn't sure whether his straight draws are even alive here. He knows Kutzmanas is mostly wrapping a flush here for value. Decides to get out of there. It makes some sense. You want a club in your hand.
Yep. And I'm not so sure that Hooney was on the path to losing more if Marius had flatted on the flop, absent a 9 or a king.
Right.
Maybe an ace and he gets cheeky, but he fights on with a modest blemish.
3 plus 4 plus. 5 plus. 6 plus.
5s for Kutzmanas in the small.
And having Hooney in the big blind covered, he can have a bunch of raises here from the small blind. Let's see, he wants to do that with... Oh, he decides to just put maximum pressure on Hooney.
And 2 plus.
And this is an ICM pressure play here from the Lithuanian. He knows there's a short stack out there, so he decides to have an open jamming range here for as much as 25 big blinds.
You a little nervous with those 3s or whatever? Yeah.
How weak is that? How weak is that?
It really sucks.
Look at Hooney zooming in.
So how much do you have? Is that 20 stack? No.
Called it 3s, it was 5s.
Yeah, good read there. Could have been something like ace X as well, maybe some offsuit broadways.
King Queen finding the bin.
Yeah, another
Things
tight
really
fold.
cutting snuggly out there. To what do we owe this sudden restraint being shown? I mean, Garcia is the short stack. Sure, that's a consideration before we go sticking our neck out, but certain hands just warrant participation.
All in.
Kutzmanas with Queen 10 and Hooney
Like 19
taking
or
real
10.
chances here with a Queen Jack, rips it.
3 plus. 7 plus.
High risk. I'm not going to call it high reward, but some reward.
Yeah, this is a big jam from Hooney here.
Indeed.
24 bigs. He knows that Kutzmanas is opening very lightly here on the button though.
much do you have? How much? 8.8. Thank you.
Yeah, and you hear this more and more often now. People asking for each other's exact stack sizes. It's just very important on a final table to know how much does the short stack have. Do I have my opponent covered? As
Queens. Yeah. In the small blind for the Finn. Not sure what Bebop's cooking up in the big behind him.
3 raise, 2,400,000.
Standard 3x. Offsuit king for Nikolai. He's not interested.
Yeah, Bebop would have called here with suited king 7. Offsuit, he wants probably something like king 9. King 7. He can fold.
You know, the table is feeling palpably different than it did en route to the break, Karai. Obviously, the pressure of that jump from 3 and 6 to 4 and 8, where now it's 2 million in orbit. On average, over 35,000, sort of 30,000-ish per hand.
6 bucks.
Or 300,000, sorry.
7 bucks. 2 bucks.
What am I talking about?
Yeah, it's getting real out there.
Yeah. Feels like a vague way to describe it, but it's so apropos. King 10 suited now. Bebop's turn to play a small. And Mr. Garcia, interested in a dance? Unlikely with 10-7.
Yeah, and Bebop would do this with pretty much anything, I would assume. Just 10 big blinds. Garcia has folded almost everything the whole day. So Bebop, yeah, almost too good of a hand for him here, but yeah. I think he would have jammed with bottom range as well.
Yeah. No flamenco. And the longer we ride this merry-go-round of the blinds getting after each other, or somebody opening and taking it, the worse off Garcia is.
Thank you.
Urgency.
He's getting shorter and shorter, and at some point he's not going to have any fold equity anymore. That's something to consider.
Ace 8
We'll try playing.
for Hooney. And I feel as though he's kind of picked up on this notion that everybody's gotten a bit more snug and is more apt to activate with these sorts of holdings. Obviously off of 21 million versus the stack that he brought into the frame. Zhu with a couple of 6s.
5 seconds.
We await his thoughts.
Yeah, definitely. And Hooney just has a... Oh, okay. Yeah, he has to open the ace 8 in the hijack, and yeah, interesting. That was a little bit of a decision there for Zhu with the pocket 6s. I think in a little bit later position, he might have jammed this one. He decides to let it go. He doesn't want any flats, really, with these kind of hands.
Well, that's another data point that supports what we have surmised. And again, the eyes are kind of on Garcia as perhaps the most responsible attribute.
Right, it's also annoying for everyone else, though, that the short stack is so tight, because if that was an active short stack, you'd know maybe in a couple of hands he's out, but
yeah.
But Garcia, he could fold for another hour or so.
Well, if we have to bleed him out slowly, then perhaps we will. But that is the mission that's being shared by the other 5 for the time being. There will be no button open. Perhaps no small blind either.
Yeah, just 8-3 offsuit. I think we can let this one go.
You guys want anything to drink?
She agrees.
Yeah, I'll take a water as well. Still.
Still water.
One more.
Still water.
I want to say it was 4. I think it was 4 still water.
You know, Mooney offering to ensure that everybody had an opportunity to place their order there. When he said, if you want something to drink, I'm sure he wouldn't have argued with a shot, you know, hey, bring some tequila, take a martini.
You know? For sure. Getting old, man.
Stay hydrated, exactly.
You're just a little baby. You ain't even grown a mustache yet. Exactly.
I wouldn't hold your breath on a Zhu mustache, Mooney. I don't think that's in range. Garcia maintains his lack of involvement. Hasn't looked at anything that would warrant it.
Kuzmanas can limp or raise here with the Jack-2 of hearts.
Seven raised 2,600,000.
Yeah, I like this. You can just raise a lot. Of course, 9-4 offsuit. Mooney has to fold this one.
And 2 plus 7 win. Thanks.
Take it, buddy.
He always considers at least briefly what options he has, though. I like that about his play.
Yeah, even if he already knows what his decision is, from a table presence standpoint, I've always been a fan of that. Just because of the free seeds that it plants in your opponent's mind, that there are no circumstances under which I'm ever going to get through this one comfortably.
Exactly, yeah.
Very much something to be said for that from a live poker standpoint. Something that these guys have a very broad range of experience playing, though you would know it from the way that they've handled themselves en route to the final 6. Well, it's go time con las Jotas for Antonio Garcia. All in declared. Will anyone wake up with something that can be a patron? Ace-9 suited for Zhu. Boy, I think he hates this, because as tight as Garcia has been,
yeah,
what is the bottom of the range we perceive him to have? Maybe the underpairs to a 9? Not even that, though. I mean, he hasn't really been apt to get involved. And so this is just a gross feeling.
And he probably has some friends who have told him about all of those folds that Garcia made earlier.
One would think.
He would have called this against most others, maybe against all of the others, but against Garcia, it's just 9 big blinds though. The solver would say call, but yeah.
You know, you can just feel Zhu is well aware of that, but he's so dissuaded by kind of the reality, which is the opponent just isn't doing this with something I feel great calling off with Ace-9 suited. Queen, 10, deuce, 1 diamond out there. The jacks are hanging on. 15.4 million chip pot. A board pairing deuce on the turn is clean. Just need to dodge the ace, and successfully doing so is Garcia. And you know, it's funny. I'm not going to say anybody's tilted by it. But when you realize how hard it's going to be to dislodge Garcia, given how tight he's playing, to see him doubling there, to be denied the 105K ladder, it can get under your skin a little bit out there.
Yeah, and he won't find a reason to change his strategy at all. It has been working out for him. He's been folding, he's been getting rewarded with a good hand. He's been winning that all in. And he's up to 5th place now, 15 million.
And just look at this sight. Heng Tao Zhu, after that exchange, now is your short stack. Coming in as the chip leader, this is a very foreign experience for him. North of 10 bigs, but not by much. And the eyeballs will retrain upon the fin. As he's put himself in the on-deck circle.
Yeah, I feel bad for Zhu here. I mean, it's so hard to get away from this here, from the big blind. Nobody acting behind him. Not even 9 big blinds that got jammed there. He knew this is super close. He did go for it. He still had 36% equity, even against the jacks.
.6 out of a 10-9 off. This very much is beginning to feel like recognition of the value of aggression in this current climate. Out of Big Huni. B-ball 7-5 offsuit. We've seen him do things. I don't know that this hand in particular is the candidate.
Yeah, he's been very honest with his timing.
Look at this. This is just a stone finger wag. Inbound Karai. A disciplinary 3-bet. Putting Huni on notice that this big blind is not yours to take.
Just a 3x 3-bet here out of position. And yeah, this is not standard here with the 7-5, but it's good recognition.
By the way, Huni's so self-aware. You know, there are worlds in which, absent 10-9 offsuit, but some other sort of holding, that he could dress down that 3-bet and wonder if it isn't simply a reactionary measure as opposed to a good hand.
Yeah, 10-9 offsuit, bottom of range, though he gets away from it. And yeah, Bebop, nice one.
Kings for Konishi.
Six raise 1,600,000 7 pass.
Second floor.
Two pass. Three pass, four pass.
And ace-10 for Garcia.
If he puts this in the muck, Karai, I'm telling you, I'll lose my mind.
He does defend.
Okay. Especially after that double where he can...
He can afford it now.
Yeah. 8-7-5 board. Konishi. Stranglehold on the equity. And you know, oddly enough, while the average big blind defense, Karai, I think hits this board, Garcia defending, I think we don't feel the connections are there.
I was just thinking the exact same thing, yeah. Most people would defend with a hand like 8-7 here, but I don't think Garcia would, and Konishi is probably aware of that. So, I mean, his kings are looking good anyways, but with that in mind, they look even stronger. So no reason for him to slow down. Just a continuation bet, and yeah, Garcia out of there with the ace-10. No one with a playable hand here so far.
For raise 1,600,000.
Bebop disagrees.
I think in part, he doesn't feel like he needs to worry too much about Garcia ever being a problem unless the deck pays him a sweet visit.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. That's good recognition. He also very slightly has Konishi covered. Probably thinks he has a little bit of an advantage post-flop as well. Thinks he's more experienced. And you know what, Ali? We have seen some short stack all-ins, but we haven't really seen a clash between some of the big stacks. I feel like something is coming up at some point.
Are you putting it into the universe? Are you attempting to manifest?
I'm a field player. And
you got your tuning forks out?
Yeah, I can feel like something's gonna come.
It's not going to come from this seat. Suited king on the button. Certainly are those parked at this table who would approach that spot differently. So leaves Konishi with the queen nine suited to limp in. Kutsmanos with 10-4.
Not an automatic check for him. He can of course check this back. He can also decide to raise here, trying to win the pot pre-flop. Does check.
6-3 deuce. Gut shot for Kutsmanos.
And Kutsmanos can relatively credibly wrap any sort of pair here after checking back.
7 bets 1,200,000.
10 high and the gut shot here. Wants to fold out a hand like jack high, queen high, king high. I think queen high with the backdoor clubs though shouldn't fold just yet. This is a half pot bet. Blind versus blind. I think Konishi can just call here.
6 plus.
He does fold though.
7 win.
Yeah, I think he knows Kutsmanos is one of those guys who isn't necessarily going to be one and done in a spot like that. And we just don't have a ton of intel on his range. Checking back in the big blind could interact in a whole host of ways with that flop.
It could, but sometimes in these wide range spots you have to be a little bit sticky. Otherwise your opponent can just run over you.
Yeah, that's fair. Sticky can get expensive.
3 plus.
Deuces. Now for Bebop.
1,600,000.
Zero hesitation open. Nishi on the puck with ace-9.
Yeah, we've seen Konishi 3-bet bluff before, and this is definitely a candidate. Ace blocker a little bit too weak to flat.
4,300,000.
And I like this.
3-bet up to 4.3.
And let's see if Bebov wants to call here. Out of position, small pocket pair. These are tough to play. The 3-bet isn't huge though. He does call.
So a larger investment than perhaps he was hoping he'd be needing to make to hunt this set.
Yeah, and over 10 million in the middle already. We haven't seen one of these 3-bet post-flop in a while.
Queen, queen, 3. Interesting board texture for deuces.
Yeah. I expect Konishi to c-bet here most of the time. Let's see how big he goes. I think depending on that, Bebov will make his decision. I expect a pretty small bet here from Konishi.
Bet. 2,600,000.
Quarter pot. And yeah, close one for Bebov. He does have a pair. He knows he could get counterfeited though with a 3, for instance. He's ahead of ace-king though. Yeah, does just fold.
Nice pick up there for Konishi. And earlier, Jeff Platt almost involuntarily picked up Martin Cabrel. And it looks like Martin's looking to displace Narataha now. Send it down to see what she's dealing with.
Oh no! Wow!
Can I get it for a second?
Come on,
Thank you.
come on. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, Sean, real interview starting. So, tell me how you enjoy Prague.
Depends on if you pay me the 100,000 euros you owe me or not.
No, I am not planning on that. You okay with it?
I'm gonna hate Prague, yeah.
But you okay with it?
I mean, I'll only make half as much this trip as I was making.
Okay, and tell me one more thing. What do you enjoy mostly in Prague?
Probably getting to see.
You continue.
Sorry. Well, I need the microphone to talk. Thank you. Obviously, getting to spend so much time with people like you, Martin.
What do you mean, people like me? People like me is the set of the people which I am only there myself, right?
You are definitely the outlier of outliers, but there are a lot of unique individuals who have very unique personalities, and yeah.
Okay, that's all from the WSOP Prague, and back to the final table.
Well, there you have it. Thank you so much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, we certainly have it. I'm not sure what it is, but thank you. I don't even know who to thank there. Sean? Like, Martin's everywhere. Isn't he playing? Doesn't he have an active stack somewhere in the room?
I don't know.
Is he on a break?
Maybe he's just around.
Yeah. This is his backyard. And, you know, the same thing that I mentioned to Jeff earlier, Nada, I wouldn't feel any measure of insecurity or anxiety about the stability of your employment prospects on the heels of that one. In fact, I would feel maybe a little bit better about it. Well, feeling good about things once more will be Garcia. Jacks plus, I think we've established, is the range.
Yeah, I think queens are in there.
Here he comes, and a jam. This is fairly healthy. Is anyone going to get ensnared? Zhu asking for a count from the small. I don't think he really has deuces giving him delusions of grandeur.
No, yeah, he should just fold here. Even if he only has 10 big blinds, the jam is for 16, 17 bigs. This is a strong range, especially from Garcia, and Zhu knows this. Yeah, good fold. easy fold for Bebop as well. He does have an ace, but nothing along with it. Yeah, Garcia really doesn't want to play any post-flop pots here, it seems like. Just open jamming his queens here. The problem is that you don't really induce anyone to put it in with a weaker hand here.
Fours now for Kuzmanis.
1,600,000.
Quick fold from Huni here with the 10-9 suited.
Uneventful one.
You guys have a new leader. Good luck.
Yeah, if Huni had a bigger stack here, he would have considered playing the 10-9 suited.
Well, stack distribution is a dynamic thing. And as the environment stays fluid, players will be keeping tabs on one another's chips, on the pay ladders, and all the subsequent ICN as they continue to navigate. And it can be a little bit infectious out there at the table too. You know, if all of a sudden everybody is towing the same line of, you know, we're not going to do anything untoward, we're not going to play recklessly, you can feel compelled to fall into rank and file.
Yeah. Yeah, Huni was the one trying to take advantage of that a little bit, opening a little more hands.
Yeah.
But now with his chip stack, it's just tough. Let's see if Kuzmanis is gonna take advantage a little more in the following minutes. And Ju has a candidate to be all in with. Yeah. Oh, and Garcia hasn't folded yet.
Well,
Okay.
I hate to break it to you, but he will be Jack 7 here in the face of the King Queen. 5-5. Declaration of war from Zhu. Peace restored after the blinds fold.
Yeah, Zhu has a rail here as well. I like to hear that.
Yeah, they haven't had a whole lot to get excited about. It's just been a deterioration. Desperate to be able to erupt. Find their man a double. Jack 9 suited. Huni's out of the way and right on cue. Zhu with aces. Similar approach to the last pot, you think?
I think he's gonna min raise here.
Yeah, tend to agree.
1.6.
Maybe with, with a little under sub, under 10 big blinds, he might have open jam, but here with 12. Oh, and look at this, Ali Garcia picks up ace king.
Oh, man. It really does require so much hand for the Spaniard to be willing to risk his chips, but ace king certainly qualifies. He declares all in. Zhu loves to hear it. And the rest of the table's going to love to see these two collide and there to be a potential bust out.
Wow.
Did we enter the matrix just there? What was that?
You have them covered or no?
21.4 million chip pot. Heng Tao Zhu, the chip leader coming into the day at risk of elimination here, but the risks are minimal as he's got 93% equity with the aces against Ace King. Could very easily leave Garcia drawing dead on the 7-3 deuce board, but now suddenly a king. One of them's not going to cut it, but two of them on the board to give him trips certainly would. Whoa,
that was close.
Paint was spooky. Granted, spades not the issue, but he looks charmingly embarrassed. I love it. Such a part of the World Series of Poker. Any given main event is such antics.
No speculators. No speculators for you. Me too.
Only at home.
And yeah, we've criticized Garcia somewhat for being a little bit too tight. This one was really unfortunate for him. Nothing wrong, of course, with his play here with the ace-king. While Zhu is back up to over 20 million.
27 bigs, he can play a little poker again. Such a good feeling for him, especially given the challenges since the onset of the day that he has faced.
Yeah, now with Garcia so short, everyone has to wait even more so for an elimination. Let's see what Garcia does now with his 5 bigs.
Well, before we get to him, we're paused on Bebov with ace-10.
Wait, 1.6.
1.6 declared.
Yeah, and Garcia has less than 4 big blinds actually. He's thinking about this one. Of course, now he does not have any fold equity anymore, so does he want to go with his queen jack or not? I think now we've criticized him for folding too much. There are actually some arguments for folding this one. Now, even when you double up, you're still by far the shortest stack, and you kind of want others to collide against each other, and queen jack isn't that good of a hand against an open.
This one really wasn't as cuspy or even as clear a continue as some of the other stuff we've seen him been.
Yeah, understandable fold there.
Can I see, sir?
5 seconds.
Kutsmanas knows that he can put a lot of pressure on Bebop with a 3-bet here, especially because Garcia is so short. Kutsmanas has Bebop well covered. He doesn't have the greatest hand. He has a king blocker though, and he decides to take it upstairs to 6 million.
You know, this is a lot of heart from Kutsmanas, and Bebop didn't feel like ace-10 was a lot of hand in the face of that response, so binning it without any hesitation. And you know, it's funny, Marius hasn't been out there playing some massive inflated multi-street pots. He's just kind of found the moments to bob and weave, very Muhammad Ali-like in his boxing.
Yeah, very attentive, very nice play there from him. He's aware of the situation. He's taking the spots.
Nobody reeking of any impatience either. You know, some sense of let's get on with it, somebody give some action, somebody get out of the way. They're just allowing the game to just move along at its own pace.
I think I got 21 total, around that, maybe.
Let's see when it folds to Kuzmanas. Yeah, okay, he has an actual hand now. I would have expected him to open pretty much anything here on the button. He's certainly going to open the Queen Jack.
All in. All in.
7 is all in.
And the open is going to be an all-in, covering both the players behind him, including the newly doubled Zhu, who is dead bottom of range. 7 deuce off. Will not be able to fight.
Yeah, this makes sense for sub 25 bigs. He would raise smaller with his very good hands and some steals. A hand like this, a small pair as we've seen before, he's just all in with. Maximum pressure. He just doesn't want to raise fold.
You know, I know it's really a subtlety, but I quite like the fact that Zhu flipped up the 7 deuce offsuit and showed it to Kuzmanas as he folded, just to kind of suggest that, hey, bud, it's not like I'm here to let you run me over,
Yeah.
but I just am card dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, little things.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, good point. Time for Garcia.
Queen Jack under the gun. He doesn't love the hand, but he also realizes that a trip through those blinds, which are up next and on deck, would cost him 2.5 bigs out of the 2.9 he's got. Unprepared to accept that. He does manage to get through the ace-6. It's going to get back around to Beboff. It'll be up to Nikolai as to whether or not he wants to give a spin. And yeah, 10-5's not the one. Is he thinking about just, okay.
I mean, he's getting such a good price. This is
Okay.
just 3.5 big blinds. Just has to call 2.1 million, 7 million in the middle now.
The reluctant sheriff, Beboff, trying to issue walking papers to Antonio Garcia. Couple of unders. He does find a 5 on the flop. The queen connecting with Garcia for top pair and far and away the best of it. The king is of no problem. 10s and 5s, that which he is looking to ward off of this river, and he does so successfully. All of this resilience has managed to allow him to fight on yet again. Just 8 bigs, though. Obviously, still heaps of pressure upon him.
Yeah, he's going to be in the big blind next hand as well. So he's definitely not out of the woods.
The middling stacks in particular would really love to show him the exit so they can take
Yeah.
their handcuffs off. Ace King for Konishi. Upstairs we go. Believe a suited 10-9 just got binned.
Quick fold there from Beboff in the small blind. Could have considered a flat here, maybe.
Ace deuce off for Garcia.
5 seconds.
Karai, you got a look on your face.
Yeah, against under the gun though, ace deuce off. Let's be honest, I think he's going to fold, and I don't mind this.
Oh, hang on. He's bitten his lip, and he did have those chips in what looked like jam formation, but ultimately, he reluctantly put it into the muck.
Yeah, you don't have any fold equity should you want to jam. It's also a bit dicey to defend this pre-flop. Your deuce kicker is of course so bad. You want to flop the ace and you will get it in then, but even then you can be dominated a lot of the time.
Could you take your 10 bank
much are you playing, sir? Thank you.
Yeah, 5-3, 5-4.
I can't have 4.5.
Kuzmanos is going to open here under the gun with his ace. He's the only one that really doesn't mind Garcia still being in here, because he knows now he can put even more pressure on the others.
Let's see how durable Akihito thinks King 9 offsuit is. Should be a
48.
simple enough defense. Of course, Kuzmanos is that one guy you really aren't looking to play pots against right now.
Exactly. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Konishi lets this one go, and he does.
Circumstances having a lot to do with that decision.
The only guy that has him covered.
The tension at the table right now skewing far more toward the high wire side of the spectrum than a slack line. You ever try that, Korai? Slacklining, where they put that piece of tape ribbon kind of thing between a couple of trees out in the park, and guys will like bounce up and down and do flips and
Yeah,
crazy
I don't know
stuff?
how people do that. I think I've tried to step on one, but there's no chance.
No, it immediately ends up in my groin. Things kind of devolve from there. I don't have, what is it, balance, core strength? I'm not sure. I've seen people set one up across like a gorge and just wander out, and I'm like, that's insanity.
Between skyscrapers, isn't that a thing as well?
Yeah.
Gutsy race here by Konishi.
Yeah.
He does have the ace, blind versus blind.
Exhale.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the fold from Kuzmanos, of course, but I would have thought, or assumed that he would think about a 3-bet here at least some of the time.
I wonder if there isn't a point at which Kuzmanos just looks around and realizes that he almost has carte blanche to begin to bludgeon anybody that should dare to open a pot with Garcia sat there short. It would require such an unbelievable amount of hand. And you know that people are going to be, you know, trying to nibble on blinds here and there because they can't afford to just sit back and outlast Garcia. I mean, granted, your chips could be deep enough, but you're going to end up whittled down as well in the process.
Yeah. Yeah, and maybe a couple minutes ago, Bebov would have opened that ace-9 offsuit. He doesn't want to raise fold one more time here. Just lets it go. Konishi has to get out of there.
Wow, this is deja vu.
Kuzmanos jams an 8-6 offsuit. It's always going to take so much hand for Huni to be willing.
Yeah, for sub 20, Kuzmanos just goes with the 8-6. Huni just needs such a good hand there to be able to call this off, blind versus blind.
King Jack now for Garcia. Surely this is a qualifier as an open. He realizes it, and in comes his stack. Just 5 million chips. It was Bebov who gave him the spin that doubled him to this point. Now might it be Huni with a King Jack of his own. that gets curious. Just 15 million in front of him and a player left to act behind in Zhu, though.
Just 6 big blinds this jam, though. I think King Jack is just too good to fold here, and Huni agrees. Does make the call.
Nope.
I'll take it.
So we're off to the races.
Like a cat.
As Huni does dig his heels in, and the race looks like it's going to end in a tie.
Unbeatable.
Garcia has clubs.
Couple of spades out there. Nobody with the spade draw possibility, which did show up on the turn, by the way. So we'll re-rack it. Each player picking up a single big blind in profit, courtesy of Zhu's Big Blind Ante and Big Blind. What is it going to take to break this stalemate here at the final table of the World Series of Poker main event in Prague?
Jack 8 suited for Garcia under the gun. He's going to fold.
Yeah, and that means he's going to have to go through the blinds, which will prove quite costly. 2 million of his chips will be invested across the next 2 hands, regardless of whether or not he plays them. You see the investment from Konishi of 1.6 attached to that Queen Jack suited, and heel snack.
Yeah, Kutsmanas briefly considered another 3-bet with his ace here. Didn't want to this time, so raise and take it for Konishi. Yeah, I really like how Kutsmanas is playing his big stack now. He isn't going crazy at all. He's just picking the right spots. He's not overdoing it, which makes it even more effective when he 3-bets, because people know he's not like just out there completely.
Sure.
And he's steadily building up his stack. 50 million now. Huni picks up ace-jack, just 20 big blinds. Yeah.
Versus that hijack open. He is ready.
No hesitation at all. He knows how widely Kutsmanas is opening.
Yeah, leans right back on his man. All but 250K, and it's a wrap. I appreciate that Kutsmanas is questioning, though, with his big stack, kind of whether or not he can't accumulate. The stage is very much set for him to do so, absent people picking up hands.
Yeah, this was Garcia's big blind as well. So I think he'd go especially wide there.
Jack 6 suited. Not falling into the width that Kutsmanas is willing to get involved with. Ace 4 suited, however. And Huni dials up a click. Garcia, King 10 off. Just lost 1.6 million of his chips in that last one. Now another 800 here. 400 rather, forgive me.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see him let this one go. He just wants some fold equity when he jams. I think it's interesting that Kutsmanas folded there with a suited jack under the gun. Of course, not a good hand, but he can put the pressure on. So I think some people would have considered an open race there.
Perhaps had he not just opened and been disciplined, would have been more keen to continue doing it, but Hooney sort of making a statement. Granted, he had a hand, but
I knew it was on.
No, it's fine. I didn't
facts
stop.
remain.
1.6.
1.6.
Eights for Hooney. One 8 into the bin, and the other, and Kuzmanis is big. Neither of them were performing particularly well.
Yeah, and the big blind is moving around and it's getting closer and closer to Garcia again. Now Big Hooney is gonna be in the big blind, then it's Ju.
17 points for total.
Seven, 8 suited in the cutoff. Nope.
So Kuzmanis has raced with a similar hand before in the small blind. I think it was a suited jack.
You're getting dangerous over there, man. Eventually I'm just gonna wake up.
Well, you haven't woken up, but you are dominating if you were to lose your mind and want to play a 44 million chip pot with Queen 9 off. Yeah, you see, probably peeled the Queen first and thought, I'm drawing live to a call. And it's not lost on everyone that Kuzmanis has this luxury of just unrelenting aggression available to him right now, but they're so powerless to stop him without waking up with a hand.
Yeah. Yeah, Hooney has to fold a lot of hands here. That's why he used the Queen 3 suited. Even a hand like King Queen would be in a horrible spot. Queen Jack has to fold for sure. And getting all of these better Queen X's to fold is such a big advantage.
It's go time. Vamos, says Garcia with As-tres.
3,800,000.
How much?
3.8 officially. Back around to Ju. He's got ace-4.
Yeah, this is way less big blinds though than he made this call with the ace-9 before, but it was 9 big blinds. Now it's sub-5. So even though he has a worse hand this time, I think he could call here.
Excuse me. Dinner break
Doesn't
after
want to
this?
make the wrong call again though, so he's thinking about this one.
Yeah, you know, he's in one of these situations where he's like, how well is ace-4 off doing against Garcia? And he's caught him actually in you know, a below average spot in terms of what we anticipate he would be rolling over in what has now become an 8.8 million chip altercation. To the flop we go. King Jack 5, hearts working in Ju's corner. Each player with a clean out. Take the flush draws off the board and take the chips and carve them up. In the words of booth brethren Joe Stapleton, everyone loves a chop pot.
Chop pot.
I'm pretty impressive.
Very impressive. This is impressive.
I mean, very impressive, unbeatable. I mean, whatever
Yeah,
I do, money is
Garcia,
money.
unbeatable indeed.
This is very impressive.
I think we need a Teddy KGB alligator blood quote. Let's see if Garcia's got what he can go with. King 10 offsuit. 4.4 in front of him.
Yeah, he should go with this again.
Yeah. And again, the shorter his stack gets, the less luxury he has to wait for premium kit.
Right.
4,400,000.
Konishi has ace-4 suited. It's the hijack, though. 4 people acting behind him, and although he knows he might do alright against Garcia, he doesn't want to risk it. It's the right fold. And yeah, Bebop has to let this one go.
This orbit's going to be free.
Yeah. For 3.5 he called before, but for 5.5 big blinds, 10-5 not good enough.
4-4.
Thank you.
There's a genre of horror film where the villain refuses to die. Right when you think, oh, well, surely there's no world in which they're going to come back, they show up again to terrorize. Garcia has certainly taken on that role here. Will not go away.
After this.
No, next one.
After level 47.
Next.
Oh, really?
It's crazy.
What's that?
You are on a 60-minute dinner break. You need to hang your own 60-minute dinner break. Dealers chip price of hundreds and 500s.
Pocket eights for Zhu on the button.
$17 million to work with. Sounds like a lot, but far less than it once was. North of 20 bigs, though. Standard opens available.
1.6.
Yeah, he's gonna min raise to induce.
And he's going to just take the blinds and antes, I suspect. Sure enough, Garcia makes it official. Did someone just reenact a locomotive sound out there? The Zhu Express pulling out of the station. Kuzmanas, A6.
Power of the ace.
And the powerlessness of the field. There was a time where we were casting eyes onto a table where chips were flying around, people were making moves, and all of a sudden, Garcia's presence, sub 10 bigs, has put the absolute brakes on that affair.
Yeah, Garcia is the factor here for sure. Everyone waits for him to finally bust. He doesn't want to, though. Understandable.
Name me someone who would. With 2 million euros up top, another 7-figure payday for second. You'd have to peel me out of that seat.
This should be another walk.
Nuts. Nuts. Low.
Blackjack nuts.
Nah. 3 high. Rakshak Nazis. Later.
6-5.
Ah, 6-5,
Yeah, everything going Kutsmanas' way here.
Dirty.
He's very close to the same money he won with his previous best result in Prague, which was at the EPT High Roller in 2022, where he finished second for 340,000. Right now he has 320,000 secured, but is of course looking for the 2 million up top.
Uh-oh. My guy's just getting every good
Queen
spot.
9 suited as the hand strength whittles further and further down for Garcia. This one makes the cut, and it makes it through. Hooney with the 3-4 off. Can't do a thing.
I know you like us. I love the lifties. Some of my favorite people. But right now, you're starting to push it a little bit.
I'm balancing it out, you know.
Understood.
Suited king. Not with the deuce.
No.
1.6.
King Jack of hearts here as you see Kudzmanas' ability to be abusive.
25 bigs for Hooney. Yeah. King Jack suited. He knows how wide Kudzmanas is. He doesn't want to flat out of position. He doesn't want to 3-bet induce. He doesn't want to 3-bet fold, so he just jams it in himself.
You know what he really doesn't want is for Kudzmanas to say call quickly.
Yeah, true.
That's the real disaster.
Wow. Oh, we got that on camera?
I thought it was smooth, but no.
You got a whole country watching you right now, man. That's the old snake trick right there.
These are too good.
$23.5 in front of Hooney. Slightly north of Beboff.
Oh, we got bird.
6,400,000.
8 big blinds for Garcia. Ace-8 offsuit under the gun. Goes all in. And up to 10 big blinds he is.
Wow.
I mean, this is just...
It's pretty remarkable how no one wakes up with a hand.
And whenever Garcia does, he never visits the showers.
Yeah. And again, Garcia's big blinds, Kudzmanas just opens a little lighter than he would against the other players. Queen 7 offsuit here from the hijack. It's just a pure steal. Adds another 2 million to his stack.
Given that this is going to be,
The color up after this break?
I suspect,
The color up after this break?
a long evening,
I think every
Karai, during this portion of the program,
Just another break
perhaps
and these- or they're taking
we
these
should
off?
take turns
Yeah,
napping.
I'm
I
not
don't
sure.
feel that
Would make sense.
we'll be missing out on much.
There will be a cheap price, yeah? Okay.
I shouldn't say
There will be
such
cheap
things.
There will.
Yep.
Thank you.
Clearly, we can both nap at the same time. I mean, come on, poker gods. Give us a cooler. Give us a bad beat. I want some blood. All right? I'm done being civil. I'm done watching this merry-go-round of raised tickets. I need somebody to make waves. Make these seas stormy.
Are you sure there's no dinner break?
There should be a
Yeah, the
break after
fourth.
the WSOP 7.
Yeah.
Oh, this could be the one, Ali.
Well, Garcia says all in, but this is only 50% of the equation. A6 for Konishi. See, all you got to do is moan. The issue, of course, is that Garcia rates to double,
6.8.
which means we rate to continue.
Yeah, Konishi has to call here
To
with an
deal with
ace.
this, yeah, he knows it. And it's his turn to have that feeling that Zhu has had on a couple of different occasions where he calls his man and knows that it doesn't rate to be in great shape. And in fact, it's in awful shape, the ace-6.
Yeah, just 8.5 big blinds.
By the way, Garcia has never so much as grinned or smiled throughout this process. The tension worn all over his face as he smacks top pair, and you see the exasperation from Konishi here. Drawn dead.
Bro, can you pick some lottery
This
numbers
is
for
a
me? I don't need you to speak English.
There's a smile when he breaks the tension.
Solo Espanol para ti.
Yeah, I mean, this is a man we should take to the roulette wheel.
It's his day for sure so far.
It's kind of a weird way to describe a man sat there with 17 bigs, but in terms of making sure his day doesn't come to an end, nobody's done it better thus far at the FT.
Yeah, I've lost count of the amount of times he was all in today.
62. No, less.
No,
But,
because
you know.
he's winning. Because
Feels
he
like
knows he
62 for
wins.
sure, yeah.
I mean, he can just have Kitty Jack again. Can't fold that.
I can't fold.
It's ludicrous.
Go for the chop.
Konishi being facetious and suggesting he should fold because we know he's going to win.
I can't fold.
No folding in Hooney's future.
1.6.
1.6, he says.
Yeah, and with Garcia's double up, there's no immediate short stack now. Garcia's up to almost 20 big blinds now. Is this the end of the level, possibly? Is that why Garcia is taking his time here?
Just looking to... Yeah, he's looks like he's looking up at a clock here. It doesn't seem like the time bank is ever associated with the Jack-6. Barring some sort of aneurysm. Our producer Hunter has popped into our headset to advise he's been in 5 all-ins, and he's won all 5. Even flipping a coin and winning 5 times is a fairly astronomically improbable thing to accomplish.
Yeah, I think there was a chop or two, but yeah, he didn't lose one. Obviously, otherwise he wouldn't be sitting here.
Yeah, I gotta say, I don't have anything against Garcia, but just a strange subconscious disdain that I'm beginning to hold for his resilience is only further exacerbated by that tank with the Jack-6.
Yeah, for those of you wondering what was going on there, he wants the blinds to go up. because he knows he's not going to be in the blind next hand anyways. So he wants the others having to pay the extra 200k or whatever it is. I think the big blind's going to be 1 million in the next level instead of 800k.
And I think the big blind defense of the 9-5 of spades from Kuzmanos is not going to show any further interest in this one. Huni crushing top pair, top kicker.
Yeah, queen 10-3, good for his range. I expect a c-bet, small one. Third pot. Nothing for Kuzmanos.
What you fold? What you have? Mono. Okay, mono.
Take it for Huni.
Sucks. I would have knocked him out if you showed that one.
You had a good hand?
Yeah.
So Garcia didn't manage to stall into
Can we
the end
reset
of
the
this
clock
level yet. I
once the
think
hand's over?
this
Can we
could
reset
be
the
the
clock
last
once
one
the
though,
hand's over? 'Cause we're not finished playing and the back's running.
because I see them standing up. Is this another open jam?
He's thinking about it. Not an open jam, but an open.
Yeah, Huni over 30 bigs now. He doesn't want to open jam. He just raises. Same result.
I'll tell you what, we all deserve a break from that gear-grinding frame where Antonio Garcia's resilience is responsible for gridlock here at the main event final table. His 18 bigs will be coming back to a new blind level as Karai and I step aside, and we'll see you in 15.
The next chapter of WSOP Paradise is coming. Something bigger and better. This December, the world's fastest growing poker event is moving all in. The World Series of Poker Paradise, now at Baha Mar.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Just go play it.
All poker players share the same dream, taking their seat at the WSOP. And GG Poker is the only place where you can qualify online. You can qualify for free, for low buy-ins, and win your seat at the WSOP circuit events Or take your game to paradise in the Bahamas, or go for glory in the Las Vegas main event, the World Series of Poker, only on GG Poker.
All in.
Hey, resilient.
Call.
Six will do.
Yeah.
I think I have slightly more.
Yeah, he's covering me. I was the shortest deck.
How long can you go to the bar and back?
3 minutes.
I mean,
Your beer. Yeah. 10 minutes ago, right? 15 minutes.
Six, but 17,000.
You should order 2.
or go by myself.
Yeah.
But 21,000. Six go.
We got you a Red Bull.
It gives you wings.
You need energy. We got you a Red Bull. Yeah.
Did you guys order Red Bull? No, but they gave it to me.
7
3 times in a row. Remember that.
All in.
Call.
Oh, well.
You call?
Yeah, special big blind.
Oh my god. Nice hand.
Well, it's a nice hand. Let's see the
Oh,
outcome.
you need a miracle.
Maybe I prefer 4-5, but
Maybe Jack?
well, it's not on my hand.
It's Queen 10 for the TV.
All clubs?
Did you offer this dealer a Philippine house also?
Yes, I did offer a Philippine house on an island.
Maybe you're safe then.
Okay.
10.
10 for a sweat.
Yeah.
You're blocking the camera.
Oh yeah, that could be the case.
You need to see his reaction when
yeah.
it comes.
It comes. When the 10 comes, right?
They already know it's coming.
Oh.
Good game.
Nice game.
GG.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
Okay.
Quick, take your time, guys.
Sorry for that.
No, it's okay. Nice playing with you. You had aces. Wow, crazy.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Are you the exchange of the 10 banks or I just keep it here?
You can exchange it, but you need them right now? You don't have any?
I don't know, I'm just asking. To be honest, I don't need it.
When you run out, you can use
When
this
you
for
run
5
out-
more.
Oh, you rebuy basically, okay?
Yeah.
I'll run out pretty soon, that's why I know.
If you only have one, you can get them now.
Yeah, I just want to know how it works, I don't care.
I think they will get it eventually, just when players start to get it eliminated. Maybe they didn't expect as many players. I was expecting it.
Check.
Three, but 8.5. Go, 6, 2, 4. Seat 3, bet 11.5. Seat 6, race 31,000.
button is good.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Just go play it.
All poker players share the same dream, taking their seat at the WSOP. And GG Poker is the only place where you can qualify online. You can qualify for free, for low buy-ins, and win your seat at the WSOP circuit events, or take your game to Paradise in the Bahamas, or go for glory in the Las Vegas main event, the World Series of Poker, only on GG Poker.
The next chapter of WSOP Paradise is coming. Something bigger and better. This December, the world's fastest growing poker event is moving all in. The World Series of Poker Paradise, now at Baha Mar.
And welcome back to what has been a stagnant final table. Why? Feast your eyes. Antonio Garcia's 14 bigs and his unwillingness to cede his stack. Not far north of him, Heng Tao Zhu, and for that matter, Bebop just a couple of blinds north as things have thinned out considerably, Karai. 500,000, 1 million with a 1 million big blind ante as we play six-handed poker. 2.5 million in orbit the price. Cards back in the air here in Prague.
Yeah, and Kuzmanas is really the only one here who is sitting very comfortably with his over 50 big blinds. Everyone else is kind of in the danger zone. Of course, Konishi does have 30 big blinds, but still.
Not going to attack on this occasion. Kuzmanas folds the button.
14.8. And then blind.
King 10 in the small. Declares the all-in. Queen 3 won't be indulging.
Yeah, I like the jam for 15 big blinds. You want to be the aggressor there. You want to put the money in. You don't want to raise fold. You don't really want to raise call as well.
You know, I confess I'm a little bit afraid now. If we're not just picking up where we left off.
No, this is going to be the level. I'm optimistic. We will see some action this level.
You know, strangely, one could characterize it as pessimism because it's going to require the demise of someone. I mean, another way to get there is if all of a sudden some of these shorter stacks chip up and the bigger stacks come back down to earth, now we can play a little bit of poker.
True.
More than one way to skin this cat. sixes for Konishi. He'll open. Ace 4 in the cutoff for Kudzmanis.
And yeah, the 4 isn't interesting here, but the ace, we've talked about this.
6 million.
He's using this ace of diamonds to make it 6 million.
The aggression, a luxury afforded the Lithuanian. And how do we feel about these sixes now for an extra 4 million? Do we want to get out of position against this boss man?
I don't think so. This is a 3x3 bet. There's a different option though as well.
Yeah, I was thinking what you were thinking, but it's a thought and nothing further for Konishi, who clearly understands that he could be on the receiving end of abuse there, but
yeah,
what's he going to do?
He just folds. This is a bit of the issue with opening a hand like pocket sixes. You don't really have any blockers. You don't want to call a 3-bet out of position, so it's kind of, do you want to play for it all? Do you want a 4-bet jam? And if you don't want to, then maybe you should have considered just open folding in the first place, although that sounds pretty tight. This stage of the tournament, you'd much rather have these high cards that just block the big pairs of your opponents. A hand like King Jack offsuit might be worse than pocket sixes, but it's the preferred hand to have as an open.
$2 million, says Hooney. Note the Jack 4 suited falling in range for him.
That's Garcia's big blind.
Yeah, absolutely associated with the choice. He knows this guy's got to wake up with a real one. 10-8, ain't it? Look at Garcia just trying to keep tabs on the stacks around him. How much you got, buddy? You got me covered? What's going on?
Yeah, he is our short stack, but Zhu and Bebov don't have that much more. All sub 20 big blinds.
You know, perhaps this last frame and the one we're embarking on now, which seems to be picking up where we left off to a degree, gives us a good opportunity to talk about the stamina. And I'm not referring to simply the physical aspect, of course, Karai, but the increasingly taxing nature of all of the mental focus and attention that is required of us. And the less we have in the tank for it, the more urgent that focus becomes as we get down to the final stages of this thing.
Yeah, every moment is crucial, every decision is crucial, and as you get more and more tired, this can become a problem. And people behave differently. Some people tighten up, some people really go for it. Only the very best play their A game the whole way through. Yeah, I remember when I was at the final table, I did really feel the pressure. I was chip leading the whole way as well, so I was playing almost every hand. And yeah,
exhausting.
It is so exhausting. And once you lose a hand or two and it doesn't go your way, like you question yourself. And yeah, it's a good situation to be in, don't get me wrong, but it is stressful.
And by the way, it's stressful on either side of the spectrum, right? If you're out there and you're the short stack, you can't ever seem to get over 10 to 15 big blinds, so you can start to throw your weight around, make some moves, play some poker post-flop. That is a different kind of stress, rather.
Yeah, true, because then you know every hand could be the last one. You don't want to be you don't want to make a mistake, of course, to bust the tournament. Tough to make a mistake for Zhu so far here, though, with ace-king. It's a good start.
Brief pause before we know his chips will move forward. Chat, by the way, all over Garcia's unwillingness in the face of that Hooney Queen Jack offsuit to get involved with ace-9. Suited no less in the small. Something we kind of glossed over during our conversation, but
oh yeah, I missed
facts
that.
remain. It just goes to show you that this isn't unfair supposition from the booth or from any out there who are playing, that Garcia is extraordinarily tight. Kuzmanos doesn't need to be that sort of thing, as 4-5 suited, defends, finds bottom pair here against the ace-king in the lead.
Yeah, annoying for Zhu here that he missed. I like his decision to open raise pre-flop and not just jam it in. Some other people would have just open jammed the 14 big blinds. He wants to have raise folds though, and he wants to have these raise induces. He wanted somebody to put it in there with ace queen, ace jack, and maybe sometimes even a hand like ace 5 suited.
1.5, the follow-through figure.
Yeah, this is of course the disadvantage of min raising. You can lose the flop, post flop. You can be outdrawn. .5 into 5.5, just a small bet. Kuzmanas doesn't go anywhere with bottom pair. He has to be careful though. Safe turn card.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. If you could reach into the deck and pull out a card, maybe the offsuit 3 as opposed to the diamond, but nevertheless, the 3 is well above average for Kuzmanas. Well below average for the ace-king.
Zhu has some showdown value at least. He's beating other ace highs, so he does check back here. The flush draw gets there. Another 3 on the river. Kuzmanas could block bet with his 5. He could also try and show this one down.
I think it is the 4 more so than the 5 that he would be blocking with Karai, but facts remain.
I'm getting tired as well, Ali.
The mental focus in the booth is also taxing across many days. But that ace of spades could suddenly leave Zhu rising up in the face of the lead. 8.5 in the pot. 1.7 is small enough for Zhu to get frisky.
Yeah, this is just 20% pot. Zhu beats a hand like 10-8. Would queen 10 choose this sizing?
Do we have too much hand to bother with a raise versus bluff catch? It just doesn't seem like the cheap bluff is what's lurking over there.
Yeah, Zhu is considering all options here for sure. He could represent nut spades here. He would check this back on the turn sometimes. He would have c-bet the flop. He's definitely considering it. He's considering fold, he's considering hero calling, but he's also considering turning his hand into a bluff, targeting exactly a hand like Kuzmanas has. Pair of 4s, pair of 9. This would be in a tough spot as well, obviously.
All in.
I got to tell you, this is not the first time we've seen this young man play a game that is well beyond his record. 23K, the largest cash he's ever had. This is his first live tournament win, and he's a $10 online qualifier, taking Kuzmanas to the woodshed.
I love this play.
This is so it could be an ace tray even, couldn't it?
It could, yeah. It could be ace 3 of clubs.
And to have this find, risking your tournament life with other short stacks out there, and the heart that it requires after you were the chip leader and you've whittled your way all the way down here, all of it comes together to draw so much respect.
Yeah, Kuzmanas was thinking, how polarizing is this? Could this be something as thin as king jack maybe, that decided to check back on the turn, and against this small of a bet decided, well, I want some more value, I'm going all in? Unsure, but possible. He's mostly wrapping the flush though.
Hard to make a flush.
That's true.
Oh, man. I think Marius's decision might come down to this visual.
He's gonna take his time here. He doesn't have a spade in his hand.
Thinking in this sight is Kuzmanos in an effort to make up his mind. And did he make the call? He did. And that's going to do it for Hengtao Zhu. Marius Kuzmanos with an incredibly gutsy call, but just as gutsy, the effort from Zhu.
Hats off to our qualifier, Hengtao Zhu. He's one of the players who impressed me the most in these last couple of days.
Without a doubt, Karai. And I hope that he holds his head up as high as he deserves. Don't hang it. You did what needed doing so many times to earn your trip here, sir. And even Kuzmanos recognizing that that's a whole lot of talent that we've not seen the last of.
Yeah, and game recognizes game. That's why he called.
Yeah.
I felt it.
He knew that Zhu was capable of finding that bluff.
That you felt that he was bluffing.
I wonder if it isn't a jam and it's something where he leaves himself a little bit back, that we accomplish the same task without fully risking our tournament life, and maybe even lend a little bit more credibility to the effort because it looks milkier.
He could have done that. A lot of players would leave like one big blind, one chip behind to be able to just grind their way back, and they would do that with both value and with some bluffs.
Still water.
But well, those are details. I like this effort. He qualified for 10 euros online, made it 320k.
Just remarkable. Incredible. For Garcia, how about that incredible 105k pay ladder? Ace queen under the gun open from Bebov. I don't think Garcia's done being snug here. 12 bigs. Bebov not with much more than him.
No, he's gonna fold. Kuzmanos is starting to run away with it. He has more than double of what Hunishin has now.
It's difficult to make a flush.
Yeah, that kind of was the talking point I overlooked. It's a breakaway chip lead for him. Huni breaks out an extra milli with his king 3 suited, and the flop doesn't break out much to get excited about from his perspective. Knuckles over to Bebov, who smashes top pair. I really hope that that Zhu isn't too disheartened to have been wrangled by Jeff Platt. I'm sure he's a bit devastated given he came in as a chip leader and ends up finishing 6th. But hoping that we will get a visit from him as Bebov hauls this one in. And, well, looks like we finally got an update from Nada. We're standing by with the winner of the high roller.
I'm with our 20K high roller winner, Chris Wynn. How does it feel? What does it mean to you to get your first bracelet?
Yeah, I'm very happy. Yeah, I mean, it's a big thing to win a bracelet, and I'm happy I did it.
What did you feel in your body as it was like getting close to ending, that you knew you were going to win?
Yeah, I mean, it's not so like dramatic because I had like such a big chip lead at the end. I didn't feel that tense, but there are definitely some moments where were big spots in the tournament, and I was definitely excited and nervous.
Do you remember the most difficult moment in the tournament? In the heads up, maybe?
Heads up was just like a couple hands, but before, I think when there was like 5 left, I had a big chip lead, and then I went down to maybe a third of my stack and then came back. So that was definitely some. Yeah.
I saw you celebrating with your friends. What did they say?
No, they're all happy for me, and yeah, we're gonna have a good time. And yeah.
Did you get to wear? Have you put it on yet?
No, not yet.
Do you feel you want? I mean, it's right here, right here.
It looks very nice.
It looks very nice. Congratulations on your win.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, count the man beside me in the booth who's wearing a big smile amongst those aforementioned friends. Is Nada mentioned, Karai couldn't be more proud of his buddy Chris.
Yeah, I love that guy. I mean, he started playing these high rollers kind of when I stopped, so we're hanging out playing paddle more than we are playing poker.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's one of my good friends from Vienna.
And he can finally pay you back that 100K. No, I'm just kidding. I'm being facetious, of course. Let's update you as to the payout situation now. Upon the departure of Heng Taozhu, he took home 320K. All parties guaranteed 425,000. The next leg up, another 150K to 575,000 euros. Eyes darting around under the gun for Konishi, whose King 10 offsuit was given a brief consideration. Things getting even more difficult for him with Kuzmanas' huge uptick. And now I suspect that Marius is really going to break out the Warhammer. That Garcia big has been a real pork chop that everybody's been looking to sink their teeth into.
Yeah, and the bigger the chip lead of Kuzmanas is, the more he's going to open up.
More. 60?
Loosen up.
70.
Oh, wow, yeah. Oh, wow.
73.
Nice.
Agree.
Hold on, please.
Jack 5 off, doesn't fall in range. Ace 8 for Big Huni. He's actually been the guy that stood up to Kuzmanas most on the day, finding multiple 3-bets with dicier hands than most would be willing to go with.
And is that right? Did he open to 3 million here? Looks like he went a little bit bigger here. 3x the big blind.
Konishi giving thought to the King Jack, but he does ultimately release. And of course, this has much to do with the two players on his right. ICM responsibility being demonstrated. And what's interesting is it's not just Garcia that some of these larger stacks are going to be able to target. It is also one another as they recognize the task at hand, being to not get into altercations.
Yeah, it's tournament poker. It's just about surviving longer than the others. And if you can fold your way up to second place, well, you should go for it.
So dealers, please deal one hand only.
Garcia, never a doubt he would muck his Jack 6. Now Konishi, Ace 7 off in the small, Karai. Just limp and hope.
That's an option. He could also raise it up here. He's done that before with an ace. The way I've seen him play, I think that's what he's going to go for. It is scary against the chip leader, though.
Yeah, he actually goes with fold.
Okay.
I mean, and this is really exhibiting his cognizance of the 150K immediate ladder, the presence of not one but two shorter stacks that he'd like to find some clarity with respect to their fate before choosing to get into pots with the likes of Kuzmanis.
Yeah, I get it. He's out of position. He has the worst seat right now at the final table. Ace 7 doesn't play great. He does have that important ace, though, of course, in his hand.
Sixes for Bebop.
First position, this is the hijack. 17 big blinds. Yeah, he could have folded. He did decide to raise, and Garcia has aces.
His patience has so consistently been rewarded that you would be hard-pressed to think that he's going to do anything other than continue to lean into it as he leans into the Bebop Open.
This is just 9.5 big blinds. Oh, Bebop is going to hate this.
You know, this is interesting. We know that Big Hooney is never contemplating a call with his King Deuce offsuit, but he's asked for the count. And I wonder if there aren't occasions on which players do this to ensure that the open of Bebop is aware how deep the 3-better is, just in case they were to maybe not ask or make an assumption.
Yeah, that's a good observation, Ali.
Just kind of a sporting bit of insurance that I want you to know exactly how much more it is in case you should want to call.
And that was a good fold from Bebop. Less than 10 big blinds. He did have a pair. He knows he's flipping a lot of the time, but the rejamming range is just so tight.
Of every open and fold he's made in the entirety of this main event, I promise you Bebop will lose less sleep over that one than any other.
Yeah.
He really has some questions about sixes in the face of a Garcia 3-bet. I mean, I got guys I play with in the cash game streets, you know. When that guy re-raises you on the river, you can put the second nuts in the bin.
How crazy does he want to go? Not as crazy. 9-4 offsuit. Yeah, just lay it down on the button.
Let's see.
He's asking how many big blinds Bebop has. He's considering a jam here.
All in.
Rips it. Offsuit Doyle in the big. An easy release. Or perhaps not an easy release, considering that the late Doyle Brunson did win a couple of main events with that particular hand, but, you know, in different fashion. And in a very different time.
Level work on all players. 4 minutes left on the break. Just start going to receipts.
Manas. 9-6 suited. Dispatching the King Jack on the button.
Yeah, Hooney this time deciding against the 3-bet bluff. He knows that his value range is so tight, so he cannot just take any offsuit Broadway combination. Oh, interesting.
Queen 3 offsuit.
He's folded similar hands before. We've talked about the, I think it was Jack 4 suited in a similar spot. Now he opens with Queen 3 off. Just hasn't seen anyone getting out of line against him. Decides to be a bit more loose.
Oh, Konishi does find something that he can push back with, the ace-queen and the perceived super wide range, allowing him to jam and take it.
Yeah.
And that allows us to send it down to Jeff Platt, who is standing by with Heng Tao Zhu.
Well, HT, I know not how you draw it up going into the day. How would you describe to us what runs through your mind right now after being eliminated?
Yeah, pretty disappointed, of course. Disappointed. But, I mean, it's poker, so coming in with a chip lead doesn't mean anything. But yeah, I try to, I mean, I can live with all my decisions, I think, so kind of happy with that. Happy with how I played.
And how happy are you with how you played throughout this entire run? I mean, this is quite the run to get this far in this tournament.
I'm pretty happy. I think I really played my A game throughout. Obviously, I made mistakes still, but I mean, I was pretty focused, and so I'm pretty happy with that.
This was, at least to us, kind of your coming out party of sorts. Can we expect to see you in more big-time tournaments?
Hopefully, yeah.
Okay. There we go. We look forward to it. Thank you for the time. Appreciate it. Yes.
Thanks, Jeff, and of course, thanks to Zhu for taking a moment there as we return to the moment where the ace-4 decides to step aside versus a big Huni ace-jack. Now an ace-10 on the button for Garcia. And he folds, Karai.
Yeah, I didn't say anything because I kind of expected him to fold here anyways. We've seen it before. He's not going to go for the marginal spots.
Try to go a little further on those if you can. I can barely reach it. Yeah. Thank you.
Is there a point, Karai, where it would be appropriate to suggest that there is something objectively detrimental to his bid to try to win this thing or chip up? The manner in which he's approaching it, folds like the ace-9 suited that people were on him for, that ace-10 off just now. I mean, these are big hands playing five-handed poker.
I think objectively we can say that he's playing a little bit too tight. But, I mean, he knows he has a little bit less experience than the other guys. He's happy to play tight. He knows what he's doing. He probably knows that he's folding a little more than he should. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's his money. He's laddering up. I mean, he's in the top 5 now.
But in the interest of playing optimal poker, this is
Sure.
not the direction in which you would be guiding him if you were in his corner.
No, I guess not. I guess I'd tell him to take the spots. If he has a good hand pre-flop, you cannot wait for the hand where you know you have the best hand. You have to take some risks to maximize your profit, to maximize your EV, and that includes the option of busting out any hand.
But I'm concerned that the positive reinforcement of outlasting Zhu and the pay ladder that he just enjoyed is only further entrenching him in this disposition.
Agreed, yeah. I mean, yeah, we've said this before. He's in the top 5. He's been playing tight since a couple days ago, probably, and why would he change it now? I mean,
we can certainly sympathize with him feeling as though tight is right.
Yeah.
Kudzmanos, he doesn't have to be tight. 9-7 offsuit. Give me those blinds, he says.
Very likable bust-out interview, by the way, of Heng Tao Shu.
Oh,
I thought I can understand his disappointment. He was the chip leader coming into today. So, of course, he's going to be disappointed. But, well, he played well. And, yeah, I like the guy. I hope we'll see him back on the big stage.
Jack 9 in the cutoff. Guess who? Kutzmano's taking it up. Ace deuce offsuit for Bebov. He's beginning to enter dangerous territory, that 10 big blind threshold.
He's aware Kutzmanos is opening light, but the ace deuce off is still a little bit too bad of a hand.
Oh, he disagrees. Maybe he thinks Kutzmanos' frequency of having too bad of a hand is even more of a consideration than the durability of my ace deuce.
This is risky.
10.4.
Well, he's caught Marius with Jack 9 off.
Yeah, that's going to work out. Nice pickup there for Bebov. I would have folded. He gets an extra 4 million.
Yeah. Now the queen 6 offsuit. Falling in range as well.
Oh,
at a certain point, he can just stop looking.
My bad.
Yeah.
It's going to come down to Akihito. Jack 9's not going to get stubborn.
No, Kunishi is considering it, but I think he's going to let this one go as well. Just 2 10 big blind stack out there. You are out of position.
This is just so easy for Marius. Nobody's attacking me really. When they do, I can generally give them credit for having a real one, and it's tough to wake up with one of those. So
Yeah, he isn't taking any big risks whatsoever. I mean, of course, he had open jammed into big Hoonies big blind a couple of times for around 20 big blinds, 25 big blinds. But other than that, it's just min raise, take it. Sometimes c-bet, take it down.
Yeah.
Somebody pushing back on you. Okay. Fold this one, we will win the next hand again.
Garcia. I would have really appreciated it if all of a sudden he went ham with
Yeah.
Jack 5 off, just to prove us all wrong. And he's got the maniac gear, but I'll stay in the course. Yet another course on this dinner menu for Kutzmanos. And the more protracted this portion of the program becomes, the more problematic it will be for those looking to try to win this, because Kutzmanos just continues to gain more and more chips, to put more and more between himself and the rest of the field. It's a very one-horse race for the time being. And Beboff, he's ready to run that race with his horse, which is Ace King of Diamonds. In it goes.
Note that Beboff plays the spot differently than Zhu did before. When Zhu had the ace-king suited, he min-raised off 14 big blinds. Beboff is just all in here.
Well, another ace-king in the big for Hooney. You see the slight edge there for Beboff. This one should be a chop, but in case it isn't, what a delicious 30 million this would be for Hooney to add.
Okay.
Well, the ace king of diamonds now suddenly
nice little 3 of clubs.
getting free rolled.
10 of hearts. I prefer 10 of hearts.
And that's a wrap. Chop it up, boys.
Change.
Tell you what, in their own respects, every single one of these final 5, not unlike Zhu before
Pretty much would have lost to every
in
other
6th,
hand unless you had ace jack. So. I'll take it.
have kind of impressed us in their own way, Karai, in terms of understanding as things develop what is expected of them, what they're supposed to be doing, and kind of sticking to that plan, which is constantly changing.
Yeah, everyone has impressed me. Hooney, of course, so good at taking the spots. Beboff hasn't played for a few years, but looks like a regular. Garcia has followed his way to top 5, has been working out for him. Konishi has surprised me. And well, Kutsmanas is crushing it.
Queen 9 suited in the big for Beboff as Konishi attacked with the 6s. Defense from Nikolai. 8 of diamonds is a pretty one in the window. No further diamonds and no pairs. As the board comes ace high with a 6. Bottom set for Konishi. Tough to get too excited about the prospects of action, although if Beboff had an appetite for appeal versus a downsized c-bet, could pick up a little equity and make things interesting.
Yeah, with bottom set, I expect Konishi to c-bet this every time, hoping that Beboff has an 8 or an ace even.
No such luck. C-bet and take it for Akihiro. Aki, for short. That's how his friends refer to him. Plays tournaments worldwide, including as far off the beaten path as Cambodia. Career earnings under $300,000.
It's gonna double those.
Yeah. Career best score regardless of his finish.
115, player at risk shows ace, queen of suit, has been called ace, king of suit. That's in call.
King 9 suited.
4, 6, 8.
This is more than enough hand for Marius. 2 million. Note the ace deuce off this time into the bin from Beboff. Looking over at Garcia in the big, knowing a couple of blinds are going to be shaved off to put a little bit more daylight between himself and the shorty.
Yeah, and Garcia is below 7 big
26.
blinds once again.
25.6.
Thank you.
25.6. You 30.
Hooney is making sure he knows all the stack sizes. Jack 4 offsuit for Kutzmanos. Let's see. He raised with the queen. He does fold the jack. That's where his line is apparently.
All in.
Well, that opens the door for Hooney to get after it. Now, ace-10 offsuit we know doesn't qualify for Garcia in the face of such behavior, but Bebov, he has shown a willingness here.
And Bebov is discounting the very best hands out of Hunishin's range because he just open jammed. Bebov thinks Hunishin would min-raise here with ace-king suited, aces, kings, queens. So he thinks he's well ahead of Hunishin's range.
But is he willing to take the chances given the 150,000 euros that he could easily pick up not long from now, provided Garcia doesn't find a double? If he were to call here and bust, it would be catastrophic, but he's going to do just that, and Garcia finds ace-queen.
Wow.
I don't think he's going to call.
Yeah, you called it right away, Ali, and I agree with you.
I think this is a man clearly on a mission, not to find a triple, but to just find this extra $150. And sure enough, he does bin it. And surprise, surprise, 6-3 of hearts is what you've got to hold against. One ace in the bin, that we know.
That's real crazy.
25 million plus. And you heard Hooney say it's real crazy. I don't think he expected Bebov to be willing to spin with an ace-10, which is holding on a 9-deuce-deuce heart-free board.
Take a chop.
Second 9. On the turn. Yes. 6 or 3 for a clean winner. 9 reduced to chop, and instead it's the ace, and the Bulgarians are ecstatic.
Oh, that's a crazy call, bro. It's crazy.
I tend to disagree with Hooney. I don't think it's that crazy. This is top-heavy structure here.
11-6,
Bebov
right?
was the second shortest stack. And Garcia, would he have called? He would have scooped the whole thing.
Thank you. No problem. Too many.
Nice hand.
You see how deflated Hooney is.
Guys, do you have a new deal, I think?
Really felt as though that was out of line from Bebov, given the presence of Garcia's short stack and the ICM with the 150K ladder. And he's deflated, maybe thinking if somebody else was presiding over that ace-10, they would have been more apt to follow policy, dare I say. But not Bebov. And just consider how significant that infusion of capital is.
But
to the Bulgarian.
While 150,000 of course is a huge amount of money, the pay jumps after that are so much bigger, and Bebov was not afraid to put it in, get himself into a position to win the whole thing.
Maybe too rich. You already too rich?
Hooney's very annoyed at that call. He's making light of it, but I think he really, you know, things like you're too rich, you know, these are really just designed to just kind of purge some of the frustration that he's feeling over being shown an ace-10 for a call to play a pot that big.
He may also try and discourage his opponents from making call
on
like
future
that again.
occasions. Yeah, absolutely. Shame him into thinking
Yeah.
twice next time around. Did it really matter that it was 6-3 suited at all, or was it just I'm looking up at a man that has to wake up with so much hand in order to call in Bebov, so let me just discount that. And then Konishi and Garcia in turn in the blinds. This should just get through way more often than not, regardless.
It's gonna get through most often, but Konishi wasn't as shallow as Bebov and Garcia were, so it was a big jam here with a 6-3 suited.
Yeah, but that actually may be playing more into Hooney's hand insofar as he's going to be even less inclined.
Fair, good point.
Sevens now inclined to follow through, I would imagine, on the willingness to, but it is Kuzmanos, mind you, who is sat here with the king 4.
Yeah, he just leads right into Bebov. 6-5 deuce, he thinks from the big blind, this is gonna hit him. And as the big stack, you can do this. He knows that Bebov has to be very careful as the shorter stack. Jack of hearts here on the turn. Kuzmana still with an overcard to it, and he still has that gutter. Does bet again.
This is starting to really feel even more awkward for Bebov, but you know, he dug in with an ace-10 and he's willing to get down the streets here against Kuzmanos. He recognizes, of course, that Marius doesn't have to have him beat, just playing a range advantage perhaps, and the gut shot doesn't come in, nor does the king, so the sevens are still good. Backdoor hearts are an idea. No heart in Bebov's hand, but for that matter, none in Kuzmanos's.
Yeah, and it was a small bet on the turn, so Bebov thought maybe his sevens beat some of the lighter value bets. Maybe this is still a hand like ace-6, king-6 that I'm beating, so no reason to fold just yet. Let's see what Kuzmanos wants to do here on this river. Would this... Oh, he goes for it. I was gonna say with the king of hearts, he'd be more inclined to bet. He does it with the king of diamonds as well. And this is pretty out there, this bluff. You don't want to have the king of diamonds in your hand when bluffing, because you're blocking Bebov from having a missed flush draw. It's a very small bet though. 4.4 into 14.3.
He just got a front row seat to a man that proved to him he's willing to take a spot.
Yeah.
And now he's 3-barreling into that same guy, and the guy can afford to make the call. This would be so big. I think he smells something fishy.
He does. And I'm at least somewhat surprised as this bluff, once again, with the king of diamonds.
You know, as much as he unblocks hearts, he unblocks diamonds as well.
Right.
With these sevens. I think he's safely removed the 6x and
Yes.
even all the 1 pairs.
Yes, at this point, he's looking to catch a bluff here. He's thinking, are the sevens good or not? He's blocking 7-8. It would be straight.
Wow! Show me, boss stack. And that's precisely the kind of hand he wanted to be shown. Sevens. Digging in and some respect being earned for Bebov, who won't be pushed around.
Yeah, once again showing that he's not afraid to make these calls.
Do you know what I love about this? The hand's already completed, but the rail is so far below the stage, they're actually not watching it live. What they're doing is reacting to that slightly delayed video feed that they get. So he knows it's coming,
Yeah.
and then sure enough, when they see it.
I've been there, yeah.
I'll tell you what, this Bebov has caught my attention, and I think the rest of the table's in the process as well. $38 million in front of him now. Garcia, far different plight with 6.4. But any ace Off of that depth, good enough, and now Konishi, ace queen on the button.
This could be the one.
6.4 million.
And there's no way Konishi's going to fold ace queen here,
Call.
even against Garcia.
Call declared. And that flat already carries with it enough might. Neither Kuzmanas or Huni get involved, and now the bell tolls on the Spaniard Garcia. Perhaps the worst situation he has found himself in thus far, and that situation just got more grim. Queen 7-6. Konishi, top pair. And now trips, and it's all wrapped up.
Good game, man.
Garcia did pick up a ladder, but he couldn't climb another rung. And he will be out the door in fifth. 425,000 euros, Richard.
Yeah, GG. He's been the short stack, or one of the short stacks, all day. He climbed a few spots up. 425k. Nice payday.
Very much so.
Of course, by far the biggest cash in his career. And everyone else seems relieved. Garcia is out. And finally, we might see some real poker again. Bebov deep enough to just call here from the big blind with the fives.
Two clubs, two deuces, and a jack. Let's see. Absent Garcia. If more normal operating procedures will be upon us. Of course, we know it's normal for Kuzmanas to continue to ask questions of all parties. He is the dominant stack and leaning into the fives. Bebov gonna peel. Of course, this is something we don't like to see on such boards. Third deuce is dry.
Yeah, Kuzmanas just c-bet with range here on the flop. Not expecting a lot of deuce X in the big blind's range. Let's see what he wants to do here on the turn. I think he's mostly gonna check this one back. He has a lot of air here, so he cannot barrel with all of it. He is trying to target some of the ace highs here, though.
3.6
maybe a better
million.
king high.
The official number.
And he does have an overcard to the jack, so should Bebov have a jack, then Kuzmanas has an out against it, or three of them.
You know, we start to remove those club draws once the man calls twice. We don't necessarily expect there to be a whole lot of deuce X defending. So maybe this is exactly the jack or the pairs between it and the deuce. Kuzmanas does wave the white flag accordingly.
And Bebov is suddenly very close to Kuzmanas.
Yeah.
Only 13 million behind him now. The Bulgarian rail loves it.
That's a good rail.
It is.
And one that I would imagine has a bar tab waiting for Bebov whenever he does bust.
I
Pretty
tend to
healthy
agree.
one. Is all that sparkle going to plant itself? That's what we're here to find out.
Hooney is considering an open jam here with the pocket deuces.
21 million. How do you like it?
I think he's gonna do it. He doesn't want a min raise with the pocket deuces and having to fold. He does decide to put in half of a stack, basically a jam.
Yep. Catches the blinds.
It is a big jam, of course, but with some hands you want to do this. More often than not, you want to be the one going all in.
Yeah.
You don't want to call it off.
Of course.
And once you have an open jamming range, then deuces become one of the first hands to do it with.
Including this.
I think a lot of times in situations like this where there's so much more to consider, I feel as though those players, not unlike Hooney, who are so capable post, when they do end up jamming like that, you just, I get it, don't get me wrong, you just think, do they have to potentially risk their tournament life? You know, because it is the higher variance approach, and there's more than one way to skin this cat.
True. It's a high risk. I prefer the jam to an open, though. I would have just folded this hand, the pocket deuces, or open jammed. And once again, this is a top-heavy structure now. Ace-Jack for Konishi.
On the button, no less. Up we go.
Interesting combination for Hooney here, with King Deuce offsuit. Some people would have considered a 3-bet bluff here.
Yeah, I think that's more often the response out of specifically something like King Deuce offsuit.
Yeah, these high card, small card combinations offsuit, you sometimes want to do that.
Not sure how it would have played out, but we do know that on an ace-queen-9 board, no further interest will be in his future, as Konishi comfortably barrels top pair.
Yeah, and now an easy fold for King Deuce.
Well, if you're just joining us, we're here in Prague, Czech Republic at the Hilton Prague Atrium, playing host to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Ali Nejad and 2021 World Series of Poker main event champ Karai Aldemir. Since the onset, watching 9 players whittle their way down to this final 4 from an original field of 2,617 entries at 5,300 euros a clip, a record-breaking over 13 million euro prize pool. The on-tap payout, 575,000 euros, and the gap between that and third, a whopping 225K. On the topic of things that are big about this pocket pair for Konishi, Queens picks up Bebov. 7-8 offsuit defense. Luxuries now afforded him with all those chips.
Yeah, some connectivity with the 8-7 offsuit. You have to defend.
King 9-6. He's got an open ender. 1 over card to the girls for Konishi to contend with.
And again, if Konishi has a checking range here, then Queens would be one of the hands you want to check with, play a smaller pot. He just wants to bet his whole range here for 1.5 million.
Bet call of 1.5, no 5 or 10. on the turn instead of board pairing 6.
Yeah, and Bebop is pausing here. He knows he has more 6x in his range. He's thinking about a lead here.
And the cool thing about it is you can dial up the price into 8.5 when you do lead, and you know that even things as strong as a king aren't supposed to be raising it up.
Yeah, you can even lead very small here with your range. He isn't betting that small though, 3.5 into 8.5. He wants to make sure that ace high folds right away here. At least some of the time. Konishi here with the queens cannot go anywhere just yet. Has to call this. See what develops on the river. And Bebop rivers a pair. Let's see if this is enough showdown value for him. Wanting to slow down. He does check. And this would be a very thin value bet for Konishi.
Looks like he does shut it down. Bebop might be thinking the 7 could be good as played, but he gets shown queen, and in turn Konishi is shown a 15.5 million chip pot.
Yeah, it would have been a pretty thin value bet. I like how Konishi played this hand.
You know, Aki was talking about, I don't have any friends, no one's cheering me on, no one's watching. And, you know, this late into a World Series festival, I would imagine there's some folks lurking around with depleted bankrolls. Perhaps a business opportunity here for those folks to be hired to be a rail.
Oh, yeah?
You know what I mean? Some of them might even do it just for the beers.
I think there's a lot of people in town that want some beers today. Friday night in Prague.
Oh, listen, all you got to do is wander out to Old Town about 15 minutes from the property, and you'll see people from all corners that have had a few too many beers. $3.5 million, says Bebop here. Konishi with Queen Jack offsuit appears interested.
Yeah, as he should be. Queen Jack off in position. Does call.
You surprised by the open?
A little bit. Sometimes you want to do that from the small blind. Just trying to steal. You have the queen as a blocker.
Ace Jack 4. You have the deuce of clubs of note, plus the betting lead. Konishi, of course, with jacks here in the better club.
Yeah, Bebop does have the range advantage here, though. He has all the strong ace-x hands. So I expect him to bet this one here. Looks like half pot. Sizable. Konishi with second pair and the queen of clubs here.
$4 million. Things getting a bit more dramatic as an extra 8 works its way into the middle. 5 now providing the wheel gutter to Bebop if he wants to do some more storytelling. There's your answer.
Oh, he definitely could have considered it here. 60 million in the middle now already. Konishi has a hand that usually wants to check back here, though. Bebop can still have aces in his range.
Happy to check back. 8 is a bricky looking one.
How bad does Bebop want to win this hand? Yeah, he does wave the white flag. I think most of the time this is the right and correct decision. Konishi, does he want a value bet? It feels a bit thin once again.
Queen high.
White flag waved. But not before a little bundle is passed over.
Yeah, Konishi knows he has the best hand here most of the time, but still he also needs to get called by something. He doesn't want to risk it. Get called by ace deuce maybe. Maybe face a check raise some of the time. He plays it safe, checks it back. Pot was already relatively sizable, 16 million. And Konishi quietly continuing to extend his stack.
Nines now for Huni. Up we go.
Yeah, Huni is ready to get his nines in here. Beep of calls, pocket deuces in position. This is relatively loose against the 20 big blind stack here.
Well, he has shown us things that have skewed more toward the loose side of the spectrum, and a 7-3, not what he had in mind. Huni questioning what the flatting range on the button is. 6.9 out there.
I think he's gonna bet here. He thinks it's a lot of Broadway combinations and he wants to clear them out.
Always relieved when we see the muck. And once more, Bebop's chips flowing away from him.
Yeah, Huni catching up with him. Up to 25 million. Konishi sitting in a very comfortable second place here now, while Kutsmanas is still our chip leader.
You have 25?
23.5.
Ace on the button for Konishi. He's gonna raise. Oh, he doesn't. He's surprising me once again.
Yeah, it's interesting. There hasn't been a tremendous amount of consistency with respect to anything other than a Garcia big fold at this table. And maybe Kutsmanas being willing to open a majority of the pots that are unopened. Huni with king-queen in the big here. Just rips it, Karai. 8-6 of diamonds, never durable enough.
Yeah, he doesn't pause at all. He's just all in. If he has it, he has it. King, queen, good enough.
Is there a point at which Kutsmanas loses enough of those pots that he is opened where he needs to maybe think twice?
I don't think so. He knows his strategy. He knows if Big Huni doesn't have a hand here, he's gonna get away with it. He's most of the time gonna get the fold. And sometimes he's just gonna run into Big Huni's big hand here.
But what he doesn't suspect he'll run into is anybody that's stopping and going, I don't think you have it, and just recklessly jamming over the top.
I don't think so, because Kutsmanas hasn't been crazy out of line here. He has made some folds as well. Some chip leaders just open every single hand. Kutsmanas doesn't. As Bebop defends the 10-6 of clubs here against the Konishi open.
9-5-4, no pair anywhere.
I'm not gonna try and pretend that I know what Konishi's gonna do, so I'm not gonna try. Check back makes sense with ace jack high. We have showdown value.
Yeah, now we have top pair with top kicker. And against that check back range from the opener, Bibov doesn't decide to try to tell a story.
Yeah, Bibov does want a little more equity. He wants to have some sort of draw. Easy value bet now, of course, for Kunishi. And Bibov is just gonna let this one go.
So Aki now up to over 50 million.
Having fun? Having fun?
Yeah.
It's good.
Always.
Don't get lost in the moment. You got to make sure you're having fun.
Yeah. Just was zoned out, you know.
Yeah.
For a moment.
Oh, for sure.
Long days.
It's a good
Been
point by
long days,
Huni,
man.
though. I like that he said that.
37 levels in at 90 minutes a level, right? It was 90 minutes the whole tournament?
No, just after
1 hour first day, I think.
1 hour first day?
Yeah, and unclear how many first days were associated with each of these players' journeys, as there were 3 day ones to choose from and 3 bullets per day plus max late reg on day 2. Investments, obviously, no matter how many of them have been made in terms of bullets, have paid off for this foursome.
The high roller finished?
I don't know. Yeah, oh yeah, it's over, yeah.
I didn't notice.
It went fast, huh?
Huh?
That went fast.
Yeah, and back to Huni's point, of course, there's a lot of money on the line, and this is important, but you also need to just enjoy the moment. I mean, this is what we play poker for, these moments, these final tables. You need to have fun.
Ready for it to be
You
over?
need to enjoy yourself.
You ready for it to be over?
6-3 suited was the one that sent Huni down the leaderboard when Bibov dug in with the ace-10. Offsuit version, not a qualifier, and obviously different circumstances now, absent Garcia.
This time Kutsmanas does decide to raise it up with a bit of a trashy hand.
Nice bluff.
Oh, he does get the queen 9 to fold.
What do you think I always bluffing?
Well,
I know I have this phase, but not always.
You thought maybe it was a limp call spot?
nice.
Yeah, I didn't see how big you made it. I think 3.5x. The
What's the
big
deepest
blind.
win in Vegas
So
mean?
he probably would have called with queen 10. Let's go of queen 9.
So like day
Fair
7
enough.
supposed to be there.
Huh?
Around day 7.
Yeah,
So it's longest.
it was long,
It was 3.5.
Longer than this.
Yeah.
Pretty forceful with the 9-4 off.
You guys are tired? $26.3, man.
Let's see if Huni wants to just rip it in again or if he wants to call and play this one in position. He's considering between the two options here, I'm sure. He does go all in again.
I'll tell you what, he has shown, dare I say, kind of the most willingness to accept fate and to play the hand for chips.
He does. He's been here before. He's not afraid to put it in.
And I think that experience of playing for far more than this amount, which is not to cast shade upon the gravity of this. This is a World Series of Poker main event bracelet. Heaps of points toward the Player of the Year race as you head into the summer. and of course the lifelong accolade. But that, for Hooney, I think is a competitive edge against the other three right now.
Definitely. Yeah. It helps. He knows it's a big moment for him, but he's also aware for the others it's probably even bigger. And Bebop with a monster here, blind versus blind. The ace queen off. Hooney limps in the small blind. I expect a raise from Bebop.
Sure enough,
Looking
there
to
it
get it in.
comes. Now the queen 9 was a limp fold versus the 3.5. Let's see what the jack 8 is for Hooney.
Yeah, I think Hooney should let this one go. He knows this could be a bluff, but it could also be a very strong hand. The price isn't good enough to call here out of position. Oh, he disagrees.
I point to what I just mentioned, is his willingness to just play the hand. And might that willingness prove costly? He's found bottom pair and a gutter versus top pair. 9 million in the middle. Are you surprised at the jack 8 limp call for 4 million?
I am surprised against the 4x.
But perhaps not so surprised that it is Hooney that delivered it.
Yeah, good point. And yeah, Bebop could have something like 10 deuce offsuit here sometimes.
Sure.
Hooney's aware of that.
5 seconds.
The trashy ones often will seek to end it pre and not always bring this 5 million post. So the fact that when he's now facing another barrel gives him some concerns. I think he's got a little bit too much hand to step away, but this is still a big ask. He's got 27 million to work with right now.
Yeah, and Bebop sizes up here on the flop. He sets up a turn jam, and Hooney puts it in here with a pair and a gutter.
This is the
And
one.
Bebop is going to call this.
Yep. Yeah, Hooney disappointed there. Was hoping that he could catch Bebop with a hand that wouldn't be keen to continue. And he can still catch him, despite the fact that Nikolai has top pair, top kicker. An 8, a jack, a 10. That would all work. Instead, it's trip queens. And now the 10 is the only card in service. One of them out of service. And none of them there, as he would have found that 8. Absent that second queen, it would be a winner. And Bebop's rail has lost their minds.
46 million chip pot here. Is this the biggest pot we've seen all day? All tournament? Might be.
7.
How much you got?
18.7.
What a spot for the Bulgarian. The rail loves it.
Why not? What's not to love? Of course, hate for the outcome is what courses through the veins of Big Hooney. But again, it is precisely this approach that earned him the ticket to the FT, and for that matter, earned him the stack that he had to make that check raise with. Embracing the variance, taking matters into his own hands. That is his brand of poker, and he is going to live and die by it.
Yeah, Hooney's such a respectable player. He knows sometimes he's running into it, but he's also gaining chips and spots most others wouldn't.
Yeah, absolutely right. 27 now for Bebov, who vaults all the way up to 46 million. Plunks 3.5 of that out there from the small. Konishi with trash.
Yeah. He should just let this 9 deuce offsuit go.
He agrees. And the chips continuing to grace Bebov. Now Konishi's decision making obviously going to be guided by the wounds sustained by Big Hooney, who's looking a little more like Little Hooney right about now with that 6.5 milli. 8.1, I apologize. Not a lot to work with, but stranger things have happened. Epic spins.
Oh, yeah.
Never counted out.
3 million.
Konishi. King 10 off. Gets after Kudzmanas. Ace-9 suited for Marius. How much more weight do you give a 3 million chip open from Konishi given that 8.1 in front of Hooney?
Oh yeah, it does look strong for sure. Although this is not the first time Konishi has opened in the small blind, so it's definitely not only monsters, and Kudzmanas knows this. Ace-9 suited, very comfortable call. Play the hand in position.
Yeah, it's even more comfortable on a 9-4 deuce board where he's got top pair, top kicker. No heart out there, but no help to Akihiro either. Doesn't come with a c-bet.
Yeah, Konishi could have c-bet here. Instead, he goes for the check. Kudzmanas here, top pair, top kicker. No reason at all for him to check. I expect the bet always here. It's a very nice hand, but it's also vulnerable. 2.5 into 7. Now no club in hand for Konishi. This is difficult out of position. It is a bit annoying folding 2 overcards here, but it's the right fold here in this spot.
Gotta appreciate that even though he is willing maybe to take that little stab out of the small as an opener and risk disciplinary responses from Kudzmanas post-flop, when it just isn't there, he doesn't chase.
47, yeah?
Just content to minimize the hazards.
Yep.
Refocus upon the whopping pay ladder. Again, it's 225,000 euros, the difference between fourth and third.
Pocket sixes for Bebov. 2 million. And Big Hooney has only 7 big blinds. Queen 10 offsuit. Think he can defend here with his short stack. Only has a pot size bet behind now. He's looking to flop a pair or draw and go with it. This is not what he was looking for though. 8-7 deuce. No, Hooney has to fold here now. He is pausing. He is beating like 10-9 suited, Jack-9, but
no, it's...
Come on.
Sadly, it's a wrap. Demoralized, but aware that the lay down is just the better proposition and try to do something with that remaining 5 milli. in the on-deck circle is the American, Chris Unikin. His turn to suffer through being the shortest of stacks, under 10 bigs. Fives for Kuzmanas.
Pocket
Easy
fives and
entry.
55 million in the stack. He has to play this one.
I didn't know you were a numerologist. Karai. 2 million, he says. Jack 10 deemed adequate from the small. Bebov Mux is ace deuce, and we're off to the races. Advantage Hooney with 5 to come. 12.2 would be nice. Staying in the hunt for the 2 million up top, even nicer. How about King Jack Deuce? Second pair for Hooney. He knows better than to celebrate prematurely.
And it was red.
That was close.
Yeah.
Can I get a black card? Black 10.
Jack's up for good measure as Hooney holds. Not so fast. Flush wound for Kuzmanas.
This was a relatively loose jam here from Hooney, but only 5 big blinds, and he knows that Kuzmanas is opening a lot of hands on the button.
Well, looks like the boys are going to head to a dinner break. That break is going to be 75 minutes. We are going to end this stream. There will be a new link to a new stream that you can click in the description or the live chat. Or of course, you'll be automatically redirected. So we'll see you in 75 minutes with more four-handed action from the main.
The next chapter of WSOP Paradise is coming. Something bigger and better. This December, the world's fastest growing poker event is moving all in. The World Series of Poker Paradise, now at Baha Mar.
We'll be